Hello everyone, welcome. Sorry, I'm like trying to start everything. I was like, you know what? Let's just jump right in. So, welcome everyone. I want to start out right off the bat here by talking a little bit about a comment I got today, asking me about the dual classing videos, which was a series that I have that I worked on last year, and I haven't done anything this year with it. And it's been actually a year since I've released the last video of it, which is kind of crazy to think that it's been that long. But nonetheless, just so you guys know, I have been very hard at work. Even today, I spend many, many hours today, and the last like week or so, coming up with this like new video. I It took me forever to write the script. There's so much effort because I can't just like come up with an idea and like write a script. I have to do like research into it, right? And we're talking about like three lead specializations. So, for each profession. So as we do each profession, I have to go in and I have to like research each profession, their traits, their skills, the weapons, the themes, like all these different things that make an elite specialization, and I have to like make like a theory fit for like a dual class for it, right? And it's so much effort, guys. So much effort. Um, Inactive. Why is this inactive? Okay. My CloudBot always turns off by itself. I'm gonna add a new counters. What is a count? I don't have any counters. Create a counter. Okay. I don't understand. There's new things that I can do. I gotta look at that at some point. So, um, but yeah, so anyways, that is kind of what we're dealing with. Sorry guys, I'm just kind of trying to set up the stream. But I figured I'd go live so people can kind of get here. Um, all right, so okay. Now I gotta set up my actual stream. All right. So yeah, but anyways, so that is I am working on it. I spent last night about 2 hours recording the audio, and then this morning I spent about 2 hours editing the audio, and then I spent another hour recording video for it. So I've been spending a lot of time on this next video. I hope you guys really enjoy that video. I think it came together. Well, I haven't put it together yet. I have all the pieces. I've just got to put it together and edit it and all, which is usually, that might sound like the worst part, but it's actually the easiest because once you get into the flow of like editing things and you kind of have like a way of doing things in a video, kind of flows together and you're like, okay, this is where I need to add this and this and this, right? So it kind of goes through. But just so you guys know, there is a video coming that is about the dual classing. Once that is released, I will obviously post it everywhere, but also I will ask you guys. I'll make a poll on the community page and on Twitter, kind of asking the community what my next profession will be. So I'm gonna kind of take a poll there and let you guys decide on what you guys would like to see. Um, since that is totally up to you guys. Some professions are going to be really hard. Like I've been really thinking about some of them, and I'm like, man, some of them are going to be really tough to put something together. There are certain ones that like just flow together, and you're just like, yep, that's it, right? But like some of them, you're just like, oh my god. Okay, so what do I do here? Sorry guys, I'm just doing some. Hmm. Upload. Um, Sorry, I have Digimon music in my head. Um, Life redirect. No. So it's kind of weird. I guess the chat replay doesn't automatically like. Okay, let's turn it on here. I just want to make sure. Double checking the things here. What changes? I haven't made any changes. Okay. Okay. What is happening? Why can't I click reload the page for this? Alright, why is it okay? Yeah, that's working. I was just like asking me like, are you sure you want to leave the page? Do you want to save the changes? I'm like, I haven't made any changes. And even when I clicked OK, it still didn't work. So I was just like, what is going on here? Okay. Anywho, that is just fine. Alright, so today we're gonna do something fun. We're gonna do Gilder Street Sightseeing. So I talked about this yesterday. We were doing the GeoGuessr yesterday, and today I would like to do the sightseeing part, which is this like cool app that you can download, and it like overlays. I might put that actually like on my screen here, so it'll be in the same location that you guys see it at. But obviously, as I switch between the different windows, it's gonna show different things for you guys. But yeah, so this is really interesting. So this is a like an extension of the GeoGuessr thing where people have made like certain things that you can do. There's not very many in here. There's not that many in here, but we're gonna kind of start with easy. So the whole goal of this game, of this app, is to look at the different things that are like we're gonna get a list and pictures of places, and instead of just finding them on a map somewhere, we actually have to go to those locations. Now I don't know how this like works technically. Like, does it automatically ping off as soon as I get like like in the same view of this area or whatever? I'm using this character because this is a character that has gotten, I don't know, I guess I can't show it, but has gotten oh, I can right here, map completion. So that way he has all the like most of the available things. There's certain maps that he hasn't been to, I don't think. Like Sandswept, for example. So if we have some on Sandswept, we're kind of screwed. I do have the scrolls for it. I guess I haven't been down here either. Dragon's Stand. I haven't seen a lot of Auric Basin. I kind of fell out of playing this character after the main game, and I just only recently. I mean, I haven't been up there, so we'll have to see how this goes. I think I'm gonna start easy. We're gonna do some testing. We're gonna see how this goes. But as you guys can see, these are all submitted by like, but by mail, but mail or mail or something. I don't know how to pronounce that, but most of them at least. Who is the maker of this app? So I'm gonna see if I can like submit my own thing. So that's gonna be like part 2 of this stream. We're gonna kind of go through these and do these, and then maybe at some point we can kind of come up with our own. I like the memory lane. I was thinking about doing something like regional, like visit the Shiver Peaks, right? And it's like, ooh, and then we do things in the Shiver Peak Mountains all around or something. But we'll have to see how this actually works. So I'm gonna do the testing first. So let's start that. Um, and do I just like, okay, amass knowledge now, and we all know where that is. Now I want to see how this works. Like, do I like run up to it and it like pops up? Like, I don't know. Does it like give me a check mark, or like what does it do? Do I go into first person to like see the same exact thing. I don't know how this works. Oh, okay, and it clicks. Oh, that's so cool. I love this. What? That's so awesome. Oh my god, a den of iniquity. Oh no, a den of iniquity. That's a great. I love this. I'm a huge fan of this, guys. I'm very excited. I get excited about the dumbest stuff, I'll tell you what. But yes, that's really cool. Yeah, I might want to swap to a different character. I don't know. Maybe a character that I've played more in recent years. Who did I get? Who did I get map completion with? Actually, I could probably swap characters. Who did I get recently? Oh, my warrior. I was just like, who's the one player that I play all the time? So by the way, I got my legendary spear today, so that's why I'm down here. I guess I'll show that off for a little bit, but yeah. So I got my legendary spear, guys. And on critical hits, you have a like illusionary shark that comes out and like chomps away at the enemy, which is really cool. So you can do something real. Oh, I was gonna pull the other one. Oh, that's okay. But you can do stuff like this. Like, watch this. And you summon like 17 of those. If you have like 4 or 5 of them, like all attacking you at once, you can summon like a ton of them. Cool sound effects. You get like little shark projectile. It's really cool. So I just finished it today. I was talking about it yesterday. How I was like, oh, I'm gonna work on my legendary spear with you guys on stream. Yeah, well, you know what? I didn't realize I I turned on Guild Wars 2 today, and I was like, oh, well, let me just check out how much more I need. And then I realized I only needed like, I don't know, like 100 different pieces of materials. And I was like, well, that's not really, I'm like, I'm gonna grab those real quick. And I did. I did that like after doing my weeklies. I finished my weeklies. And then I was just like, or well, for the most part at least, the overall thing. I guess I could do these, but that's okay. But yeah, so I did that, and I was just like, okay, cool. And then I got it like within the next hour, and then I came down here to try it out. So that's why I'm here. But anywho, let's go and do the Den of Iniquity. Oh God, what a lovely place. See, because we have more explored in areas, and he does have world completion as well. So I think a smarter character to play with would be this one. Indeed, I gotta charge my phone. Okay, that's not the charger. I posted on the Digimon subreddit. I never do that, but there was a cool discussion going on about the new movie that came out last year and how bad it is. It's not good. It's not a good movie. I'm very sad because I was very excited for it. Anywho, Den of Iniquity.
Your colors. They've changed.
Your colors. They've changed. Expand this, please. Oh, this opens up another window. Okay. It's not daytime. Does that matter? So I think it's from here. Does that not click? Is this the wrong way? Am I looking the wrong way? Do I need to be looking from over here? But freaking what's his face is in the way? I'll back. It's not clicking. It's not doing its thing. Is this the right location? I'm in the right look. Yeah, I think so. Oh, there it is. Got it. Okay. I had to move a little close. Oh, I had to move close enough for him to talk about. Put a stupid line. That's really dumb. Through a bridge. So that is Radasum. Make it faster. I can't use the thing on the side because it's covered. Radasum. So we're gonna do this, and we're just gonna hang out. We're gonna have a good time. We can speculate. I mean, you know, this is not very like involved. So if people want to talk about what's to come for the expansion, then we can do that. Is this it? Through a bridge? I mean, this is not really like through a bridge, but okay. This is. I don't think this is the right bridge. Uh, get on a chocobo and go to the other bridge. This bridge maybe. What's that? Um,
I have everything you need.
maybe. No, it has those yellow lights on the right, and I don't see those here. I hate that there's three bridges and they all look the same. Please let it be this one. Oh, maybe it's that bridge. It says through a bridge.
I'm tired of trudging through caves and swamps.
Yeah, it's
Isn't there
clearly
anything I can
this.
collect?
What do you mean?
Is it this? It's this bridge too, isn't it? Wait, no, this might not be it.
You sound like a recruiter.
Because the left side looks different.
Me? I want to be
Oh my god. Okay, I think I need to go. I think. Oh my god. I didn't know there was another row of bridges. I only remembered the other ones. Is there? Oh yeah, there's bridges here. There is bridges here, but they don't have the yellow light. That one doesn't have the yellow lights. Maybe the other one has the yellow lights. Artisum is such a cool city. I really love it. You really need it. Yeah, this is it. There it is. I got it. Okay, this is definitely it. Alrighty, cool. Moving on. Next thing. Oh, that's like right here. We just ran by it, didn't we? Somewhere. It's down here. This is the. Okay, I almost jumped to my death. Isn't it right here somewhere? This is the Peacekeeper office. Oh, I didn't know. Wait, this goes all the way down? Where does this go? Whoa, I haven't been down here. Oh my god, someone got locked up for jumping off the side. I haven't been down here in so long. I totally forgot this was a play. There's an ethereal chicken, also known as Sir Cluckington. Reasons for stasis. Does anyone know who this belongs to? Oh my god, I totally forgot about that. Hello.
Always be loyal to your crew.
I'm in the cell. Ferocious bear?
I am the greatest.
Not really bear. Let me out, please. The Norn. The drunk Norn hanging out. Okay, I swear to God, guys, it's down here. Isn't it? Isn't this what this? Isn't this right there?
Right.
This
Like no
right
one's
here?
ever thought of that before. I need something original.
There we go. Got it. Got it. Okay. It wouldn't let me press the backspace. This is also in Radisson. What is this named? Oh, this doesn't even have a name anymore. So they kind of gave up on the names there, I guess. This is somewhere in Radisson, but is it like okay, like right next to it? They were just testing out stuff, I guess, right? Okay, so if we don't get a name, let's just kind of cancel it. Let's kind of go back. Oh, I guess. Well, I don't know. For completion's sake, I guess we can. I was gonna say let's just like screw whatever and like go to the actual, which is like another easy one, but one that's not a testing thing that actually has names to it. But that's okay. Is it down here somewhere? I don't know where this is. This little. Oh, it's definitely down, right? Down some stairs. I think I ran by it already.
When you get tired of
Not
eating noodles
this.
raw, look me up.
See, Redison's cool, man. I love it. Oh, there's a. Hello, what are you doing in here? Band from Skritzberg, Rika's home. Decided to go on a recon mission to gain trust of King. Is he hiding out in the stalls here?
I don't believe I can return to my lab.
In the pen? There we go. Oh, got it. All right. This is cool. I love this a lot. A hole in the wall. That is down below, isn't it? That's like in one of the, it's like down here somewhere, isn't it? Oh, there we go. Got it. I love the little jingle that is ding. Oh, we're going to Cantha. Going to Cantha. Now this is tougher because I don't know exactly where that is. New Kaineng is full of these kinds of things. I think it's somewhere. Is it over here? I think that's where it is. Kind of feels like that's where it would be. I feel like that's where it would be.
Jade is warning the public to avoid Jade Brotherhood goods after numerous reports of dangerous malfunctions.
It's so hard to get anywhere in New Kaineng.
Should the ministries impose
Oh
harsher
god,
crackdowns on the
everything is just
Brotherhood?
loading. Is there an up? I wish they were marked like on the map, the different ways that you can take those what are they called again? The zip lines? The jade zip line? The jade zip line. I don't think that's what they're called, but that's okay. We're here in New Kaineng where nothing ever happens. See, it's one of these doorways, right? But not really. Oh, so confusing. I think it's one of those areas up there. Is it? Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, I know where this is. I just realized where this is. Holy crap. See, I was so wrong. It's Daigo Ward. I'm so wrong on that. I was like, wait, what? It's right here. That's the gate. That's funny. There you go. Ding for me, baby. Ding for me. I gotta manually move. The garden. It's the garden, and it has the surrogate 2 lines arch in view. So it's to the right, and it's something like, oh, there it is. Something like that. Close enough. Ooh, I know where that is. See, I want some hard ones. I want some like that are really obscure and really weird, and you're just like, you have to think about it. It could be like 20 billion different ones. Like, that's what I want to see. So I can't wait. This is easy, right? We're gonna work our way up. We're gonna warm up here as we have plenty of time. We're just gonna hang out. I'm just gonna chill out for today. I was thinking about like doing a different game, and I was just like, nah, let's not. You know, but you know, I think I need to look from this side. Maybe not. Maybe from the other side. Oh my god, why does the event have to be happening? Okay, this is... Wait, is this not the right one?
Hurry! Align the crystals. Attenuate the matrix. Okay, ready.
Got it.
Starting the ritual.
You can start the ritual all you want, baby. I know where that is. That is right... Here? Bridge is overlocked. I was just thinking about like how good Guild Wars 2. Like, I just love Guild Wars 2. Like, it's such a weird thing where I'm like, I can't even tell people, oh, it's from this house, from the top of this house. Does that work? It feels like... Wait. Oh, no, no, no. Okay, different perspective. It's from right here. See, sometimes the perspective throws me off. It's from right here, because that's that palm tree. There we go. Even further. There we go. Got it. How do I get back? How do I get... Oh, the X is there. I just couldn't see it. And the last one! Back in Radasu. Let me guess. Someone on there, a certain character did this. Someone was on there, a certain character, and did all of that. But yeah, I don't know. I just, you know, so there is a like a free to play like WoW private server that you can go on, and I like literally it's crazy because I used to love WoW. And then now I like, so I log into that and I play it for about like 10 minutes. I'm like, man, this is so bad. This is so bad. How do people love this so much? It's like Guild Wars 2 is so much better. And I'm saying this like, I feel like I'm saying this objectively. It's just, it feels bad to play. And I'm like, why is there so many people that love this? Wait, this is up top, isn't it? This is up top. I was just like, maybe it's down below, but it is up top. It is one of the colleges. It's not this, which is really interesting when you look at this. This is like, pretty much a replica of what it looks like in the Priory. So wait, one of them has a thing then? Yeah, there it is. Got it. That's from right here. Got it. Oh, yay! Congratulations, you finished this challenge! You're so good, guys. Honestly, love it. Really good. Others. Okay. So let's do a tester. This only has like one item. We're not gonna do that. Gandaren Fields, hard. Metrica Province, work in progress. Queensdale. This Tobias character went through and did a bunch of stuff. Taken for granted, statues scattered across Tyria. 2 stars. Someone didn't like those. Why are people giving 2 stars? Are they really that bad? Screw it, what happens? What? GeoGuessr Volume 1. These are locations used in the GeoGuessr. GeoGuessr 2, GeoGuessr 3, GeoGuessr 4, GeoGuessr 5. There's so many locations, but I've gotten so many repeat locations in GeoGuessr. Getting started. Just some random locations. 10 items. Let's do that. Super Box. Super Adventure Box. We know what that is. See, I'm telling you, someone plays, I haven't seen, like, not one Sylvari or Charp area. Like, it's very Asuran heavy, this stuff. Where's the Super Box? Super Adventure Box. There it is. Alright, let's do this. Let's do another easy one.
Where are you traveling today?
I'm off to Lion's Arch. I have business with the Captain's Council.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm like, hello.
Maybe business people today.
The Undermarket. That's a cool area. Not very often traveled. It's down here. Sorry, I'm just checking something real quick.
This isn't a good time.
Okay. Thanks for letting me know it's not a good time. I'm glad it's not a good time. What that means. Alright, Undermarket. I love the lighting in here. It's really cool. Like, even in the picture, it looks really cool. Oh, I already got it. I was like, I didn't even position the Hidden Grotto. One of my favorite places. I do love the Grove. They did a really, really good job with the towns, I think. They did a really, really nice job with that. Oh, we're gonna get some, ooh, we're gonna get some cool stuff. Spiral, that's cool. Toxic Tower, Shipshape. Shipshape might be harder to get to, but that's okay. I want to do like a really hard one by this Tobias guy and really see how, where is this again? It's to the north. I always remember that it's in the northern part and that there is a little pond. Got it. The site of the Great Collapse, home to many holidays. Indeed. I didn't even write the other one. Read the other one. The game within the game. It's the Skritz now. It sure is. Soothing mist fills the air. And there's butterflies flying around, which is like one of the cooler things. Somewhere around here. Ding for me, baby, ding. Hello. There we go. Destiny's Edge's Fallen. Statues of the Fallen. Well, they're not, I mean... Only Snaff is the fallen one in that set of things. I wonder whatever happened to Era's like homestead after, you know, her unfortunate whatever, you know, journey, end to her journey. Look at those two up there, the stars. I was reading up on the stars again today. It's so interesting, and I can't wrap my mind around it because it seems like ArenaNet has changed what the stars mean throughout the lifetime of Guild Wars 2. And I think it's going to be very hard for them to, I don't know, do something with that. You know what I mean? Like something that's doesn't feel like a cop-out answer on some of this stuff. I didn't go to the right place. Because there's like, you know, we start Guild Wars 2, and in the core game, we talk about like, oh, dragons aren't stars in the sky, they can be counted, and the stars are supposed to prophesize the movement of the elder dragons, and they kind of move with the flow of magic and stuff. Then we see those two I guess we can't see them here in this like smog of the citadel, but the you know, those two new stars that were added, right? It's just like, this is not it. I need to like move closer or something. Wait, this looks different. Why does this look different? Oh, this thing actually moves? I never noticed that. Why does that look different, though, than what it does on the picture? Oh, I'm from a... It's from... Oh, it's from that side. It's from over there. How do I get over there? Is it like this? Oops. There we go. Gotta move around it. I was like, why does that look different? You know, and then we get the two new stars, and then they talk about that there's new constellation, like you know, in the latest releases, during like Secrets of the Obscure and stuff, a bunch of the scholars talk about like, oh, there's so much activity in the sky, like things have changed, constellations they've never seen before, and it's just like, what does it all mean though? Like, it's so weird, so strange to me. And I'm really curious to see if ArenaNet is ever going to do anything with that. I need to see this. That is actually on this side over here. That is actually this side right over there. Thunder Ridge. We'll just fly over there. There's no waypoint that's close by. Can you go, please? I pressed R. What is happening? Yeah, it should be like right here-ish. How's that tree stump? I guess I need to go up. Okay, got it. The site of Phlox's Fall. that where Flox's Falls was? Oh, I guess it was. Good times. Good times. Yeah, so I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. Like I said, if we're getting any news tomorrow, I will be streaming just Guild Wars 2. We're gonna do something, I don't know. If we're not getting news, I'm probably gonna finish up the the Guild Wars comparison of the Ilona region. Just finish up with the Desolation and do that. I can't believe I fell here. That has just never happened to me, or not happened to me in a long time. It's happened to me plenty of times. I remember the first time I did this jumping puzzle. Oh my god, I was nervous. I tell you what, I was a nervous wreck when I did this, but I made it through, and it was super fun. I do remember that moment, the hour it took me to actually get through this jumping. Oh my god, it took me like an hour to get through this because I kept falling, and I was just like, oh my god, I can't figure out this movement. And now it's like second nature to me how the movement works in Guild Wars 2. Was I supposed to take a picture from a certain point? I was just doing the jumping puzzle. Wait, this is like way up there. I think. Okay, I'm just gonna finish this up and then we're gonna... Because this is like way above the spiral. Like, that rock right there is like way up there. Uh-oh.
The road ahead is dangerous, friend. If you venture
Can I please mount? Because otherwise this is never gonna happen. Oh my gosh. Please, I must get up there. Well, how? Oh my god, because... How am I supposed to do this? It's from way up there. How do I get up there without a mount? Tell me. Alright, so if I go... If I somehow sneak my way up... Uh-oh. Is this high enough? That should be it, right? Yeah, I got it. Cool. Waterfalls. Oh. What falls? Skritz Cave. You know how many Skritz Caves there are with waterfalls? This is in Brisbane. I think it's in the tunnels here. Maybe? I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. There's so many locations this could be. See, that would be tough for GeoGuessr. Let me expand it and see if there's anything of note. No, nothing. I got nothing. I got nothing extra details. Is it out? No, this is the way out. I was thinking one of these waterfalls, but they're not inward. Skritz Cave. Falls. Falls. Is that a clue? Is something called Watatatata? There's Wachata. Ah! Wait, what just attacked me? You guys see that? Stupid Skelk. Get out of here. No one likes you. Gotta find it. Gotta find it. Hello? 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 Nope. That is not it either. Wow, I am bad at this. I'm so bad at this. Up here somewhere? Oh yeah, maybe through one of these? Wait a minute, this could be... There's waterfalls here. Hmm. I do not know where this is. Hmm. Metrica province, maybe? Metrica province has a couple of... Like, I'm thinking, like, this area around here somewhere, maybe? This is tough. There's another one to the south. Not south, is it? Oh, yeah, this cave, right? Yeah, this one right here. I don't know if this connects to this one up. Right here. Like, I'm thinking maybe in here? Hmm. That's a crazy one. I am stumped, I'll tell you that. I never knew there was a cave exit here. I knew there was a cave, but... And that leads out to this? How do I just... Apparently I don't play enough... I didn't know this cave actually leads like straight across. To this area. That's kind of cool. That's kind of cool to know. Alright, I'm gonna try to go up into... this cave. Well, I should probably go from this waypoint. That might be faster. That might be a little fast. Alright. There's the cave. What are those plants? Do you guys see that? Those are some luminous ass freaking vines. Huh. Don't see those too often. Kinda cool. I like it. In here? Thinking maybe in here, right? Like... Ooh, right here. Is this it? Wait, it looks super similar. Shut up. It looks so close to it. But there's no waterfalls. Why are there no waterfalls? I need a waterfall. Give me a waterfall, please. I need it. Okay. It's not that cave. That's a journey to every stupid squid cave. It's gonna drive me nuts. Alright. What other squidty caves do we have? That could potentially be that. Of course, when I want to think of them, I can't. Is there one up here? Is there some... Aren't there squid in there? I think there's squid in there. We're gonna go check it out right now. Gonna go check it out right now.
More come, yes?
Yeah, is this it? This might be it, guys. I found it.
Quick, kill it!
Just shut up. I don't believe this. I cannot believe this. That I'm stumped by scrit location.
Many scrits! Help!
Shut up. Single scrit. I don't see any waterfalls. Like, I was thinking maybe this corner, but this doesn't even have the same building. Yes, you do. You need some freaking help. Mental help. There's no waterfall in there, right? No. They look more prominent in the picture. Oh my god. Okay, not this squid cave. Was there one in Caledon that I maybe like? We were already kind of in Caledon. Is there one? Oh, there is some stuff in Caledon. Like right over here, the ruins of the unseen. There's no waterfalls in them, is there? Huh, this is kind of wild. I'm not sure where this is. Watatatar Falls. Watatatar Falls. Is that a I don't know. That might be a clue and I might be missing it. I don't know the little script like locale names. See, because we have all these things here, but this doesn't even line up with the same rock. These are all like moss covered. Where's the main thing? It's down here, right? Yeah. Yeah, and there's no waterfalls in here, like I said. Oh my god, I'm so stumped. Ooh boy, alright. Waterfalls. Grit and water. Checked in there. I mean, I would think it's like in here, right? But I didn't see anything. There's so many other locations, though. There's like Harathi has like, not just that. I just thought of this one as well. Arkelian Digs. Hi, Jacob. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, is that it? Is it down here? Did I find it? Oh no, it kind of looked like it. This is so stupid. Why am I so dumb? Wait, is this it? I found it, guys. Oh my god, I found it. I'm so happy. Yay, I did it. I had to check 20 billion of them. This one's gonna be tough, because this is like halfway through the jumping puzzle. This one's gonna be tough to get. We'll remove that down. What, like specific skins you mean? Like specific skins that we need or whatever? I know there's been discussion going on with like, you know, like the sun spear is already a staff skin, right? So like people are like, we need to get that as a as an actual spear skin and stuff, which I agree. Like there's a dark spear that we need to get as a spear skin, like all these. Oh, I can mount in here? That's so lame. Why would they not disable mounting? Oh, it's right here. Whoa. Got zoomed all around. Oh god, I can't glide. I can't glide. I can't glide. I gotta get back up. Please let me get back up. Oh my god, I'm way down. I need to get back up! The Tormented Spear. I do have that skin as well. I was kind of looking through some of the skins that I have because I got my legendary today. So I do have the Tormented Spear. That is really cool. it's a little simplistic for me, and it's a little small, like on the smaller side. I want something big, right? So I kind of look through. I don't know. It'll depend. I don't know. It'll depend on how it feels when I use it in combat. Because I'm one of those people. I'm like, I go by like what it looks like in combat, not what it looks like just by itself. Because sometimes certain weapons can look kind of cool. I want to get back out. Like, are you serious? How do I get back out? Oh my god, I'm gonna just reset at this point. Funny about last season, leak drop for 20 gold, now it's 160. Yeah, I saw, I mean, you can see like the legendary spear skin kind of like, you know, going crazy too. Like a lot of people buying and selling and making and selling and buying and whatever, you know. But yeah, so if I were to pick one, I don't know, it's interesting. I kind of went through the ones that I have. I don't have that many available. I was using the Impaler for a long time because I kind of like that effect that it had. It's very simple, very cool. So, but I did get the chromatic one recently, so that's kind of cool. I like that one. That's a weapon set that just came out. I got the sacred one from the Dragon Bash that's happening right now. You can get that right now. And then I got the Water Dragon Spear. This became available right after End of Dragons came out. They had that in the gem store, and I actually bought it. I was like, man, you know what? We don't use spears, but my hope is that at some point we'll use spears. So this is a very pretty spear. I'll probably use that on like my Water Elementalist or something, depending on what those skills look like. So that's really cool. Leopard Fang, I got that. I think the one that I want to use is the Al-Iraska, or whatever. This one is really cool. This is a Guilders 1 skin that was carried over. There's another skin that looks kind of like it. It's a darker skin, but I really like the way this one looks. It's very big and very like dangerous looking, so I do like that one. Harpoon of the Deep. Harpoon of the Dragon's Deep is also really cool because it's like, you know, this would be really cool on like a Guardian, right? Because the Guardian doesn't stab. Like we haven't seen the Guardian stab a single time with the spear. He swipes with it, right? He uses it like he doesn't stab in any of the animations really. As far as I could see. So it'd be really cool to use that because it's like a giant like blade on the side of it. It's really, really cool. This one's kind of doofy looking. The Vigil one is kind of cool because it doesn't really look like a spear because it's like this weird holographic eye. So this might work as like a magical one for like someone that wants to do like a magical cosplay of it. I have the pole arm, which is like the very basic one, but I actually like it. It's a very basic one. Of course, I have the legendary. You know, I just got that today, which is super cool. Has its like own effect or whatever. Then we have the Modnir Impaler, which has actually the icon on this is the staff. So it's kind of we have Nitro with like dynamite at the tip. A lot of them are just very like whatever kind of skins. I don't really. This one is kind of cool because it's kind of bladed. It's more of like a glaive rather than a same with this one, rather than a spear. Same with this one as well. So, but I like the options that we have, right? We have a lot of options on like look at this. That's super cool. So, dredge spear. Even the basic spears look kind of cool. Like the dark steel one or the mithril one. So the Balthazar spear. Oh, I don't even have that one. I don't have that many. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, wait, Balthazar spear, is that actually a thing? Or do you want one that kind of looks like it? Is that what it's not? I don't see it. Short bow, scepter, longhorn, pistol, shield, rifle, swords. I don't know. I don't see it. Mersad spear, or like themed after in Guild Wars 1. Oh, in Guild Wars 1. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, they're gonna obviously, like, I have a feeling they're gonna add like, I have a feeling they're maybe, like, I would like, so, you know how they like add like a skin for a weapon in the gem store, right? And I'm not saying that they should always use the gem store, but I think as the initial pop, so, you know, we get this, for example, right? We get the disguised umbrella skin, which I think is kind of stupid. To each their own, I guess, you know, whatever. Or where's some other weapons? Why is there no other weapons available? Are you serious? Oh, I was like, why is there no weapons available? Give me a weapon, yo. I know I just scrolled by a couple of them. Or like Belinda's sword, Bram's maze, like those things, right? Like the Comet hammer, which is really cool. Do I have that? I do not. It is really cool though. Dark Tyrant sword, I actually do have that. The Great Axe. I don't have this axe, the Dark Tyrant axe. That would be kind of cool to have. But anyway, so they release these, right? They release like a weapon skin or like maybe matching weapon skins, right? These two like kind of work with the Dark Tyrant. But the wouldn't it be cool if they like released a weapon set, almost like they do with like with these like packs, right? You have different packs, so you get like different ones. So what if they released like a pack of spear skins that is like each, like, you know, it costs like whatever, but they give you like 5 or 6 like different spear skins in it. Like I would be okay, like different looking ones, not even like recolors. Maybe a couple of them are recolors, but for the most part, like not have them be recolors or something. So is that from right here? It should be right here, shouldn't it? Oh no, it's from, wait, it's from down here? It's from this pipe right here. Is that not it? Come on, beep for me, baby. Do it. I don't want to drop down again. It's not from this pipe, is it? No, I can't even see from this pipe. This is way too far down. Can't go back up. I can't go back up. This is stupid as hell. Why can't I? Why didn't that ding for me? This is too far down now. Oh god, and I can't get back up. It won't let me get back up. That is annoying as hell. I don't know why it didn't bing for me. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of really cool. I would love to see like a little pack of like 5 different, because they just haven't done a lot of spear skins in recent times. You know, many of the weapon sets in recent times all were like the underwater ones were like omitted from it, right? They were like not in it. So it would be kind of cool. Really, I didn't. I think it would be really cool to like get just like a pack of them. Maybe even have them be part of some of the sets that we have already gotten, right? Like, so like some of the recent weapon sets that we have gotten that haven't gotten a yeah, it's definitely from like right here. Can't get closer. It looks like it's closer. But I can't get closer. What do I do? It's definitely from like up here, but oh really? I just had to go further down the freaking pipe. Get the fuck out of here. That one was cool though. I like that one. I'm giving it full score because that was fun. That was really good. Toby's tour. 55 items. I don't know if we're ready. Let's do a trip down memory lane. Let's do that first. This is visit some locations and memories from the past. This is cool. All right, this is awesome. We like stuff like this. So that is Lion's Arch. Let's go to Lion's Arch. Lion's Arch in the harbor of Lion's Arch. Yeah, so many. There is a lot of them that are on the staff that I definitely want to see be added, right? So if we pick a staff, there's a lot of them that I don't have that many of them, but like even the Kodan staff, I mean, that could be, there is an underwater spear, I think, of the Kodan, that could work as a weapon. Sorry, the waypoint is like really annoying. Even the reclaimed staff, like that could work as a spear underwater. Elonian standard. We have the Sun Spear standard. Then we have the actual Sun Spear. We have the Dark Spear. I mean, both of these definitely, like, they even have spear in their name, right? We have the Forged staff. We have the War God's staff. I mean, like, this one definitely works as a spear, right? Like, that is 100% a spear. You know, so definitely those. The Mythic staff. I would love to see that as a spear skin. That could definitely be a spear skin, right? Like, Arcane Battle Staff. It could work. I mean, you know, Red Cane staff. Crane, not cane. The White Tiger staff. The what is it called? Drake Talon Partisan. Definitely a spear. The Foxfire staff. Definitely a spear. The Steel Lotus staff. I mean, that's more of like a glaive kind of looking thing, but definitely contender. The Spindrift and the Salt Spray Dragon. Those both spears for sure, right? We have the Luxon Hunter's staff, definitely a spear. We have the Dragon Render staff, spear, 100%. The Spire of the Forgotten, spear. The Heretical Scholar's staff, a spear. Like, this would be really cool for a Necromancer underwater, right? Sherpin Trap. I mean, that's just a few of them, right? Like, I don't know, that doesn't really work. What's the tip of this? Okay, that's just that. But yeah, there is a ton of them that would really work as a spear underwater. This right here, the Light Ward's Battle Staff. I mean,
Why is that? The city looks beautiful.
spear.
What you gossiping about?
I'm just saying, a lavish waterfront may not be the best use of our reconstruction funds.
After everything Lion's Arch has been through, I think a makeover is just what we needed.
Even the Seraph staff could make for a spear. So there's definitely a lot of spearage out there that the Orate staff. Orate. So there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them that could work really, really well. For a spear skin. So we're gonna have to see how Rinnenet really does this, right? How, like, how are they gonna kind of make it fit? Now that they're adding this suddenly kind of thing. So it's from this side. I'm gonna go in and you're gonna ding for me. Maybe, maybe not. Too far down. Far up, I mean. There it is. Got it. Alright. Ooh, more Lion's Arch stuff. That is, where is that? Look at my weapon. Hello. Meow, 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 meow. I think that's like over here, isn't it? That's like towards the entrance. There it is. Yeah, there's a lot of them. So we're gonna have to see exactly how ArenaNet plans on making this work. Hello? Okay. I was gonna say, I'm like, I am... Oh, in the lottery you can win these? What is their leaderboards? With the timing? Oh, there's a timer on it? I don't see a timer on mine. I don't really care. It's not like I need to. I don't need to win any skins, but yeah. This is super fun. I'm having a good time. But yeah, we'll have to see. So do you guys think so? I was thinking about this. So if we're getting info, so someone reminded me, and thank you. I forgot who it was, but thank you for reminding me. Exactly on. I'm gonna just equip. What did I have? The bow. So then that message goes away. I kept forgetting. So the last 2 times that we got videos or posts about the spear for Janthier Wilds was on a Thursday, and I didn't even realize that it was on a Thursday. So I think Wednesdays they've been putting out the like blog posts and stuff. Okay. So my thing is, like, do you guys think on Wednesday or Thursday, right, we're gonna get a blog post? Do you guys think that we're gonna get... So what do you guys think we're gonna get, right? Are we gonna get... If we're gonna get a blog post on Wednesday, let's just say, all right, let's say they're putting out a blog post that's not spear related. Do you guys think it's gonna be... Actually, I'm gonna just... You know what? I'm just gonna post that as a question. You guys can just answer the poll. I'll make a poll for you guys. Hold on, let me close... Not close it, but minimize it. Oops. Let's make a poll, guys. Let's see here. So... Oops. Typo. I wrote Gen 3 Y. So, will it be Warclaw? Housing. Raid. What is some other stuff they're adding? What's another option? We need a 4th one. Warclaw, housing, raids, or about the Coden. Lowland Coden. Like a lore post or something. Alright, these are the options. You guys can vote. In just a second. Top chat. Top chat. There we go. Alright, you guys can vote. So what do you guys think? What do you guys think the next blog post is gonna be? Do you guys think it's gonna be... Oh, look at that! How thematically fitting! The Wizard's Tower that we're about to leave forever and ever. But yeah, I don't know. I think ArenaNet is gonna do the Warclaw. I think ArenaNet... Here's the thing, right? I think ArenaNet got a little smart this time. Okay, I'm giving ArenaNet benefit of the doubt. Oh, is this gonna ding? Do I just have to be in the same location because the tower is gone for me on this one? So I'd just be looking at an empty sky. That's a little iffy, isn't it? Is it on this right here? I think it's... Oh, I can't even go on this rock? Oh, wait, what? Let me land, please. No. It's up here. Somewhere. Right here? I think it's right here. Maybe? No, it's further down below. This? I can't position this. Look at how that tree looks different. I can't. And even the I can't zoom in more because they won't let me do first person. Oops. Hello. Oh, we're like way too low. Stop going into the other screen, please. Thank you. Am I just like way off? Is it from like this? Oh, it's probably from right here. Oh my god, can I not get it because the tower is gone? Holy crapoly, I think it's from right here. Oh, okay, I got it. Alright, there's like somewhere over here. The pale tree. But yeah, so I think ArenaNet got a little smart. So that's what I was started saying earlier. So I think ArenaNet got a little smart. I think what they're doing is I think they realized how to do how to build the hype and what to do with ads. So I don't know if you guys have seen any. I've seen a ton of ads, specifically on YouTube, because I'm on YouTube a lot, but I've seen a ton of ads. Like, oh my god, I've been getting so many Guild Wars 2 ads all the time, which is great. You know, I mean, I'm really happy with that. I've seen a huge influx of new players in the game. I'm sure many of you guys have as well. So I think there's clearly something to be said about how they have changed their approach to some of the stuff, which is great. I love it. You know, it's something that we as a community have complained about a lot. Is it how? I'm trying to get this leaf like in the same location, but it's not. That's not quite. Oh, that's that leaf right there. So there we go. Got it. Radasum. But also, so, and I'm thinking there probably is something that's gonna happen. Remember how they had like some of the partners go into the maps and do some stuff, right? We had like Weeping Willow like fly around and stuff, like do that whole thing. And we had Aurora Peachy go in and like look at some of the stuff. So I think we're gonna see that as well. I think we're gonna get to see that happen as well. But I think they're keeping the so they're building slowly the hype. I think they're taking their time with the spears, right? And they're releasing that. But I think they're slowly. So I think we're gonna get less interesting things first, or things that maybe not that many people care about. Like, I hugely care about the lowland Codons, right? But the majority of the people probably don't really care about the lore behind these guys. So they probably are going to release that like first, right? Is this correct? This is correct. Yeah, I just have to move forward a little bit. Oh, I know where this. So I think it's gonna be like more the less interesting things first, and then as we go in like housing and raiding and stuff like that, is gonna be like towards the very end, right? Like that's when they're gonna drop like the big bombs where they're gonna be like, yeah, we have like raids happening and these are really cool, and convergences and you know, all this stuff. This is the other gate on the other side. I think that's how that's gonna go. That's correct, right? Is this the location? It is. Bing for me, baby. Bing. 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 There it is. It binged. It did a bing. Bing, bada boom. I know where that is. That is Darkness Forge. That is right there is where that is. I mean, it would be like right there. So, so housing and lowland Coden. Yeah, I think it's gonna be. Oh, or Warclaw. It's like we're split. We're split amongst three things here. Yeah, I think it's gonna be. My personal vote would have to go probably towards Warclaw or lowland Coden. Like I said, less interesting things. I think Warclaw. I don't know, Warclaw might still be exciting. It's like the big feature, right? It's like you're gonna get a Warclaw now in PvE, and Da da da. So maybe not Warclaw. I don't know. I have a feeling it's gonna be the Coden, which is gonna be like, oh, here's a little lore post about the Coden, and we're gonna get some interesting information about them. And that's gonna be it for that week. I'm too close. All right, come on, Bing. There it is. It binged. Did its bing? Expand that for me, please. Expand and enhance. Oh, I know where that is. I think I know where that is. Is that the Black Citadel down here? Is that like down here? I think it's down here. I think that's where that is. Because I see the metal. Do you guys see the metal right up top there? You guys see that metal part there? I think that indicates that there's like construction going on above it, which would be down here. And there is a little thing. Aha! I think it's this right here. There it is. Got it. I was like, I think it's down in that little hole that they have in there. Oh, this is... Oh, we're going right back to where we just were, actually. We're going right back to Mount Maelstrom. To, Old Sledge Site. And you can type in chat, you know, obviously I'm not going to make two polls at the same time, or close this poll just to make the other one, but which one would you like to see? I think I think most people are curious to see the how did they take these pictures without having a character in it? Because they certainly weren't standing. Were they standing on here? Oh, I guess they were. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, they weirdly zoom in too. Might be a smaller screen or something. I'm not sure. Well, that's easy. This one is easy. But yeah, I know rating is probably something that a lot of people are curious about. Maybe the legendary spear. Do you guys think we're gonna get a blog post for the legendary spear? Like, do you think before release they're gonna give us some info about it, or do you guys think that's gonna be like post the initial release we're gonna get like a blog post about it or something? I don't know. I feel like that should be a post initial release, just so like hype up the other things that are gonna come with the initial release, and then to keep the hype going after the initial release, you can do a blog post about the legendary spear then. Because if you do the legendary spear first, then people are gonna get hyped, and then the initial release comes out, and then people are just like not gonna hear anything at all for a while or something. I feel like that probably would make more sense to wait. There it is. I got it. Ooh, we know where that is. The Bloodstone Caves. Why did I say that like that? Because I can. You're welcome. Why is there 3? Do you guys see that? Like, this is obscene how many waypoints there are right there. Incidentally, it's to be a sub-related spear, but since it's in it, I bet it's Quaggan or... Well, I don't know. I mean, it's kind of... We have a shark-themed one. I mean... Well, the thing is, it's, you know, you're quick to say, well, because it's Janthier, it should be Mersad, but we know nothing about Janthier. We don't even know, like, Mersad aren't from here. Like, they're, like, not native to Tyria, and they're not native to Janthier. So, I have a feeling, I'm gonna be honest, well, hello there. I'm down here, I guess? Yeah, there it is. Sidoni the Shadow. I have a feeling it's gonna be like Coden themed, like a Lowland Coden themed one. That's what I think it's gonna be. Or Titan. Oh, Titan. That could be. I could see that being a thing. Yeah, I could see that being Titan themed. 100%. Because I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but like, we've only heard one tiny small mention of Mersat in all of the release things going on. Okay? Meaning that I'm at the right place, right? Yeah, yeah. No. Oh, okay, I got it. I was like, it's somewhere around here. So I don't know how much Mersat we will really see, which is a shame because I would love to see more Mersat. But don't be upset when we only get like a tiny little portion of them. Addis, well, maybe that's the spear we're gonna get. Maybe it's gonna be an Oreen legendary spear. That would be a smidge upsetting. Wow, that's like literally right behind that waypoint. That is not even hard to find. Ooh, that is around the corner from here, isn't it? Yeah, it's right down the hill. It's right down the hill from here. Down there, do you see it? That's right down there on the other side. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. I want that Mordremoth spear. I would love the Suwan one. Or even the Jormag one. Or yeah, Jormag or Primordius even. The Zaitan one. Is this not the right location? I don't. It's further away. It's also lower. Do you see that tree in the background? It barely shows on this. Wait, is this not it? Does this not line up perfectly? Am I stupid? I'm just gonna have to like move around and see. What the hell? What the hell? Probably on these rocks somewhere. We have to climb up here. This? Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? What the hell? This is too high. That is too high. I can see way too many details in the background. Like behind the stuff. It looks so much farther away. It's so small. Oh, a world versus world blog post? They need to make one because I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Okay, so, and I'm just gonna address this for a second. It's been something I've been thinking about a lot, and I've seen a lot of posts about it. So, and I don't know, I've seen posts, but I haven't read the posts, so I don't know what people are thinking. But the thing is, like, so I was a huge advocate for the world versus world restructuring thing. Like, I was like massive about it, and I'm gonna be honest, I've been trying to play it for the last like, you know, since it's gotten live on Thursday or Friday or whatever it was, and I've been having a really bad time. I've been having a really bad time. I've seen a ton, like I've seen not a ton. I've seen like 2-3 times where there's private squats going around. There's actual like world versus world guilds, but as long as you're not in the guild, you cannot be part of the squad. Walking around, and I'm like, okay. And then like even at prime times, I've been looking, and there's like no commanders hanging out, and we were like getting farmed at the entrance, and like at some point, I mean, I don't know what it's looking like right now, but look at this. Look at how like one group is taking all of it. Like this feels like Maguma all over again. You know what I mean? Like this doesn't feel very balanced. So I don't know if this has to do with it being like super new still, and it's like you know, that it still like it's in beta and it needs to like figure out exactly what to do. But I've not been a huge fan. I gotta say, I've been having a bad time, which I hate saying, but I've been having maybe I need to go lower. Maybe it needs to go like even lower. Maybe to the left. I have a feeling I need to go more to the left. That's what it was. I had to go more to the left. I was like more to the left. Oh, we know that. It's buried in state. Can you please put him away? I took my Sky Skull out. I didn't mean to do that. Hi, Anna. Welcome. How are you? So yeah, so I've been a huge advocate, and now I'm kind of disappointed that, you know, just because I don't have a guild that I world versus world with, I feel like I'm really left out. And I'm like, but I don't have the time to sit down and like go into comms with other people and like, you know, join a guild and be active in the guild just so that I can play one of the game modes. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what it feels like. And I'm like, I didn't think it was gonna feel that way. I was thinking we're gonna still have commanders running around and it's like still kind of the same thing. But it's not. Like, it's kind of weird. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe this is like balancing that still needs to happen. You know, things need to settle maybe first, something like that. I don't know. So yeah, invisible tags, I mean, it's just you know, I mean, it's just not fun. Like, I literally was trying to play it the other day and I couldn't, because it's just like I saw two groups. There was literally two groups of people like on Eternal Battlegrounds that were part of my team that were in private guilds, like, you know, in guilds or whatever. You could see they all had the same guild tag and they were running around together, and I was trying to join them. But the problem is, if you're not in the squat, you're not getting any of the boons, you're not getting any of the healing, you're not getting anything. Okay, so I was always the first one down in any of the team fights and any of the fights happening. I was always the first one down, and I'm like, this is kind of boring if like we run into a fight and I'm right on like the group, but I'm the only one that constantly gets down. And I was like, this is not fun. Like, I'm the first time in a long time in World vs. World, I am not having fun. And it kind of like, it made me stop for a second and made me like think about, I'm like, you know, maybe this wasn't such a grand idea. Which I've never been one of those people to like go back on the stuff that I like kind of like advocated for. What I'm doing right now, guys, just so you know. Oh, what's happening here? I'm lining up the trees, so you can kind of see the trees on the left there. I'm lining them up to the picture, so it's right there, right there, right there. Forward, backward, sideways, up and down, left and right. There it is. Bing. Got it. This is also on the same map. This is right around the corner from me. Seems a lot more balanced. EU, interesting. I don't know much of, I mean, I've never played on any EU server, so I don't know how that works there. It's discouraging when you join in a map queued and you can't see anyone anywhere because the tag is invisible. Yeah, and that, you know what? And you're exactly right. I didn't even think about that part. So that day that I went into the map, there was a queue of 50 people. Okay, I was in queue. I was like 54th or something. So I waited, I shit you not, I waited for like 30 minutes to get into the map. And then I get into the map, and like you said, there's invisible tags running around. And I'm like, why am I like, this is not fun. I waited 30 minutes to get into this map, which obviously it was reset night. It's a new update. I get it, right? Like, everyone wants to play. So it's just like, whoa, you know? But nonetheless, I was just like, man, this kind of sucks. I'm like, this is not fun. So I'm hoping that they have plans on maybe figuring that out and figuring out something about that. I don't know, because that just doesn't seem healthy for the game mode, in my opinion. It doesn't seem healthy at all to have something like that. Like, because then people are gonna like go in thinking, ooh, World vs. World is like open to everyone now, and we have all this stuff going on, and then only to be greeted with nothing, like private tags, and you have to join a guild, and you have to be in Discord, and you have to be like what they did before. And I really like this in Blackgate. I don't know how anyone else, like how other servers did it or whatever, but in Blackgate, the way that they had it is they had Discord, right? And you could still join the squad. Okay, you would be in the squad, you'd be in group 1, and if you joined the Discord, they would put you in designated groups. So if you joined the comms, you were in designated groups. But you could still, if you didn't join comms, if you weren't in Discord, you could still be part of the squad. You were just like all lumped together in group 1, and that's where you stayed. You weren't able to be moved down. And only the ones that were in Discord were able to be moved down, which I thought was fair. I'm like, this works. This is great. Like, I'm still part of the thing, and if I want to get more involved, if I want to really be a big part of the Zerg, if I really want to contribute well, then I gotta join Discord, which makes sense, right? Because we're like, this is, we're kind of, if you're taking it serious, then you should be doing that as well. And I'm like, this is not, this is a good idea. But it's, the execution was there for that, but then now with this new change, yeah, not so much anymore. There's multiple places this could be. Is this the graveyard in Ebonhawk? Or is this the one in Queensdale? I don't know. I gotta check. So it's I want to see what Roy. I mean, I'm not like, I don't know. I don't know Roy too well as a developer, but I don't know how much faith I can put into like, ooh, we're gonna get. I mean, I don't know if he's the one that's writing the article, right? I don't know if he's like the sole guy that's responsible for it or whatever. But yeah, this is definitely it right here. Yeah, I was gonna say. Ooh, I know where that is. That is a did you know that I wanted to make, and I haven't. I have not made that did you know, but it's Gandara Fails. Ooh, it's interesting. It's like right here, I think, or something. Is it? No, it's like right on the side of it. So anyways, I hope that they're taking the data and kind of figuring out some way on balancing this stuff a little bit more. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what they could really do to change some of this stuff, but yeah. So this right here is a gravestone that you can actually read. Or actually you can summon a spirit. Oh, found. It already dinged. So, and Anton is there. And the last one. This is Granite Citadel. Granite Citadel. We're gonna do a hard one. I want to do a hard one next. I want to do Tobias. This Tobias character. I'm gonna pick one that has a lot of different things going on. This one I liked. This one was fun. Was this the one with the script? No, this was the not the script one, right? So this was just like a cool like Guild Wars 1 locations thing. Always a fan of getting highlights to that stuff. This is actually like right here, I think. There it is. I got it. Found the location. Yay. All right, cool. So I like this one a lot. This one was super fun. Okay. So let's do a hard one. Let's do Caledon Forest. Let's do the Caledon Forest one with 44 items. 2 people have it at 3. Okay. Let's start it. Let's do it. Alright, Village of Astoria. Easy. It's not very hard at all. So we'll have to see what they say in the blog post. I'm gonna be very curious to see, because I love World vs. World. It's so fun, and there's so much they could do with it. So much they could do with it. All right, so this is right over there. Here, there, like this. No, it's further forward. It's right here. Right here. There it is. Got it. Okay. Easy. This is right around the corner from here. Oh! I got caught by a leaf. So it's down here somewhere. We see Warden Riss in the picture. Riss? Is it? Is it like this? I think it's further. Oh, there it is. Got it. I was like, I think it's further back. Yep. Yeah, this is. So I guess the ratings are low on this because it's not very hard. I don't know. I mean, there's so many jumping puzzles in Caledon Forest. They could incorporate some of the jumping puzzles, right? Like, there's some really beautiful areas in the jumping puzzles. Got it. I just, you know, I'm one of those people, I don't know how you guys are, but I'm one of those people, when I'm in low areas and I see a lot of new people running around, I tend to not try to kill enemies. Or even, like, really participate in events and stuff, because I want other people to get, like, new people to get the credit. Like, there was one guy, it was so weird. I want to make a video. Like, I kind of want to make a short little video giving tips to new players in Guild Wars 2, because there's some stuff that look at all these new people. These are all new people. There's like a whole group of new people here. This is so cool. I love this. Like, look at these people. Like, this is so cool. I'm so happy for them, like, to be able to experience this game for the first time. I think we're at this rock right here, maybe? I think that's where we are. Yeah, we got it. But I was watching someone today. I was watching someone play it today. It was interesting. So I was at the Orchard. I was just doing my weekly of trying to, like, get events done in Kryta. So I was at the Orchard here, at Eda's Orchard, right? And the event pops up where you have to collect the apples, okay? So I go around, I collect a ton of apples, but I don't turn them in because I see that there's a new player that's walking around and he's like fighting spiders and he's knocking on trees and he's doing his thing, right? And I'm like, okay, so he's collecting apples and I kind of want him to drop off the apples first because I'm like, well, I want him to get credit. He's a new player. You know, I don't want to like ruin it for him, right? Like, and just be like, wait, what? So I'm standing there for like I'm not even kidding you, for like a solid 10 minutes. I have at this point like 50 apples in my pocket because I've just been going around like knocking on trees and, you know, staying out of his way because I want him to experience the game, you know? So I'm like, you know, hanging out for like 10 minutes and this guy is not turning in any apples. In the meantime, there's other players coming in, turning in apples, the bar is slowly filling up and I'm like, oh my God. This guy, he's not turning in the apples. So after like 10 minutes, I kind of was just like, you know what? Clearly this guy like doesn't, I don't know, is not paying attention to the events happening around him or something. Like maybe he's just like, you know, a WoW player who's just like, okay, well, I just got to defeat enemies and then go on to the next heart or whatever, right? It's like just doing the hard quest and then moving on to the next, like, you know, kind of like beep, 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 you know, like connect the lines, kind of going around that way. I don't know. So I turned it in, and then I came back like an hour later or something. I was like doing something else, and I was like running around, blah, 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 and I came back here, okay? So this time, the event I was up was killing the spiders on the farm, okay? Which was fine. There was a different character, a different new player that was walking around, and he was killing spiders. And he was like doing all of that, whatever, right? And I was killing spiders as well, and I wanted to get him some, so I kind of waited for him to get, I use a weak character as well. I use a water elementalist that uses really crappy, like, actually I use full berserker set, but it's a water elementalist which means that I don't do that much damage, right? So that's kind of what I do, so that way I don't kill everything in 3 seconds, you know, just by existing. I'm just like, you know, everything is dead, right? It's like a giant bomb exploding and done, right? Because I did see that today. There was someone, oh my God, where was I? I was somewhere in a starting zone somewhere, or not even a starting zone. I think it was some kind of zone, and there was new players trying to do an event. Oh, it was so, I'm like, why are people like this? I was doing this event up here, right? The Svanir's Dome event, right? Where you have to like, you have 2 separate sets of things, and then they have to take the tower, and then they have to take the thing, and then you defeat the thing, right? So it's like a whole chain of events that are happening, right? And they were taking the tower, and there was two new players that were like walking around. They were defeating Svanir. They were coming out of the tens. They were like walking down or whatever. They were doing their thing, and I was just kind of hanging out. I'm like, I defeated like 2-3 Svanir. I kind of like threw a couple fireballs here and there, and I was like, all right, I'm good. I got credit for the event. I'm good. I'll get gold. Even if I only get silver, I'll be okay. I'm fine, right? No big deal. Because this is the starter zone, you don't get any bonus loot anyways, so it doesn't really matter, right? As long as I get credit for the event, I'm fine. And then here comes a new player on a sky scale, lands, and on its like on his like raid gear, starts killing all the Svanir in like one attack. Bam, 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 bam. They're all dead, and all the new people are like running around and they're trying to get to these Svanir. Like one was wielding a hammer, a warrior hammer. So there's no range on that. So she's like running with her hammer and trying to get there, dead before she gets there. I'm like, oh my god. So then he like does it, and the event is done, and then he flies off. He doesn't even do the other events that were happening. I was like, oh my god, that's not okay. These are new players. Like, you can't, like, have some compassion. Like, this is a starting zone. Like, this is not even like a, you know, if this was like a little 50 zone, I'd be like, oh, whatever. They've done plenty of events. They know how this shit works. But this is the starting zone. This is probably the first hour of them playing the game, and you're giving them a bad experience. Like, I feel like, right? Like, I something about that was like very, like, I wasn't very happy with that. Anyways, so we have this new character, right? The spider event, right? As I was saying, whatever. We're running around, we're killing spiders. And then after you do that event, a huge spider appears, right? Right in the middle of the orchard, a big spider appears. This guy is down here. I'm standing up here, okay? I can't draw anymore. It won't let me draw. Let me draw, please. So I'm standing up here. He's standing down here. Spider's in the middle. I'm waiting for him to attack the stupid spider, because it's right there. It has an entourage of mini spiders. You can't miss it. It's right there. This guy is going around, and he's knocking on this tree. And he's knocking on this tree. He's knocking on this tree. He's knocking on that tree. He's knocking on this tree. And I'm like, oh my god. Go attack the spiders so you can get credit for this event. It's really easy. Any person, any freaking scrit can kill that guy. Like, what the hell? So what I did is I went over to the spider. I lured the spider to him, okay, because he was like over at this tree or something. I got aggro of the spider, lured it to this tree, and then he was like, oh, there's a big spider. I'm gonna fight it. And then he fought it and killed it. And I'm like, oh my god, do I really have to like lead it to you for you to like do the thing you need to do? Like, so I'm thinking about like making a video, like a very simple video of like simple, easy tricks of like, hey, do the fucking event that's happening right in front of your eyeballs. Wait around for an event, perhaps, right? Like once you have finished the event, maybe wait around a little bit to see if there's another event that spawns. Like something like that. I mean, I don't know if that's like maybe just like not necessary to make, but it felt very like necessary when I was journeying today, because I saw a lot of people playing the game like WoW. I'm like, this game is not WoW, guys. You don't go around just fighting enemies. You don't go around just doing quests. You know, like, I want to do something like come up with like 10 really simple tips from a casual perspective, because I'm such a casual player, right? I'm such a casual player. I haven't played Strikes in a long time. Like, I haven't touched Strikes in a long time. Right here. Right here. The Verdants. The Verdants? Is that like... It's leading out of the... Wait a minute. I don't understand. The Verdants. Is it leading down this way? There's a thick forest in the back. Is it this path? Is it like looking through... No. Oh, maybe this way? I don't see... Wait, this is a weird perspective thing. Because I see like a lush foresty area with a lot of mushrooms on the ground. Do you guys see all those mushrooms on the ground? Which would indicate that it's in here. See all these mushrooms? Oh, maybe this way? Oh, wait. I think I got it. I think it's over here. Yeah. I think it's like right here. Or something. Oh my god. Please, everyone. Just die. Thank you, Jesus. Just trying to get this thing done. There's mushrooms right in front. Oh, in here. There it is. It's kind of weird because I don't that one mushroom right there is kind of hidden in the because this was taken at night. It's kind of hidden, and these mushrooms look different. You guys see how the mushrooms look different? Do they look different at night? Do they light up differently? They light up at night, I think, is what happened. Morgan's Spiral. But yeah, anyway, so I don't know how you guys what your guys' experience, or like how you guys help new players, right? I feel like as you know, us as veteran players, like we need to help the new players. That's definitely something that we need to do. Just kind of guide them along. But sometimes I'm like, you know, when I'm playing, when I'm doing stuff like that, I'm like, I have barely any time to, I'm squeezing in an hour of like doing something here, because like I said, I've been working very hard on the next dual classing video, and I spent about 4 hours just today on it, like 4 hours today, because I recorded the audio last night, then I woke up this morning, I edited the audio. That took me about, I think that took me about 2 hours to edit the audio on that. Okay, how am I supposed to get up top? This is above. I don't know if I can't use a mount. It's definitely from this ledge. I gotta get on this ledge. There we go. Wait, what? There's a tree right in the way. Was it from down here? Sneaky. Look at that. That's super sneaky. It was taken from like right here. Huh. Interesting. Another Morgan Spiral. Why? Can I fly in? It's me out.
Seize the moment.
I can't skip. I can't skip, guys. Alright, hold on. There we go. I like doing raid trainings and CM trainings for new players. However, the LFG system is not very helpful in that regard, and honestly, many new players don't listen and assume stuff from other MMOs. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think there has to be something where not just us veteran players, but I think where ArenaNet needs to, like, what they need to highlight is that Guild Wars 2 plays very, very different to how other MMOs. Why am I glittering? Do you guys see that? That's cool. Never noticed that. Where they need to highlight, like, hey, Guild Wars 2 doesn't play like your regular MMOs. Like, it does not, you know? I went too far. You can kind of see the kennel on the left. Is it not? Hello? Is this like a left-right thing again? Where I need to go more left or more right? But yeah, I just, you know, I think the assumption of people thinking that a game works, or that this game works like other MMOs, is like, it's so bad. And I think it's I don't know, it's something that really needs to be like hammered into new players' heads, because so many people that are now joining the game, because like back in the day when new people joined the game, you know, when new people joined Guild Wars 2, many of them have never played an MMO, right? Because, you know, yes, MMOs have always been common, even during Guild Wars 1's time, right? But, you know, they weren't so widespread in the gaming space. I feel like you know, there was still this, like, there was a specific, I feel like there was a line where it's just like MMOs and then other PC games, right? Which then MMOs eventually came to consoles and stuff too. But, you know, early on it was just like PC, that's where the MMOs were, right? But then now it's because with live service games have kind of taken over, there's more of a blended thing where like people that have like, you know, that have never played MMOs are not playing MMOs. You know, but what I'm trying to say, I guess what I'm trying to say is that now you get people that have played an MMO in some shape or form, right? Now the new players that you get have had experiences with the MMOs where like 12 years ago, a lot of them maybe didn't have an experience with MMOs that much, right? They like maybe were looking for another PC game and they just ended up finding Guild Wars 2 and that's what they're playing, right? But now when you get new people, they have played some kind of MMO, and it's very imperative, I think, and should be in ArenaNet's interest to make people understand like that Guild Wars 2 plays very different to other MMOs, very, very different. It's very important that people understand that, you know. And it's just it's you know, and I think I don't know, I don't know, it's kind of hard to really even is this not right here? It's definitely there it is. So I don't know. You know, because I want new players in the game, but I also want them to understand that Guild Wars 2 is different, and it plays different, and the community is different, and the systems are different, and it's, you know, it's not a WoW. It's definitely not a WoW, right? So I feel, and maybe this might be something that might be a task for some of the bigger bigger streamers and content creators and stuff, the people that have an actual like big following, that have like, you know, like 50,000 to 150,000 people as subscribers on their channels. Like they have a little bit of a pull, but you know, if those people kind of talked about that for new people, kind of talked about how Guild Wars 2 is so different. I mean, I don't know, I don't watch any new player videos from any of those people. I don't watch any Guild Wars 2 YouTubers. I don't really watch any stream. I mean, once in a while I'll sneak into some streams and I'll watch them, but for the most part I don't really watch it. Like I see clips here and there, it's like for various reasons. I mean, you know, I don't know. I just I don't know. I feel like some of them are kind of, I don't know. I don't want to talk shit about anyone, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. But yeah, I feel like, you know, they're doing something right. Clearly they have a much bigger following than I do. But it would be interesting to, this would be on this flower right here. Correct? No? Further back? You can see the little vine on the bottom. But I can't zoom in. That's what sucks about this. What? Alright, I fell, but apparently I got the location. You know, for the people that make those videos and that have a big following, I mean, maybe it should be up to them to kind of steer new people into the direction of, hey, Guild Wars 2 is just a very different game, because it really is. And I think for the most part for the better, right? It's like it's a different game for the better. What the hell? This is like perfect. No, it's not. I can see net on the left. See? You look at those little details. This is like back here somewhere. Personal story should have acted as a tutorial to play as a new concept. Well, and that's the thing. So, you know, that's the thing, right? So, we talked about it. I don't know why I keep repeating myself, but we talked. There was recently I posted someone on Twitter about it. Chicken Nooble's stream recently we talked about this as well. The thing is that the game teaches you a lot of things, or attempts to show you information, but you're never bound to really having to look at it, right? So right here maybe? Is this it? No, this doesn't feel right. I think it's up here. Is that it? There it is. And you know, so when you level up, right? When you level up, you get like a little screen, and it has a little eye, right? It has a little eye for information, and you can click on it, and it teaches you all these different things, right? The thing is, it doesn't force that upon you, because they want to be like, oh, play the game at your own pace and play however you want, and da 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 da, right? Like, you know, I don't know. Do I have a character that I haven't leveled just to kind of show that? I don't have. Everyone is max level right now, and I have 2 slots available. Ooh, guys, make a char. Let's make a char real quick. Short, whatever. We don't care. A Raleigh test. Okay, it's fine. We'll delete it after a while. So, anyways, and I'm just gonna use. I have too many tomes in my life. So I'm just going to use one of my tomes as we level up. But, because when you level up, right? So first of all, they teach you stuff here, which is already good, right? But then, if you level up, right? You get the level up thing, right? And you get this, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. I got a weapon slot, hero panel, whatever, right? But it gives you information, right? It teaches you all of this stuff, right? So that's super good. It's super, super, super good to have that, right? We can do like another one. I mean, I don't really care. I'm gonna just delete this character anyways. So. Inventory, right? It shows you inventory, double click equipment to equip, player versus player. You can do that, right? And you go through and you kind of you see all these things that it teaches you. But you have to click on you have to actually click on the eye to actually, or you have to click on each of these things, not on the eye, but you have to click on each of the things to actually find out about those. And many people don't do that, right? You get a level up thing and you kind of get like your dopamine rush, and you're just like, oh my god, I got a level accepted, cool, right? So I can use the new things, right? But there is info in the game. I just want Arena to kind of force that on people. Like, I don't know how other people would feel about that, but I feel like ArenaNet should be forcing that on other people, reading that information. Many games do that where, you know, it's literally just like 2 seconds of flipping through some of the screens. But honestly, you know, in some games, this is what they do. They darken the rest of the screen, and then whatever they're highlighting, whatever they have you to go through, they have you actually go in and click on that. They have you actually like go in, like if they say inventory, the whole screen darkens, and you go in, and there's an arrow that's pointing at your inventory, right? And that's the only thing that's highlighted on your screen. Everything else is dark, and that's the only thing you can do, right? So they want you to go into inventory and have you do that, right? Like we talked about, like actually having, you know, maybe when you level up and they tell you about dodging, right? Like I'm sure one of the level up things has dodging in it. Okay, I don't know if it does. I'm not sure, but when you click on the window, right, on the window, and you have to go through each different point or whatever, and you click on dodging, it should bring you in like an instance. It should load an instance where you have to dodge attacks, and you have to dodge it 3 times correctly. Like someone charges at you or someone shoots something at you, and you have to dodge out of the way, right? And it should force you to do that. Like in my opinion, just because of how different Guild Wars 2 is to other MMOs, it should force you to do that. Like that's my opinion. It should force you to go in and look at these systems that are in place in Guild Wars 2, right? Like dodging and like depositing all your materials and like those types of things should be forced on the player. Like in my honest opinion. I mean, I get the whole play at your own pace and play however you want, but it doesn't prepare you because then you like you just said, like your level 1 through 80 experience doesn't prepare you for anything past 80. Right? Like you're not at all prepared for anything that's past level 80 at all. Like at all. So wait. Isn't the road, am I looking at this the wrong, I think I'm looking at the wrong thing. I think this is over here. So the only reason it lasted so long against the competition is because the core game design is excellent, great concepts and great combat design. It truly is. I mean, it truly is designed really well. But I think, like I said, I'm of the opinion that some of these things should be forced onto the player. It's somewhere around here. I'll find it. And I know I might be like alone in that opinion, and many people might not agree with me. Oh, it's not right here, because there's a bridge in the background. It was, because that's Anwin in the back there, isn't it? So I was in the right spot. Kind of. Anwin in the back means that it could be right over here. I think it's right over here. Oh, yeah. I think it's right here. I think if I turn around... this, that tree is in there. Why is that tree not there? You guys see that? The tree is in there. Oh, is it? Oh, it's further forward. That's why. It's right here. There it is. I got it. Okay, I was just like, that tree's in there. The end one looks so much farther away in that picture. So, because like there's so many systems, there's so many interesting things like break bar. You know, they should redo. I know that the new player experience that we did get was kind of crap, but I think they should redo the leveling. And really, like, the leveling, they need to change. That's why the whole argument that we had about returning to Tyria, right, the expansion where we go back, they can incorporate all of that together, right? They can have a new leveling experience because we're going back to old maps, and maybe actually have, like, maybe incorporate things like break bar damage into events and stuff that are already happening, right? Not just maybe on, like, champions and stuff, but maybe have some elites in some of the like higher end like meta events or chained events or something like that, and maybe have an elite with a break bar or something, right? Have a break bar, like, you know, I feel like at level 20, 25 or something, there should be a little little instance that once you click on the thing that tells you like, hey, this is break bar, right? This is like how you do break bar damage. This is how that all works. Am I not directly... like right there. I think it's further to the left. Oh, further back. There it is. Oh my god, I swear I was on the spot like 17 times. Kind of fidgety, some of the stuff. So that, I mean, that's kind of my opinion. I think they should, I get that, we want to give the player freedom and we want to let them play at their own pace and we want to do, but I think taking like, there's 80 levels. There's only so many systems that you can possibly introduce. I mean, sometimes we don't even get anything. We just get like a stat increase. And you don't need to give an instruction on that again. You give it one time, maybe 2 times, whatever, right? But like, you don't need to do that on everything. But for the first like 30, 40 levels, like every level up should have some kind of instruction on something that's going on. Wow, that said, people don't know what they want in regards to game design. Many players value convenience and freedom of content choice, but if you do that to the extreme, you end up with headless. And that's exactly it, right? Like, the problem, there's 2 things at play here. So one thing that you said, right, is the freedom, right? So the Guild Wars 2 players have this freedom, right off the bat. You have no rails. You literally get dropped into this world. And I've seen many posts over the last 12 years. Not that they happen all the time, but as a collective, like I've seen a lot of posts over the last 12 years where people go into the game and they're like, I'm completely lost. I have no idea what I'm doing. I have no clue what I'm doing because I get dropped into this world and that's it. And they're not even showing me anything and nothing. And I get a couple of pop-up windows here and there, but I know nothing about nothing, right? And it's very confusing for people, right? There was one very extreme case that I remember from many years ago now, but where a gentleman was going, and I think it was a gentleman, but from the way that he worded it, it sounded like it was a guy, but he was going in and he was like, I didn't even know how to move. I didn't know how to do anything. I literally just stood there. I didn't know how to do anything. Right? He's like, I kind of figured out like how to move around, but I didn't know how to use my my weapons. I didn't know how to open my inventory. I didn't know how to do anything. Like I need some kind of instruction, which probably is a super extreme case. Like you don't need someone holding your hand that much in a game, I feel like. But like you said, there has to be a balance, right? Like, you give them so much freedom and no rails and nothing, and it just becomes this like, just whatever, right? It's like a free-for-all when you go in there. Like, are they gonna be interested in like, how many players that start a new game are interested in diving deep into all the different systems that are in the game? Not really, not very many, right? You go into a game and you want to figure out the basics first, right? You want to figure out how to level up. You want to figure out how to use your weapons. You want to figure out how to use your equipment. You want to figure out like the world. You want to figure out like what's really going on, what the whole objective is, right? Like all these things. So the freedom is one part, right? But then the other part is that, and we've, this goes back into the like Return to Tyria expansion, is that like Guild Wars 2 has moved on so much from the core game that like the game now changes significantly once you reach level 80, because there's so much more build crafting now, right? We have like relics and we have like all these things, right, that are like end gamey stuff, right? We have strikes, we have raids, we have fractals, we have convergences, we have the expansion maps are like completely different. They feel completely different. They're much harder to play, right? They have completely different systems, gliding, mounds, skiffs, fishing, like all these things are all happening like later on, right? These are all like end game stuff. These are all like past level 80. So that the 1 to 80 experience is truly just a trial. Like you get to max level in a trial. You're just kind of trying out the game. That's all you're doing. Level 80 is where the true game begins. And I hate that because I want the game to start from level 1, which it could, but Arena needs to go back and update that game. They need to update the older maps. They need to integrate these new systems like mounts and fishing. Like they could introduce fishing way early on for people that have the End of Dragons expansion. They could literally have fishing be a part in the starting towns and have that be a thing where it's like, oh yeah, you can fish, right? In the starting maps. Like have easy to catch fish in the starting maps for new players. You know what I mean? Like stuff like that, where it's just like, those are 2 parts where I feel like that kind of, because ArenaNet is constantly on the like moving forward path, right? Like we're not looking back, we're just looking forward. We're not looking back at fixing old things, we're not looking back at like older things, but it's like your new players, that's what they're playing. They're playing the old thing. So you have to look at the old thing once in a while. You know, once in a while you have to invest the resources to do upkeep. You know what I mean? Like that's just how it is. Like imagine you're building, you know, it's the same when you like imagine you're building a really long bridge. Imagine you're building a really long bridge from the United States to Europe, right? Across the ocean you're building a bridge. And you're constantly looking forward, building the new pieces, right? It's going to take you like many years to get this bridge done, right? But at some point when you get to the like very like to the end, like the first part of it is probably already dilapidated because it's been so many years that it hasn't been updated. You're constantly just focusing on the front part of it, right? And it's just like you're constantly just working on that part, but it's like, but you have to go back and like look at the old part of it because that bridge might be like in danger of like falling apart, you know, and like that is not good. And that's where the journey starts, right? The cars that are going to be traveling across this bridge, that's where they're going to start. And if they're having a rough time there, they might not want to go all the way to the end, and they might want to turn around and say, you know what, I'm not going across this bridge. I'm going to turn around and pick a different bridge that I'm going to take, right? Like a bridge that has been taken care of. Like that's probably a really weird analogy, but that's like the best one I could come up with. Those pop-ups are intrusive because they happen in open world or meta events, and they should happen during personal story instances. Well, they don't, but that's the thing, they don't happen. They only happen when you press that button down there, right? Like, you level up, and it doesn't immediately, like, say, hey, you leveled up, da da da. You get a little thing down there, and you get to press that when you feel like to press that thing. So it doesn't happen just during meta events. Yes, you level up during meta events, but it's not really intrusive because you choose to click on that little button on the lower side. Well, and you know, it would be like over there if I were to look at the camera, right? It would be like down, you know, for me it's on the right here. But you know, you get to choose when to click that button, and you have to choose to click that button. You can't just right click it, so they have done that correctly. It's not intrusive and like, hey, you're in the middle of a meta event and something just pops up on your screen. You're like, get out of here. I don't care, right? But it's like when the thing is you want to teach the player right off the bat. So ArenaNet already has a really good way of introducing the system that I've talked about, because when we go back, you know, let's go back to like making another character for a second. Oops. Lower, please. Lower, minimize it, please. So if we make a new character, right, we can make a female, whatever, engineer. It's fine. Right, it's all about teaching people how a game works, how systems work, how the game is, right? So in the first thing, nothing pops up, right? In the first instance, I actually like how they introduced fishing in the news in the story instance with Marine. I mean, that is kind of cool. I do like that as well. But I feel like they should just get rid of that. If I'm gonna be honest, they should just get rid of that. Ooh, elixirs. Ooh, drink that elixir. Drink it, girl. Pew, pew, pew. All right, we're gonna cheat here. We're gonna skip through this real quick. We're just gonna run through here. Pistol, the best weapon on engineer. Hands down, no competition. Not even spear can compete with the pistol on the engineer. I actually like her hair. It's really cool. Alright, so we're gonna just skip through all of this. So what happens here, right? So you go around, there's no pop-ups anywhere, right? Because you're not leveling. You're not gonna be leveling as a new player. You're not gonna be leveling to level 2 based on level 1 Tamini fucking centaurs, right? That's not gonna happen. So you go through, you play your little bit, your first instance, right? You get like some interesting, you get to use some of these skills, right? And you get to go around and you get to do this kind of stuff, right? So then, you know, and we're like, oh cool, we get a big boss. The boss fight ends. Oh, the pop-ups and Secrets of the Obscure. Yeah, so those pop-ups suck. I hate those pop-ups because, like you said, they do pop up random. Okay, you are correct on that part. They're random, and I do agree with you on that. So let's take this, right? We take this as a scenario. So you go in, you wake up, right? Blah 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 whatever. You level up, right? You get the level up thing. On this one, it actually, so you have to accept it, right? You're like, oh, I'm gonna accept it, and then you get a character guide up here, which that's already good, right? It's kind of nice. It gives you a little bit of a guide. People are here to help out. You have a scout right here, right in front of you. So that's kind of nice. There's a couple of things, right, that kind of lead you to it. I wish that they would. But then you get this little thing for the level up, right? So the thing is, your first, you're through the first instance. You level up one time, and it teaches you right off the bat that you have to click this button. Okay, so now this is where the pop-up happens, because once you level up, you always, for the first level up, any character in Guild Wars 2 is always in a safe zone where not really a lot of events are happening. Okay, sometimes you'll get an event here on the bridge, right? Like sometimes you'll have events that are like right around the corner, but the first thing that a player is going to do, they're going to see the jiggly little thing down here, and they're going to click on that, right? So that introduces you to the idea that you open up this level up panel, and you have to go through each one, right? So it has you click on this. This is the first thing that you have to click, like an OK button or something, or like a learn about this or learn more or something. And you the only thing, the whole screen is dark except for the level up thing, and the only thing you can click on that screen, everything is locked. The only thing you can click on it is the learn more, and then the next thing that opens up is that you have to click on the hero panel up here. Boom, and then it shows you this, and then you have to double click the new gear that you just got from leveling up. That's what it should do. I'm like, oh, okay, so here, double click on it to equip it. Okay, I'm done double clicking it, and then you can close it. Then the screen lightens up again, right? Like everything opens up, and you can click on that to close it, and then you go in the next one. And it's like, okay, so the next thing, maybe have the stat window open up. So maybe have learn more, and then go back up here to the thing, right? Which I have like deactivated all the time, but have you go back up here in the hero thing, and then have you kind of show you the stats, right? And then go into like equipment and show you the stats over here, and have this little window pop up on your stats. But what I'm saying is, it teaches you right off the bat, the very first thing that you learn after the instances. Oh, every time I level up, I'm gonna have to go through this little tutorial, right? And it's gonna show me like right there. Okay, again, I click on this, I click on the learn more thing, and the screen darkens, and the only thing, no other skill is available, no other button is available for me. Everything is kind of locked right now, except for like maybe escape to like open up the menu to get out of the game or something if you froze or something, but the only thing I can click is poison dart. You don't need to have a target, but just so that you see that you hover over it, you see what the skill does, you see poison in there, you see what it does, the recharge, what the name of it is, the range of it, so you kind of understand your skills. Because other than, it's like, I'm going to be like, oh, okay, I get a skill. It looks like poison darts. Okay, cool, whatever. I'm just going to move on with my life, and I'm going to walk away, right? But, like, it needs to force you to do that. And it needs to do that on every single thing. And I need to go through every single thing, every single level, and kind of show you some of these that they have, that kind of revise some of them and do that. That is my idea. That is what I feel like they need to do for the new players to truly understand Guild Wars 2, to truly understand that this game works so much differently than other MMOs, that it's just a very different game, and do that with every system. Like, taking a character by the hand for 3 seconds is not that bad, right? And they can click that little icon. They're walking around, they're doing a meta event, like you said, right? And they're doing a meta event and something's happening, and they're not paying attention, right? The wiggly thing is like down there, but they're like, oh my god, shadow behemoth, right? And it's like a big scary monster is happening, and we're like, oh my god, we gotta close gates, and they're running around, they gotta do all the things, right? Which is like super exciting and fun. I remember the first time I did shadow behemoth, which was like mind-blowing to me. But like, I was just like, oh my god, this is so cool, right? So we run around, we do that, and then by the end of it, you're just like, oh, because you get, event rewards and stuff, because it's a thing. So you open up all your chests, and then you have the little thing, and you click on it, and it pops up in the window. and then you go through each step once again. You got to go through, and that didn't take me long. What, that took me like 2 minutes to go through each one of those, to kind of just do a little bit, like the ones that are like instance based, like dodging or something, or break bar. You know, they have to load you into new instance, and maybe they can have like a little window where it's like, oh, are you ready to go into instance to learn about dodging? And you can click OK, or you know, maybe do later, and then have it go back down to the bottom of your screen, and have it sit down there and jiggle the whole time, and eventually you have to click on it, right? Eventually it's going to bother you so much that you're like, oh, I want to learn about dodging, or, you know, maybe I'm dying so much, and it's like, well, they did tell me earlier about dodging, maybe I should learn about it, right? So kind of giving you a little bit that, like, that's kind of the ideas that I'm having, like, that I think they should do. Taking players by the hand is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Like, it's not that bad of a thing. Is it like right here? Is it like when you walk in? I think it's when you walk in. Yeah, there it is. So it's not a bad thing, but I've seen a lot of new players just be completely like there's no way to play the game wrong, but that's what it feels like, right? It feels like they're not playing the game right, because they're just like I said, they're ignoring events, for example. It's like, what? For any veteran player, that's like, oh my god, why would you ignore events as you're leveling? Like, that's atrocious. That's awful. But the game never really teaches you that, right? So it's just kind of like, well, I don't know. I just figured whatever, right? I think it's further to the left. Is this not it? I'm looking at those. Do you guys see those two ferns right there? That's what I'm kind of looking at. I'm trying to line those up. I think I need to be more to the right, actually. Further back? Left? Right? Further back? And no one can tell me that that would take really that many resources to go in and change some of these level up things. Like, that can't be that huge of a thing. I mean, I don't know. I guess we're dealing with a really old engine and spaghetti code, so maybe that's why it would be, like, impossible, but... But yeah, I don't know. I just think that there needs to be an emphasis, because now... The thing is, so ArenaNet did... What ArenaNet did well now with Janthier Wilds, or is doing well, is the advertisement, right? Like I said, I've seen a ton of ads for Janthier Wilds, like on YouTube. I constantly get ads all the time, and even before they announced Janthier Wilds, I saw a lot of like advertisements for mounts, right, in Guild Wars 2, like seeing actual ads. So they actually have an ad campaign going on, at least on YouTube. I don't know if they have, probably through Google. They probably have a Google ad thing. I did have that at some point in time as well. Oh, I got it. I just had to move further back. I know where that is. Oh yeah, I know it. That is actually like through here. But the thing also is like, okay, so you have to do, so you're advertising your game, right? You want new players to join, which is great, super good, right? We're really looking forward to having new players in the game. We all are, right? A game like Guild Wars 2 can never have enough players in it. But the thing is, you also need to kind of have your leveling experience be on par with that as well, right? So like, you're bringing all these new, because before I was like, well, why worry about the leveling experience when ArenaNet doesn't even do the effort of advertising and bringing in new players? See what I'm saying? So there was kind of this correlation between those two things, where it's just like, well, we're not getting ads, so they don't really need to go back and redo the leveling experience, because the influx of new players is minimal, right? But now we're getting an influx, like a massive amount of like new players coming into the game. So that means that the leveling experience needs to be like on top. But am I not directly like where I need to be on this? Like, holy crap. I feel like there's not much space for me to move around on. Like, am I not directly where I need to be? This is not exactly it. Am I crazy? Because I'm looking at like even the leaf. Do you see that leaf right there? That lines up perfectly with where I am. Right? I'm looking at the tree, how the leaves of the tree, like right there in the middle. How the tree stump behind the palm tree comes out of those two. I have that perfectly. So I don't really know what I'm missing. Oh, you can't see much of the tree on the... I think I need to go further back. Holy crap. I do not know, guys. Can I walk on the side? Oh, I can't. Oh, I can. I thought I would slide down. So it's probably like just a matter of stepping to the side or something. Why is this like that? Hello? Hello, wait. Oh no. Oh no, I've fallen. What? And it gave it to me? I just fell. What the hell? Okay, weird. The root tangles. That's like over here. We're kind of going in a circle. And I think they need to do something with the mentor system as well. There needs to be some kind of reward for people to become mentors. Like, does anyone else feel that way? Like, I feel like a little bit it needs to be, like, give me an incentive rather than running the newest raid and doing convergences and doing all these things that I could be doing in my life. Take the time out of my day to teach new players how to play Guild Wars 2, right? Like, give me an incentive to want to go and do that. To put on that mentor tag and do something. Like, have me gain some kind of currency that I can exchange for something, okay? Like, anything. It's clearly from this rock, isn't it? It's supposed to be from this rock, the view. Why is this becoming so weird right now? Like, is this not it? It's a little bit further to the right. It's a little bit further back. Well, I can turn off this, you know, this makes it look more. I feel like they should also have a setting customization during character creation. There's criticism for new players about the camera settings or key bindings, which they didn't know they could change. Maybe not so much, but like maybe in the leveling thing, like maybe during like level 3 or 4 or something, like way early on, have like, hey, you know, again, force you to go into the options and scroll through all of the options. Maybe just like a quick scroll through of the options. You don't have to change anything, but it's like maybe have like the window pop up, like scroll through all of these, scroll through to see all the different options that you can change in Guild Wars 2, and kind of have you go through all of that with like key bindings and like all the different things or whatever. Again, it's super hand-holdy, right? But there's so many different systems and options and things in the game that I feel like need to be highlighted. Okay, I got it through standing here. As important as player retention, you can only make first impression once, and a bad experience the customer has lost is correct, and that's exactly it, right? So you get the people in with the ads, right? But then they get this, and they see this cool ad for this new expansion, then Janthier Wilds, and and Nice is like, there's a storm looming over that place, and you're like, ooh, I don't know who this lady is, but she's making this sound really fucking cool. So you download it, and you hear that it's like the base game is free to play, and you're like, I don't know what the fuck that means, right? So you're like, okay, I guess it's like a cool trial that I can try, so I'm gonna try it out, right? I download it, and then you get a subpar experience of a game that's poorly explained, and doesn't give you even like the options to, like, I feel like we were just talking about options, like, why? Oh, because my I feel like they need to kind of sort some of these options as well. Like, specifically here, I feel like there's a lot of, I feel like they should add maybe a couple more tabs down here, and kind of move some of the stuff over, because like, especially like this stuff is just like a long list of shit, right? Dynamic HUD, like, long list of shit, right? Camera should be its own thing. I feel like camera should be its own thing. Combat, I mean, combat could be in here in the general options, but I just feel like this list has become so long. This list was like not even half the size when the game came out, right? It's just added new things. Display options, these are fine. Sound options, obviously we don't even scroll in there. And then, key bindings, I mean, key bindings are key bindings, and you can't do anything about it. You can't do like whatever, right? It's like, and it's laid out pretty nice, and it's explained pretty well, so I think this is fine. But I think the general options, I think we need to move some of these things out of this, and kind of add a couple of general things like a camera setting, and maybe like, I don't know, taking some of this and name it something else or something. Do some of that. But yeah, I mean, that's exactly it. Like, the player retention, you want these people to keep playing the game, right? So if they have a bad first experience, or if they have an experience where it's like they don't know anything about, like, they play for 10 hours and they have no idea about the game whatsoever, they're not going to be happy with it, right? They're not going to be happy with the game. They're not going to be happy with what they're playing. Like, they're going to be like, well, I've been playing for 10 hours and I have literally no idea what's happening. I have no clue what's going on. And I would like to understand this game more, but I don't know how. I don't know what I could do, right? And it's like, oh, okay, well, I got to Google some YouTuber, some, whatever, Muckluck and Mighty Teapot people that I don't know who the fuck they are, and I don't really want to watch a YouTube video, but I have to, because I need to understand what is happening in the world of Guild Wars and in this game that I'm playing. And the only way that I can do that, oh, that's actually like right here. Oh wow, okay, that was right next to it. Right here? Nope. Right here. Okay, this is... I understand now where the rating come from, because some of these locations are kind of iffy to exactly get on, so... I agree, and kind of keeping it simple for the first instance, kind of giving you the basics of it. I think starting with a big boss and keeping it as like, you get one skill for your weapon, you can just fire your pistol with one, keeping it very simple. You have one healing skill, one attack skill, but kind of giving you introduction. It introduces you to the world and introduces you to some of the systems. It introduces you to the concept of world bosses, that sort of thing, like chained events. There's a lot of different intricate things, but it's also not explained, right? So while I agree with you, I think they did a good job with that, they also don't explain any of it. So this stuff happens in front of the player, and the player kind of leaves the instance with, like, I don't know what the fuck just happened, right? So there needs to be something where it's kind of like, yeah, so this was like, maybe have a text somewhere where it's like, you know, explaining like, yeah, this was like we have world bosses in the game, and this is what you can experience in like different maps and stuff. Like, have a little bit of that or something. Like, I'm not quite sure. This is not, I'm not doing this right. I'm not, I think it's like on this rock right here. I think that's, yeah, this is definitely it. Alright, just gotta find the right spot. Walk all around it. It's somewhere over here. There it is. I was like, I'm just not even gonna look. I just need to find the, that's the village of Anwen right here. So yeah, I do like that a lot too, that we get this introduction to this is not right. That is not right. Wait, I'm confused. Am I looking at it from the wrong direction? Oh god. Oh god. I don't... This is weird. Because I'm trying to line... It should be somewhere around here, right? So let's just kind of walk around here and see. See, that's what I don't like about this one. This one is kind of strange. The locations don't perfectly align with... Because I have it, like, perfectly like this. You can't really... Like, if I go further back... Like, you can see all three of these orange leaves on the left. But then these two trees... They are pretty far apart. Oh, I need to go further to the left. Okay, no, I was an idiot. There we go. It's in here. It's back here. It's on this rock. There it is. Got it. I was the idiot. Never mind. Hi, Emily. Welcome. I'm doing well. Some of it is misleading too. You have to talk to an NPC with a green icon on top of them during the first mission, which suggests to players that this is the quest-based game. That's true too. Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, so it's like they don't have the hand-holdy part. Is it this way? Oh, I think I went too far. Is it this way? No, it's beyond. Beyond the haven. It's down here. It's on this tower right here. No? No, it's not. Is it down here? There it is. Got it. After players are done with the mission, many are searching for the next quest givers and is nowhere to be found. That's very true. Yeah, that's very true. They should have it, you know, they should have it as events. They should have it as events. They should have the orange icon over these NPCs' heads, right? So you go into the instance and it's like orange arrows showing you where to go and orange circles showing you where events and things are happening. That's what they need to do. They need to do the orange because the orange is going to be, that is going to be the main thing that you're going to do. The green is always going to pop up, right? Like you're going to have your mission, your personal story is always going to be there. So you're always going to figure out exactly, like, the personal story doesn't go away. Like, I can quit this episode and it goes away, right? But the personal story doesn't go away until you completely finish it, which I think is a good thing. You need to do that. Kind of, again, it introduces you to a lot of different concepts, lore-wise. Like, a lot of different, you know, like, Crichton politics, the White Mantle, and the Centaurs, right? And, you know, Destiny's Edge and the Orders and Claw Island, you know, like Lion Guard and how lions are just like pretty much the main hub, forming the pact, victory or death, like, you know, going to like the dragons, you know, and kind of leading you into the dragon fight. So that's kind of good. But yeah, I agree with you. Like, it's kind of weird. Yeah, you know what? If we're taking that apart, you're exactly right. It is definitely one of those things where the where that's kind of a conflict of you know, the way that they have set that up, that system, right? Where in Guild Wars 2, we don't talk to quest givers. We don't do that kind of stuff. Oh, I got it already. We don't do that kind of stuff. I hope you're doing well, Emily. You know, we go around and we do events, and it would be kind of nice to yeah, I think it's necessary to highlight that as well. Need to know exactly. Oh, this is kind of tough. So there is the water on the right. So I'm coming from the right position. I'm definitely going. I'm coming from the right way. It just I need to go up further. Further up, further down, further up, further down. Maybe not. I might not. Oh, okay. I don't think I'm looking at it the right way. Maybe I am. Because I see the water here. I see the water like... I was thinking it's that water right there. Oh, is there? Oh, it's right here. Yeah. I'm getting closer. I can feel it. Oh, it's on top of this little mountain. Got it. I've been good. I've been very good. I've been working a lot on a video. So I spend most of my day today doing that. That was pretty much all that I did today. Was just kind of working on that video. So yeah, other than that, I mean, I spent like a good 4 or 5 hours on it today. Probably not that much. Witchmire Swamp. So, I don't know, but there's fireflies around, which is that's kind of a giveaway here. So we're looking for somewhere where there's fireflies with a little waterfall that's coming down out of a tree or something. Waterfall coming out of a tree. Yes, I am excited too. It's actually kind of funny because I got, I don't know, it wasn't necessarily a rude comment, but it was kind of like, I don't know, it was like one of those things where I was like, okay, I'm gonna be nice. But it was someone commenting on yesterday's stream, and the comment was, what happened to your dual classing series? That was way more fun. There it is. That was way more fun, or way more interesting, or something. And, you know, yesterday I was doing comparison streams, and I'm like, everyone loves my comparison streams. Okay, I gotta find this. But it's somewhere around here. There it is. I'm like, ding for me, baby. Ding for me. So it was a little, I was just like, okay, I was a little annoyed by that. I mean, not, I get where they're coming from. Like, I can't blame them because obviously it's a series that I started and clearly they're interested in seeing more of it. So I'm appreciative of that. But I was just like, well, you know, people like my comparison streams. Am I not? I don't think I'm doing this right. Oh, God. Wait. I should be coming from down here. There it is. Got it. This is like around here, isn't it? There's a waypoint in the background. But there's no gate. Is there? Is there a gate in the background? Oh, there is. So I see. It's from over here. It's like this. Right? I thought I could stand on it. Oh my god, I fell. I was trying to avoid this guy. Get it. Oh, I got it by just like walking around. No, I mean it's okay. I mean I'm not mad, you know, but I just like I'm like, man, people love the comparison streams and people have been asking for those for so long. And then I finally do them and then I get like one, you know, and it's just one comment and I get that people like what they like, you know. I'm not going to say, "Oh my god, this guy is an asshole," you know, because he wants a specific thing. Like that's not even at all, you know, but it's just like but it was funny because, you know, I've been working on exactly that series. So, you know, that's the next video that's coming out is for, it's over here. There it is, I got it. So I have been working on that particular series, the dual classing, and that's going to be the video that I have. It's going to be the Necromancer, and it's super fun. I think it came together really well. Oh, is the world boss happening right now? Or did that just end or something? Have I not been paying attention? I'm just hanging out around here. Oh, this is tough. Okay. So, mushrooms to the left, a divergent path with mushrooms to the left. The only mushrooms that look like that grow around here. So... with light coming through? It might be right here? Yes. Indeedy. And we have this thing right in the foreground, like kind of hanging out a little bit. So we take a step further. Got it. I don't know where that is. So, but I hope that that person enjoys those the next dual class video, and I will try to like keep up with that series because I realized they weren't wrong in what they were saying, because honestly it's been a year since I have done the last of those, and I'm like, man, it's been a year. Like that's kind of extreme. It's like way back here. It's like way further back here because there's this thing. Oh, we're almost there, guys. Nice. Yeah, I'm excited for it. I'm excited to kind of talk about dual classing a little bit more. I think it's like right here, maybe? No. There it is. Sandy Cove Beach. That's like way down here. And then, oh my god, and then I don't even know. I think the video after that will be maybe the animal facts and Easter eggs video. I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll have to see. Obviously, it also depends on like how involved I'm gonna get with the blog posts that are coming out for Janthier Wilds and stuff. That's not quite right, is it? That's also not quite right. No, it's over here. I got the wrong bridge. Oh, I got it. Pretzel Bay. Oh, that's gonna be tough. Underwater locales like that. So it is nice. Yeah, it is nice that there's people that are actually like excited for this dual coloring, because when I originally made that concept, when I originally came up with that, I was just like, oh my god, I wonder if anyone's even gonna like be receptive to it, right? Like it's cool that there's people that are like interested in seeing more of it, right? And find it interesting. You know, because I'm like, I mean, you know, I sit there and I'm like, is this even interesting to anyone? Like, does anyone even want to watch this shit? Like, you know, so I'm not talking shit about anyone, you know, I'm just, it's just, it was just kind of like, man, you know, it kind of felt like it was a negative point towards the comparison streams, which, you know, I always thought people really loved, so. It's somewhere here, I just can't quite. Oh, God. I think I need to go to the right. There we go. Got it. I think I need to go further and further down. Further back? Oh my goodness. Can you please stop, you stupid urchin? So yeah, and I'm super grateful that people are like looking forward to some of those videos. Because like I said, the concept originally, I think I need to go further back. I think I need to go up more. I need to see this. Yeah, I think it's more from like right here. It's so hard. Wait. Yeah, it's more like the, but doesn't line up with the house. This is weird. Oh, no, this is weird. Ding for me, baby. You're somewhere around here. There it is. It dinged for me. Okay. Oh, yeah. And I did talk to Chicken, by the way. We had a conversation the other day. So, just so you know, because I did talk to him recently, and then nothing really came of it, but then we had like another conversation, so. Down here? Right here? Right here? Right here, right here? Hello? Hello, hello? ding for me, please. Oops, I do not want to be. My God. Stop going into the other screen, please. Got it. We get some unexpected system updates, though few. Back calling and post processing, they were extremely appreciated. What do you want? Oh, I don't know. I'm not so good with like, I don't even know like what some of those systems are. I mean, one thing that I do, like, so as you guys, I mean, I've talked about this before. I have reshade on, and specifically I have it, and I've talked about this before, for the sharpness. That's one of the biggest things. So the problem is that the game looks very washed out to me and foggy. So I have stuff that kind of fixes that. You guys can kind of see the effect on that. So, because I hate it. It's so washed out looking, and it actually strains my eyes because my eyes have to like concentrate like to see more details because everything is kind of blends together more in this washed out thing. So I like it when it's a little bit sharper. So an option to like change the sharpness, that would be nice. I mean, that's very simple. Get rid of some of that fog, right? Like I'm getting rid of some of that artificial fog. You see how like the fogginess goes away? Like there are certain very egregious areas, and I can't even think of any. I think the Shiver Peaks has some. My game is lagging again like crazy right now. So like simple things like that. I mean, I'm not good with like, you know, effect culling and post processing and stuff. I don't know. I have no clue with like at all with any of those things. I don't know any of that stuff, but you know, I mean, it's like see how it feels to me like when I press this button, it feels like there's a film over the screen. Like I'm looking through like it looks like I'm looking at the game through a window. Like a little bit of a foggy window is what it looks like to me. Like I'm wearing like another set of glasses in front of my other glasses that are like a little blurry. And it strains my eyes. I don't like this to me looks so much cleaner and so much nicer compared to that. To me that is like eye straining, and like I feel like my eyes constantly want to make out details, but it can't because it's blurry. Like I feel like my glasses aren't strong enough. Like they're losing their strength. With the sharpness, I'm like, oh my god, it's so much, and the fogginess goes away. Like options like that, I feel like need to be added in. Like the way that I play the game right now is like so nice. It feels so much better. I still gotta go back to Quetzal Bay. This is at the very bottom of the thing, and then that is on the beach outside of the haven, and we're done with this one. I guess the 3 stars. I mean, this is hard. I don't know. Oh, okay. To tell you what's suggested in the thing there. I don't know if that does that pop up for you guys. Oh, it does not. When I like how. Oh, this isn't even lined up correctly. Wait, why is this not lined
Our
Oh,
engineers did a bang-up job on the roads and bridges through here.
I like the feel of the cobblestones under my feet.
It's a good first step.
Yeah, you
in
guys
our
can't see the
efforts to reach
pop-up,
out
but
to
this
the
tells you like which expansion. So this is Core Guild Wars, Living World Season 2, Heart of Thorns, Living World Season 3, Path of Fire, Living World Season 4, Ice Fruit Saga, and End of Dragons. And then suggested Mound of Skyscale. Anywho. Wee. So you know, other than that, like I said, I'm not good with systems and stuff. But any new options are always good, right? I think Arena is really good with like, you know, whenever they add new options, it's always like people are like, yes, finally, and I'm like, oh, I'll try that out, see if that helps me. So, oh, I closed the thing. I can't even see it. You guys can see it. Oh, you can't because I don't have the window open. Great, good conversation there. Anyways. I think I need to go from this side. I think it's from down here. Is that right? There it is. Got it. Alright, and then now I just gotta get back up to the beach. To the beach! I can't mount, I'm in combat. To the beach! Whee! Alright. Is there anything in particular that you were thinking of? Because I would love to hear some like new things like that people want to see added into the game or something. So, excuse me, sir, we're sightseeing currently, okay? Am I not? Hold on. A boulder. I don't know why I didn't pull this up before. I was looking at that tiny little picture. Am I? Is that from like up here? Excuse me. Excuse me, sir.
You win. I die.
Yeah, sure do. Yeah, sure do. I wanted a checkmark to get rid of the white flash when you hit an enemy effect and player dialogue volume options. Squad labels. Player dialogue volume. Okay. Squad labels and looking for group room. Yeah, the mounts rotary tool and buff UI. Yeah, I mean that those are good points. Those are really good points. So looking for group, so the three that I super agree on that I really would love to see are the buff UI, the mount rotary tool, and the looking for group revamp. Like those three seriously need to happen. I'm like, oh my god, they definitely need to happen. Like this. So it has to be somewhere around here. Let's look for it. Okay, apparently I can't find it. The mouse. Wow, really? I was here at the spot numerous times. Not sure where that clicked there then. Alright. Well, I'm not gonna give it a 3-star, but it's probably a 4-star. It's just some of the placements were weird and it was kind of hard to do. So
You crossed the line.
I haven't, sir. Alright, let's do this one. Oh, I did this one. Is there another memory lane one? Wasn't there another memory lane one? Hub crawl. That's cool. Taken for granted, looking for statues. Graves, tombstones, and monuments. Queensdale. Let's go through Queensdale. Let's do a tour of Queensdale. No, probably. That's probably going to be it for today. Just hanging out, did a little bit of that. I didn't submit my own, but maybe we'll do that at some point. So, tomorrow, if we get any info tomorrow, like I said, we're going to do some Guild Wars 2. We're going to talk about it. If we don't get any info for Janthia Wilds at all or anything, I'm going to restart my game real quick because it's lagging really bad again. Yeah, it's not even closing. Close! See, that's how I always know that something is really bad. Really wrong. It's like it won't even fucking close anymore. Alright. Restart it. So those are good suggestions. I just, I wish ArenaNet. This is another thing where I feel like ArenaNet, maybe fails a little bit at is maybe getting more suggestions from players, right? Really make a like so many games. For example, when you play like Genshin Impact or anything like that, right? They have like surveys that they do, right? And if you answer the survey, oh, I guess I should open it somewhere right here, but it's not. I need to go further back. Oh, wow, really? It was like right on the edge there. Holy Krampus! Holy Krampus! Do more surveys. The thing is that when ArenaNet, like, we talk about like benchmarks, for example, right? Like benchmarks, right? ArenaNet always, a lot of people, there's been lots of evidence that ArenaNet looks at the benchmarks, like Snowcrow's benchmarks, in order to do their like balancing, right? Whether that's true or not, like I feel like there's a lot of evidence for that, whatever, right? But it's like the problem is that when they look at the forums, when they look at Reddit, when they look at those things, they're only seeing a minority of opinions from people. They're only seeing a minority of the people, because let's get real, a lot of people, especially people that have like just started playing this game, like that are just like maybe a month into it, they're not going to jump right on Reddit, right? They're not going to be like, oh, I'm going to go to Reddit or go on the forums and post there, right? Like, it takes a while for people to really get invested in a game, to look up those things, so I would love for them to do like, after each release, have a survey pop up, like just have us like, we get an in-game mail, and they say, hey, if you fill out the survey, you're gonna get like, I don't know, 100 gems. Okay, I don't know, a random number, right? Which, okay, maybe with 100 gems I can't do anything, but if I like accrue it, maybe I can get something from the gem store, or I could just exchange that for gold, for in-game gold, and just use the in-game gold, right? Or something like that, or maybe give us like straight up gold or something for it, like a gold. You can get a gold if you fill out the survey, right? And just kind of have us click on that, and then a window pops up, and it's a 10 question like survey about the latest release. What did you like, what did you dislike, blah 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 blah, right? And just kind of have like, get opinions from all the players without having the player to seek out places to give their opinion, because many people, especially the ones that are having a good time, they're not going to be like, I'm having such a good time, I'm going to go on the forums and tell everyone what a great time I'm having, right? It's the people that are like, I'm having a really shitty time, I'm going to let everyone fucking know that I have a shitty time. So do you see what I'm saying? So it's just kind of like, you want to get all the different opinions. You're kind of just getting the negative of it, right? And you kind of want to get all the people. So those surveys, I love doing those surveys. I love when games have those little surveys. I think those are really cool, and I think they are a great way for them to gather information, truly from all aspects, right? Oh my god, no, what? Do you guys see this? The flags are uneven. Oh yeah, I can't live like that. What is that? Who did this? Why is this larger and this is smaller, or what? I don't know what the difference is. Oh god, I cannot unsee that now. Ugh, I'm dying on the inside. And loudly exclaiming about it on the outside. The graveyard. More of the graveyard.
Am I counting the graves again?
Right here. At the fountain. The wall. Ding for me, baby, ding. Am I not doing this right? Hello. See, that's what I'm saying. Some of these are strange. I'm gonna go for the back. Oh, I need to go for the back. Friendo bearish. Your weapons are in good hands. Okay. Would like more invisible items. Right now, I will like headpiece to avoid me enabling disabling headgear when I change gear templates. I've done 2 surveys from Arena. It's been years since I've done the last one. There are surveys? Arena that has surveys out? Where? Where are these surveys? I've never seen one of those surveys. I would love to see one of those surveys. I want them to really push those surveys like into people's faces and be like, fill this out. You played it, fill it out. They should do that. I don't know why they don't. I feel like that's why games like Genshin Impact and stuff, they're doing so well, is because they have surveys where they listen to their players. Oh, can I actually go out this door? Leave through the door, please, and thank you. Village of Shame. Oh, I didn't mean to hit that. I killed that rat. I was like, who's attacking me? Got mine via email. Oh, really? There's. I mean, I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I don't check my email, but it would be interesting to kind of get. I mean, I don't know. Email seems kind of crappy. Like, there's a lot of people that don't check their emails like me. Okay, I don't have a reason to check my emails. I don't ever get any good emails. I never get any emails where I'm like, ooh, I really want to look at this email. I really don't. In this corner? I think it's on top of the house, is it? Oh, it was on that. Okay. Got it. Yeah, again, some of the placements are strange. Hard to reach places. And that's exactly it, right? It's like whoever can scream the loudest, or like, we recently heard about how some of the developers, they go into like some of the streams from certain content creators and stuff, and they kind of listen to them. It's like, but that's not like you're taking opinions from people that have played this game in abundance, that know everything about it, that have a huge following of people, that like their opinions are super skewed. This is not it. This definitely feels like it. I think it's like up here, but that maybe it's right on top of this thing, because this is not in the picture. But the bridge is more from the front, right? Like it looks like it's from the front of the bridge. Like the bridge part looks like I'm looking at it from the front. I think it's on top of this thing. Wow. Right, doesn't this look... No, it's further down. Oh, apparently I got it now. Not like I didn't walk over this part 75 times, but yeah, and it's like they listen to those things, and it's like, but you have so many players that are not active in discords, and they're not active in Reddit, and they're not active on Reddit, and they're not active in the forums and stuff like that. They're not active in those places, and you need to get their opinion too, because they're also players. They're also people willing to spend money, and there needs to be more interactions between the player base and ArenaNet, beside ArenaNet developers going into like Mucklucks and Mighty Teapot's streams and kind of getting their opinion from those, like, in a sense, like, not necessarily negative, but in a sense, a lot of those followers are like, a lot of those fans of those viewers, they're like fanatics, right? They're like, they won't, they hang out with those people, and they just, they're like, they're, like, oh, right here. Somewhere right here. Why can't a thing? Oh, there it is. It binged for me. And Arena they can't just listen to that. That's not good. Like, you're getting like very skewed opinions, very a lot of people that watch, and I'm not saying that like everyone is like that, and I don't think that any of you guys are like that, but a lot of people just say yes to whatever streamers say just because they want to agree with their favorite streamer, right? They want to be like, oh yeah, Mighty Teapot said that and he knows what the fuck he's talking about, so I'm agreeing with it, right? And it's kind of like, that's kind of dangerous, there's like this.
You just watch. I've been training all week. I've seen siege turtles faster than you.
Hey, what's that?
Oh, this is already found? I didn't hear a ding. I'm like, what? Why am I... So much Shaymore. So much going on in Shaymore here, guys. Got bread. I want some bread. We got some baguettes, and we got some not baguettes and things. Honey bread. Understandable. Wooden potatoes, teapot, muckluck are in a sense of influence and can influence user opinion since we don't like to think. Well, and that's exactly it, right? I mean, I hate the word influencers, because I just, it drives me crazy. But yes, in a sense, they have enough of a following, enough of a pull, right? Especially like, those three, right? Those are like the big three, that have like just hundreds of thousands of followers, right? And it's, and they at some point they could just go and say, I hate this part of the game, and many of their fans would be like, I hate it now too, right? For whatever reason, if they have a legit reason, it doesn't matter, right? Because like you said, a lot of those people don't think, right? They're just kind of like, oh my god, this is my favorite streamer, and he knows what he's talking about. Look at him, he has like hundreds of thousands of achievement points, and he has huge following, and he has all this gold, and he has all these items in the game, and he knows what he's doing, right? And it's like, so his opinion must be correct, right? And it's like, no, it's like, that's not how it works, and it's kind of dangerous if ArenaNet just goes onto those streams, and that's the opinions that they grab from, right? It's like, or even just like going to the platforms they have now, just doing forums and Reddit and those streams and Discord, that's not enough, because that's like a small portion of your player base. Many players do not go on any of those platforms. A lot of people don't like going into different Discords. A lot of people don't like going on Reddit. A lot of people don't like going into the forums, right? It's just like, you need to somehow get the people, need to get people's opinion that are not on these platforms too, It's usually an opinion bubble with certain content creators. What do you mean by, is that like exactly what I've kind of was talking about, where it's just like they have like one stark opinion about something, and they don't agree with anyone. Like if anyone is against them, they kind of get like shunned, right? If they don't agree with that or whatever. Which, yeah, indeed, that stuff happens too. Like you kind of get this peer pressure that, you know, it's like, oh, everyone is agreeing with Muckluck on his opinion that he has about this thing, and if I don't agree, I'm gonna look like a total asshole, and people aren't gonna be nice to me, and you know, and this is like, I want people to be nice to me, and I want to have friends in the game, and I can only do that if I have an agreeable opinion with these people that I watch. Which I'm always, you know, I might argue with you guys a lot on like different points and stuff, but I'm always so happy when someone disagrees with me, because I'm like, you know what? At least someone has a different point and has like a different opinion about something, and they don't just like blindly listen to the shit that I say, because I don't want you guys to blindly listen to the shit that I say. Is this like further down? Oh god. That's like too far. Like too far down. Yeah, some of these are kind of. Just gonna run around on my sky scale until it bings for me, because it has to be somewhere right here. Oh, maybe it's right here. Oh, it was further to the side of it. Last survey I got was in 2021. Maybe I was too hard on them. They decided to exclude me. Interesting. Interesting. I don't know. I don't check my emails, so it's very interesting that they're. Maybe I have done a survey like way early on, but I don't. There's like something in the back of my mind that maybe rings true there. But I just feel like they need to be more in your face. Like, I really think that ArenaNet needs to push surveys way more. They need to get different opinions if they really cared about the player base and what they have to say. Am I on the correct one? Do I need to go further down? No. Is it the other one? Is it this pipe? No, this pipe. That pipe is too far. Right? Like, that's too far. Oh, maybe on the actual, like, on the side of it? Oh, yeah, I got it. I just... Yeah, why here? I got it right here. Like, that is not at all... See, that's what... I think that's why people are low, like, starring this, because it's in, like, not exact locations. Teapot is actually quite thorough and fair in his suggestions. Maybe not the most elegantly voiced opinions, but pretty smart.
We can repair it, as long as we've got someone watching our back.
So the thing with Teapot, and from what I remember, and I could be wrong, someone can correct me on this, from what I understand, and I don't watch much of Teapot anymore, I never was huge on watching any of his stuff, but from what I remember with Teapot, way early on, he used to shit on the game so much. And that all changed when he became partner. When he partnered with ArenaNet, that's when he stopped shitting on the game. And he actually became, they kind of reeled it in a little bit with him. And kind of were like, well, you're partner now. You can't sit here and shit on the game nonstop anymore. So I think there was something about that. I don't know how his opinions are nowadays. I don't know what he really does. As far as I understand it, he does thoroughly kind of like think things through. So he kind of like takes, you know, certain things and thinks about them. But it goes back into the idea of like, you know, like you said, like challenging someone's idea, right? I just think that people, you know, when you get to that point where you are that big, you have that big of a following, right? people don't challenge your opinions as much anymore. Wait. Am I supposed to... Oh, it's down here. It's right here? Right here? There it is. Got it. So, you know, it's like, so even if he sits there and, you know, he thinks about something or he comes up with like an idea or whatever it is, right? And he kind of just like, yeah, this and this and this and this, right? And a lot of people are like, but it's like, I like when you guys are like, yeah, but like, hey, this and this, right? And I'm like, oh, you know what? And how many times do I say that? I'm like, huh, you know what? You're right. Like, I say that all the time because I'm just like one person and I'm not like a genius. So it's not like, you know, I'm like, I know everything all the time, you know? So I'm like, I'm totally accepting when people come up with like really interesting, you know, counter arguments or whatever it is, right? And I'm like, huh, yeah, you're right. That's true. That's not how that is, or that's not a good idea, or that's not whatever, right? And I'm, you know, and I just think that when you get to that point where you have such a huge following, not a lot of people will do that to you because they're kind of afraid, because they're just like, wow, this guy has 150,000 subscribers on YouTube. He must know his shit. So I'm not going to challenge that, right? Because you're going to get backlash from people. So it's like, even though he thinks things through, maybe he doesn't see all the different opinions and the different angles of something. You know, I try to look at things from different angles, but you guys, like I said, many times you guys come up and say like, hey, listen, this and this. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. I'm wrong and you're right. And that's okay. Because no one's perfect, you know? And I'm not saying that that happens with them all the time. I'm just, you know, I'm just saying scenario wise, like this, that could perhaps be a, I think, oh, I got it. It's like I didn't even sit down to look at it. That's exactly what you said before. Once you start to follow a certain idea without challenging it, it can chain and derail the focus of development and priorities for the developers. They had a system doing beta events when you could rate certain events. Oh, I remember that. Oh my god, yes. They used to have a system where you could rate that. Oh, I skipped one. Oh, Shamor Garrison. Oh my god, you're right. I remember that. You're exactly right. They used to have a system in game where you could rate events. Where you're like, yeah, that was cool. I don't even remember what that was, but yes, I remember that being a thing. Oh my god, that's so weird. So many years ago now. Oh god, so different, everything. Everything is so different. The world was a different place. But yeah, having something like that, I think that's a good point. I think that's awesome. I mean, maybe not have that for every event or something, right? But like, you know, like for example, have achievements in the game where, here's the thing, kind of have this survey situation maybe be involved as a system in the game. So for example, a new expansion drops and they have an achievement in there that says do every new event that comes with the expansion. Shouldn't be too hard, right? We're getting like 2 maps with the initial release, right? It can't be too hard to go through and do every single event that's in the maps. You're gonna do them anyways. You're gonna go around and do the achievements anyways. So when you finish that achievement, you get a mail that then opens up a survey for you, and then you can say you've done every single event for Secrets of the Obscure. How did you enjoy the events? How did you enjoy all the different interactions or whatever, right? They could have something like that, right? And it could be just a mail that gets sent to you, and you could say, you know what? I'm opting out of not answering that. And you can just delete the mail and you can just throw it out and be done with it. And you don't have to worry about it. But giving us like, you know, an incentive to maybe play the game more, right? Do all the events that are in the different maps, right? And like doing all the different, you know, and maybe not tell us what all the events are. Maybe say like you have finished 45 out of 50 events, and you're just like, oh man, what events have I not done? And it kind of gives you a little bit of an incentive of exploring the map or something, and then like maybe giving you a survey then or something. I don't know. This might be too much because I don't know if people are really gonna go for that. But I don't know, giving maybe different ways of getting opinions, from a majority of the player base would be nice. That's like right here. No, right here. Right here. Right up there. Right up there on this grassy plain. I got it. For instance, to be fair, I think the developers are way more intelligent and aware of the issues of the game than any player. The issue is that when you don't listen to the community, you lose focus on priorities. For instance, players want more DRMs and more tunnels. Okay, I don't disagree with you. I think ArenaNet has probably metrics, systems in their own place where they can see where they have failed. I think the problem that I have with it, and you guys can disagree with me if you want. This, I'm just throwing this out, but my thing is, and it goes back to the whole idea of the transparency of ArenaNet, right? I feel like ArenaNet needs to be more transparent. They say they're going to be more transparent, but they need to actually be more transparent, right? They need to talk about things like the spaghetti code. They need to talk about the old engine, right? They need to kind of address these things and say, sorry, Secrets of the Obscure kind of fell short because we're having to really dig deep, for creating some of these systems. We have to dig really deep into the spaghetti code that, this old engine and the limitations of the engine that we're running into, right? That was like one of that they used to say these things back in the day. They used to tell us these things. They used to say like, hey, we're running into limitations and we're trying to work around these limitations, and we're creating systems to kind of maybe forego some of these limitations that the engine has, and we try to like rewrite. They did talk about how they're gonna kind of maybe work a little bit on the spaghetti code. I think that was like a little bit hinted at at one of the recent blog posts, the studio updates after Secrets of the Obscure came out. I think they did say that at some point a little bit, but I think they need to talk about a little bit more about that, because it's like, so the things that are going on, what the player base wants, yet you choose to ignore it, right? Like, why do you do that? What's the whole idea of like, the things that are going on, you hear all the things that people are talking about, like, we don't want any more DRMs, we don't want any more tunnels, we don't want these things, right? We want like, we want like whatever, right? Whatever people want. I can't think of anything that people want right now, but we want these things, right? And then it's like they ignore it and they add other things. They do other things with the game. They're just like, whatever, right? Like, people were talking about raids for a long time. The raiding community, they were just like, we need more raids, we need more raids. The raiding community kind of probably like didn't die, but it kind of like slowed down. It kind of simmered down. Less and less people did raids and stuff, because eventually they got done with it. They got their legendary armor, and there was no real incentive to do them anymore because they'd done all the raids many times. So people are like, we need more raids, we need more raids, we need more constant endgame. And ArenaNet is like, okay, well, here are convergences. And it's like, but we don't want convergences. Why are you giving us convergences? We don't want those. Right? And it's just kind of, it's like, there's a little bit of like, I need them to be transparent. What made them want to do convergences? Like, I would love to hear one of the developers come up and say, we made convergences, and give me a proper reason why they chose to do convergences over going back and doing raids or something like that, right? What was the real, like, they wanted to have 50-man content? Like, convergences are incredibly boring. Okay, they're really boring. They're not engaging at all. They're just defeat cryptids until you get a boss and then defeat that boss. The end. That's all it is. So it's like, it seems like a waste of resources to me. Why do you have people sit there and come up with convergences? Why not go with something that you already have in game, right? The transparency of that. Where did that come from? Where did the inception come from of like, I want like from conception to execution, like I want to really see a journey of like, okay, someone proposed this idea and everyone agreed, thought it was a fantastic idea, and the management at ArenaNet said, this is a great idea, we're gonna fucking do this, and then they did it, and then they landed flat on their face with it. Why? Where's this, right? Like, I feel like there has to be some kind of something there, but I think, like, that's why ArenaNet needs to be more honest about it. They just need to maybe say, well, you know what? We thought convergences are going to be fucking fantastic, and they're not. We screwed up. We're sorry. We screwed up. We're not going to do ArenaNet is still in the phase of doubling down on convergences. I'm going to call it right now. Next expansion after Janthia Wilds, we're not doing convergences anymore. I have a feeling we're not going to do convergences anymore unless those convergences, the next ones that we're getting with Janthia Wilds, are really good. But I doubt it. I believe the best survey is in-game after each chapter or end of expansion. Example, talking with an NPC about choosing options like dialogue. Example, small dialogue about Bram. I think so. I think that, like, this survey is in-game after each chapter. Example, talking with NPC about it and choosing options like dialogue. And so they look at, like, so you're talking about, like, disguising a survey in the game by having you talk to NPCs and having the different options be the answers to your surveys or something, because that would be fucking genius. That would be a genius idea. That would be something ArenaNet would really do, like integrating a survey system by having you interact with in-game NPCs at the end of, like, an expansion or a chapter of a story or something, and get your opinion about that. I don't know. I think that would be really cool. Yeah, I would love that. I think that's a really cool system. That's a really good idea. I really, really like that. Like, you know, ArenaNet is one of those very intuitive, you know, they come up with, like, cool ways of integrating certain things or whatever. So I really could see that being, whoa, did you see that? Whoa, look at that. Someone's flying by. They're really good with, like, integrating and doing things like that. So I could totally see that. I think that's a great idea. I think you have a really good idea there. Like, that, I think that's a really, really solid idea. All right, we got to go to that windmill. I remember a time around during season 4, and why does the auto run never work? Run, Forrest, run. Whenever I was doing raids with pugs, I would see the same players. That's how small the community ended up. Yeah, I mean, it ended up being super small to the point where no one even talked about it, right? But it's also, you got to remember, it took ArenaNet many years to say, well, raids aren't on the table anymore. So again, there's transparency, right? Tell us straight up that you have abandoned raids, that you, for the foreseeable future, you're not doing any more raids. I don't know if they did that. There was something, it was, you know, fractals or raids or one of those where they didn't outright tell us they're not doing it anymore. And every release, every expansion, every whatever Living World episode, people were hoping for another raid or a fractal or even dungeon, right? But ArenaNet never outright said we're abandoning dungeons. Why can't you be transparent with us and say, we're done with dungeons, we're never doing them again, stop asking for them. For the foreseeable future, until we announce it, we're not doing dungeons. People will move on with their lives. They will be like, there is a clear answer. The problem is people keep asking for these things because ArenaNet doesn't outright say that they're not doing them anymore. So the community is asking for raids, expansion after expansion after expansion, a release after release after release, right? Living World season after Living World season after people are like, are we going to get a raid? Are we going to announce a raid? Is this going to be the next feature of the next expansion? Is this going to be a raid? Is it going to be a raid? Is it going to be a raid? Because never got official word that raids are canceled. So people are hoping for these things, right? That's where the transparency comes from a little bit, right? So it's like, you want to be transparent with your player base and say, hey guys, for the foreseeable future, we're not doing raids. Just so you guys know. That's it. That's it. There's no hard feelings about that. It's whatever, right? The developers decided it's not worth it. It's not worth their time. It's not worth their development time. It's not worth their money. Whatever the reason is. But they're straight up telling us it's not. And then the player base, you know, I feel like then a part of the player base kind of simmers down with these demands that they have because they were never outright told that, hey, we're not doing raids anymore. and now we're picking them back up, right? And I think if you like, you know, I guess the idea is that they don't want to kill their raiding community by not saying they're not going to do raids anymore, right? Because then people are like, well, I'm just going to quit the game because I only want to raid, and if I'm not getting raids, I'm not going to sit here and play the game anymore, right? I get that feeling, but it's also like, that's the truth of the matter. I feel like you're going to piss off your people more if you have them sit there for 5 years waiting on a new raid wing and it doesn't come. And expansion after expansion and release after release, we're not getting raids. You're getting those raiders more disappointed and more pissed off. And I feel like that's not good for anyone. Like, I'd rather not have those people play the game than rather have them be pissed off at the game and play the game and be toxic about it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that is a sacrifice that ArenaNet needs to be willing to make if they decide to not do this content anymore. You know? Like, I feel like that's just how it goes. There it is. Got it. They tried it during season 1, voting for Ellen Keel, for Evan, for Fractal. There you go. There you go. Why can't we have in-game events that steer you towards certain things? Let us decide on the next Fractal, ArenaNet, so that when the Fractal comes out, then we can be even more happy because the majority of people voted on it, right? Have us do another, like, it doesn't have to be like a voting thing, but it could be like an event in Lion's Arch where, you know, something is going on. It's like during you know, whatever, Festival of the Four Winds or something. You can have an NPC that kind of sits there and it's like, oh, well, we're voting on the new Fractal that's coming in the game or whatever, right? It's like the new like there's a one of the consortium people, and they're like, oh, well, we're taking a survey for people wanting to see some new fun stuff in the fractals or something, right? And it's like, oh, okay, cool. And you get to vote on it, right? Like on the new fractal that's coming out. Like that would already, I think that would already appease people, because when we hear fractal, you know, right? So ArenaNet says, okay, so we're getting a new fractal. Okay, what is it about? Well, we're not telling you that. They didn't tell us about the new fractal, the Lonely Vigil, like any info. Like we got like no info at all. Like what? Like did we get any preview? Like I think we got the name. Didn't we get the name? The Lonely Tower, but we didn't get any premise of it, right? Like why can't they preview that a little bit for us? Why can't they do something like that? You know? I feel like that would be fun. It's definitely on this post right here. I'm just trying to get... There we go. It's not on this post. But I fall through this. Oh, I found it. Okay, it dinged. Alright, guys. I really have to pee. I'll be right back.
Keep at it. It's not enough to hit the target. You must learn to hold until commanded. Game. Hold. Hold. Fire. Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's keep at it. Property of the Seraph. You can't just walk off with it. Take aim. Hold. Hold.
Good. I can finally get rid of you.
That's way
Go
too
do
slow.
something.
Try
Somewhere else.
attacking me as I lower my guard.
Pleasure, I'm sure. I'll meet you here for the trip back.
Take aim.
A towel on the...
Hold.
I was doing laundry today and I have a towel up there. Okay, anyways. Oh my gosh.
Release your shot until the order is
Okay, for example, talking to Anise about Knack. What do you think about him? Oh, you like him? Would you like to borrow him for a mission? And all of these would given an idea that we like Knack. Now Bram, most would opt to not take him along and just side him. Same could be done for zones, maps, stories, but part of the raids is the story. So the problem with that is that the problem with that is that perhaps someone might just say, you know, someone goes through this, let's say someone is going through the story and they're just like, whatever, I don't really care, and they just click a random option because they just, you know, they don't like, they're just like whatever, right? So they're just like, well, you know, I like any of these things or whatever, like, you know, it could kind of skew that. Like, let's say 500 people all don't really give a crap about the characters and they all pick Bram, right? That would tell ArenaNet, hey, 500 people like Bram, even though they maybe don't care about it. And if they had to, if they knew, the problem is that they don't know that it's a survey, right? Like, you're disguising it so much that the problem with it is that, like, how does the player know they're answering a survey if they don't actually know that they're answering a survey? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, how do they know that making that choice will have repercussions for future content where maybe Bram is going to get taken out of the story? You know what I mean? So I feel like, you know, because I feel like we're giving players a little too much credit, where it's like, oh, they're smart enough, they'll figure it out. I think it's something where we need to spoon feed that information to people, where we kind of say like, hey, we're doing an actual survey. Like, oh, I found this. I can't hear the dinging anymore. I don't know why. Maybe the dinging broke. I don't know. So I feel I see where you're coming from, and I feel like it would feel very natural to have that in the game. But it's also is like, if you don't straight up tell a player that this is a survey that you're taking, then the player is just gonna do whatever fucking choice they want. What if I'm, for example, replaying the story and I said, well, last time I took Canuck, so this time I'm gonna take Bram, even though I don't really like him, right? But then by taking Bram as the second time that I'm going through the story, just because I'm trying to get a different path and I'm trying to see what changes, now all of a sudden it's like I answered the survey the second time or something, you know what I mean? Or like, I'm picking Canuck because I'm a Sylvari on this character that I'm playing. But if I were to actually play on my main character, then maybe I would pick Bram because I you know, I would rather align with him, but because I'm a Sylvari, I kind of align more with Canuck. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's like a couple of things that I feel like would be a little iffy when it comes to having something like that. But part of the rates is the story it tells. From what I understood, the new rate is just same reused assets from story, like Story Strike. Now it's gonna be story rate or worksy. Worksy? But part of raids is the story it tells. From what I understood, the same reused assets. You know, the thing is that I wish ArenaNet would do what they did with Heart of Thorns. So I'm not a raider. As you guys well know, I'm not a raider. I'm very vocal about that. But what I would like ArenaNet to do is I would like to have them do a parallel story, right? Because that's something that always intrigued me a little bit about raids, was the idea of having this parallel story that's going on, right? With Heart of Thorns, it was just like, you're doing all this stuff, you know, Heart of Thorns is happening, and then Living World Season 3 is happening, and the raiding story is parallel to that. But it doesn't take away from the main story. I would like for them to do the same thing. And you know, you can find like books in the main story that talk about the raiding story, like things that are happening in the raiding story, like journal entries of like, oh, and then the commander came or the wayfinder came and they screwed us up, you know, in Wing 8, they screwed us over, and we read about how we did that, right? Like how we did that. we didn't really do that, but it's just kind of like, well, that's the raiding story that's happening, you know, and that's kind of like, oh, okay, this was Raid Wing 8, and if you want to, because I feel like reusing the assets of like, oh, you're going through the story, and then now this same story is going to be the next raid, just kind of feels like there's not that big of an incentive for some of the casual players to jump into those raids. Like, especially those that like the story, that play the game for the story, which is like a big part of the game, you know? So I feel like the parallel story is better than just like having the reuse. So we kind of talk about, you know, because you say the reuse of the assets and stuff like into that. I don't, you know, I don't know what point you're arguing, but I'm just saying like that's how I would prefer it. I would prefer the parallel. I personally miss those one-time events. It's a fun way to get community hype. Well, here's the thing, talking about one-time, not just one-time events, but also like, didn't they say they're gonna do a lot more? Like, wasn't one of the recent blog posts how they're gonna do a lot more of these boss events and like all these events that they wanted to do? Like, I still don't understand how ArenaNet, so ArenaNet in Guild Wars 1 has an automatic system set up where at any given point you have a bonus event happening. You get bonus points for anything all the time. It's you have the festivals baked into it, you know, in between. You have these things baked into it, the festivals, but then you also have like every week you have a different thing. It's like new Lightbringer points, you know, Eye of the North reputation points, Codex Arena points, or whatever, right? There's like all these different points that you can earn, all these different reputation things, all these different things, and they have that set up automatic. No one needs to look at that. Why can't we have something on a weekly basis where we do boss rush and fractal rush and PvP rush and like all these things? I feel like they should be automatically set up to always happen. Like right now is a festival. We have a festival for 4 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever, right? So you don't have an event happening then, right? So then after that, you have for like what, 1 week or 2 weeks or whatever you have before, or a month or whatever, before you have Festival of the Four Winds happen. So have something set up in that time frame where you have like a boss rush or something going on, right? Like I know that isn't exactly what you're talking about, but it just kind of reminded me of that. I feel like we should have an automated system for these things. Like boss rush should be happening all the time. They should come up with more options because they only have like fractal, dungeon, boss rush, world versus world. Like they only have a handful of them. I feel like they need to come up with like a dozen or so, like maybe 20 different things that they could spread out through the weeks. You know, I just maybe have something, maybe have like 26 different things that they can rotate for all the weeks of the year or something. So you can have it like every event happen twice a year or something along that. Like 20, you know, 20 would probably be good because then you can squeeze the events in, or the festivals in between. So having 20 different things that rotate throughout, and you have those happen twice a year. Like having a boss rush twice a year isn't gonna break your economy, but it's gonna sure as hell keep player engagement, you know. Story convergent, raid is 10-man convergence. Yeah, but it's more engaged than that. You know what I mean? Like it's more engaged than that. Like it's, you know, it's 3 bosses with like specific mechanics and a specific story, and it's more involved and it's more articulated. Like convergence is like you go into an arena and you do like 75 rift events, and then you fight a boss with like barely any mechanics. Like it's kind of not like I don't know. It just doesn't feel like those two do not feel at all like the same content at all. My cat is screaming on the top of her lungs. She's so annoying. And I'm still waiting on that Abaddon fractal from that survey. Aren't we all? I totally would love that. I would love to see an Abaddon fractal. Are you kidding? When it comes to systems, I really think we had enough. We can satisfy any gameplay need without reinventing the wheel every time. Dungeon delving is fractals, boss encounters are strikes, test of endurance are raids, large group challenge are meta events. I 100% agree with you. Like there's not a single thing that I can like deny on there. I 100% agree with you. We do not need to reinvent the wheel at every turn. We do not need DRMs. We do not need convergences. We do not need rifts. We do not need any of those things. We already have the system set up. And you put it so beautifully. It's so beautifully put. Dungeon delving is fractals. We already have that because we abandoned regular dungeons, but we have fractals. It has a system set up. It has a ladder set up. It has, you know, mechanics involved. It has difficulty levels. There's a lot, you know, you can add CMs. You cannot, you know, whatever. You can have different things. Boss encounters are strikes. Perfectly put, right? You just have a simple boss that you fight. You know, it's like Trials in Final Fantasy 14. You know, you fight like one boss with a lot of different mechanics and you kind of make your way through. You can have CMs, legendary CMs for whatever, right? Then tests of endurance or raids, right? Because you have 3 encounters. You got to get through those 3 encounters, get to the end of it, whatever, right? You're exactly right. It's 3 boss encounters, lots of mechanics. It's 10-man, right? It's like large groups are meta events. I agree with you. I think having large events, like for meta events, having interesting meta events, like I feel like I know that Suwon was very like iffy because there was a lot of RNG involved, but I feel like if you wanted something large scale like convergences, just make it more meta events like Suwon, where like it's kind of hard to fail, or it's kind of hard easy to fail them, right? Like we need more meta events that are hard to do, like that are just like tough, that kind of challenge the everyday. And we don't need them on every map, but like have one meta event, you know, per expansion where it's actually tough. It's actually like tough, you know, like Omnitas didn't really do it. None of the ones, I feel like I don't know, the Nios ones are kind of weird because again it's like split into 3 different weird things. Like why do we have a meta event that expands like Drizzlewood? That was already a bad idea. Why did you do that? But they did it anyways. It's just kind of stupid. You need to complete the other 2 to do the 3rd. It's just dumb. Like why? We don't need it like that. Just keep it one meta event. You don't want to have people engaged for 2 fucking hours on one map because they don't want to do that. They want to hop around and do their things. You know, so, but yeah, I completely agree with you on that, 100%. I understand what Arena tried to do with convergences, large scale, instant challenges, but I think it was a waste. It was wasted resources because they didn't put enough effort into actually making it engaging, right? And that's exactly the problem. Is like convergences as an idea are fine, but the execution was so boring because the mechanics are dumb. The engagement is dumb. The like actual events in the convergence are dumb. Like it's just not, it's not good. It's not a good content. Like it's really not. And like you said, it's wasted. It's wasted development. It's probably like right, yeah, it was like right on top of it. It's wasted development time. It's wasted development money and time and those sorts of things, right? Like it's a waste. I would have rather seen those same developers go in and work on a raid or work on another fractal, have us do, or another strike mission. For God's sakes, we did not get a Nios strike mission, which is like, why didn't we get a strike mission for Nios? There were so many boss encounters that could have been ripe for a good strike mission. We didn't get those. Instead, we got convergences. Yay! Fun. I don't know. Am I at the right spot? I don't think I'm at the right spot. I think I need to go further back. Maybe? No. I don't. My cat is so annoying. Stop crying. Really. Am I at the right? I'm not even at the right part. I'm not even at the right location. Why does this look so similar? You guys see that? That looks so similar. But I'm not at the right part. I'm looking at over here. That's what I'm looking at. Wait. Am I? Where? So I'm looking for this ridge right here. Where is that? I was thinking that maybe that was it, but it's not. I know they could have fleshed out the meta events better and have more challenging instant versions of a as a guild mission or open squad instance. Yeah, I mean, you know, guild missions, like, I'm definitely in the right kind of location. It's further down. There it is. I got it. Here it is. Jesus. There we go. It dinged. There's the ridge that I was looking for. Freeholds. The freeholds. Off we go to the freeholds. Yeah, I mean, like, guild missions have been abandoned, right? Like, I think that is definitely worth putting time into. I think guild missions have an incredibly great system already set up. Bring in the expansions, okay? Like, literally add the expansions into guild missions. I get not everyone is part of that, but that's what makes it a guild, right? Like, for example, when you have... Oh, I already found this. I didn't even mean to, but apparently it was right there. For example, like, when you have... what are some things, guild missions? Bounties, for example, right? You can have a bounty where it takes place in, like, Cantha. Not everyone can go there, but the people that have the expansion, they need to go there, right? So you have teamwork happening. It's not just like you need a lot of bodies, but you need people that are able to go to different locations. It's like, oh, I have Heart of Thorns. I can go to the Heart of Thorns map. While my other guildmates that maybe don't have Heart of Thorns, they can go to Corteria. So the 3 of us, the 4 of us, the 5 of us that have Heart of Thorns, you know, the leaders of the guild, right? Like, usually the leaders of the guild are veteran players that have all the expansions, right? You will probably not find a leader of a guild that only has the core game, right? You won't find that. But those people are probably experienced players, too. They've played all the content. They've played through all the expansions. So they can go to, like, you know, the Heart of Thorns maps, and they can say, okay, well, you guys need to take care of these other people here in Corteria because you guys don't have the expansion. We're gonna go over here. We have a time limit. We got to get this done, right? Like, things like that. I mean, you know, talking about guild missions. I know that's not exactly what we're talking about, but yeah, I think lots of the events. I think the Skywatch Archipelago had interesting events. They were varied. To a degree, you know, I mean, they weren't like blow me out of the water, crazy fun events, but I always talk about Grothmar Valley. I will always talk about Grothmar Valley. Grothmar Valley is fun because it has varied events that are interesting. You know, you have the Ooze Pit where you have 3 different teams that need to work together. You have the shooting range, right? Which you have to, like, you know, make sure you hit it right. You have the derby where you have to go into the thing and you have to do the derby. You have to do the effigy where you have to carry the fire together. You have like a straight up just fighting a boss, you know, down here with the ghost. You have the concert right over here, which has like a ton of different little events that are happening all at once, and you got to like all work together to make it all happen, right? You have the cooking event down here, right? You have that going on. Like, there is so many different events on this tiny little map. I mean, it's a small little map. It's not a huge map, right? The Shiver Peaks Pass, like, that doesn't count, right? That's like not even at all. I would love to go to the Bitter Horn up there, by the way. But you know, there's all these different events that are happening, like keeping the fire stoked and putting the like salvaging thing in there, right? It's like all these events, and you have like helping the kids, the cubs out, right? Like, this is such an involved map, right? It's like so fun because there's such a varied amount of events that are happening, and they're like all very different, and they feel like Drizzlewood too. Drizzlewood has a really cool amount of like different events happening, because as you capture, not that Drizzlewood is a good map, there, you know, I don't think it's a good map, but you know, the events that are happening in and around these different outposts and stuff is fun, because you have to like defeat certain cannons. You have to go around and destroy the cannons, or you have to destroy groups of enemies, or you have to destroy a champion, or you have to shoot down balloons, or you have to shoot down helicopters, or, you know, whatever else, right? Like, you have to help repair turrets, right? There's like where's the one guy that like down here, he repairs like a couple, repairs one here and repairs one here, right? So you have all these different events that are happening, and that's fun, that's engaging. You know, that's finding mines was another one that just came to my mind. But none of these things were things that we saw in Secrets of the Obscure. Secrets of the Obscure was 90%, hey, defeat these cryptas that appeared. Okay, I will. But after the 97th time that I've done this, I'm not gonna have a good time anymore. I'm just gonna choose not to have a good time anymore. Ding for me, baby, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, it dinged. Why can't I hear the ding? Did I turn it off? I might have turned the ding off. I can't hear it anymore. Are you saying the yoga and Omnitas was not reinventing the wheel? I mean, I guess that's an engaging. Is it engaging? It's a different event. It's a variety of an event. But the problem is it's not engaging because you're just pressing a button and then you're sitting waiting for that bar to fill. So I'm just sitting there and I'm like 6, 7. Because they go on a they're not even like varied in the sense that they like randomly pick. They go in a row. So it's like you press 6, you press 7, you press 8, you press 9. That's 10. Press the wrong button. I failed. No, but I'm saying like that, you know, that's like I know you're making a joke, but I'm saying, yeah, like, you're exactly right. That is not like it's not reinventing the wheel. It's trying to trying to do something and it doesn't work. Like it doesn't work. It's weird. It doesn't it's not engaging, it's not interesting. Is it this tree that I'm seeing? So I got it. I heard the ding. The ding is not turned off. I'm just loud and obnoxious like always. So sorry for my loud and obnoxious. But that's kind of my opinion about those, you know, it's the variety of events, but it's also the engagement of the events. You want the events to be engaging, right? You want them to be like, man, I really felt like I contributed, I did something, and it was interesting, and it was something out of the norm that we would regularly do. But like sitting there and doing yoga poses is not it. Is it on the windmill? I think it's on the windmill, right? Can I be from right here as well? Oh, it could, right? No, it's further up. It's definitely further up. Is it from like right up here or something? Please ding for me. Please ding. It's not dinging, guys. Nothing is dinging. Am I not in the right location? Am I overthinking this? Because it definitely looks like it's from higher up. But it's further to the left. It's from down here. It's from right here. Right here. Or not. Maybe it's from right here. 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 Whatever. Guild missions are an incredible, powerful tool for creating communities, replayability, and player retention. 100%. I agree 100%. It's such a shame that they have not looked at guild missions. There was recently, I had a stream where I came up with a really cool guild mission. Like a new concept for a guild mission. What was that? Oh my god, I don't remember what it was. I had a really good concept. I was like, man, I would love to see that as a guild mission. I don't remember what that was. But yeah, I'm like, I really think we need to see more guild missions. But guild missions are not rewarding for me. Don't see a need for it. Guilds, great to know people or do content, but most content is puggable. For me, if I want to do something with guildies sometime, the time it takes to join, plan, it's just better to pug to complete faster. So, but then ask yourself, why is it not rewarding for you? Because you don't get anything out of them. You don't get anything good out of them. Like the guild what are they called? The guild commendations. Like you can't get good shit with that. If we could get good shit with that, like give us more guild weapon sets, armor sets. Oh, I found it apparently. I don't know. Saw that. You know what I mean? So it's not rewarding for you because you're not getting the stuff that you're actually working for, right? It's like you want stuff that you're actively working for, actively working towards, right? That's the kind of stuff that you want, but they're not giving that to you. So it's just kind of like, oh, it's actually up here. Here? Yeah, there it is. Right? They would be more rewarding if you were to get things that that you actually want in game, right? Like if they were actually like, you know, if you could make good money out of it, right? Wouldn't there be incentive a little bit to maybe do it with your guilds, right? Like if there was like good gold that you could make out of it, or like you could get like, you know, I don't know, some like you could buy something interesting with gold commendations or guild commendations, or even like exchange it for like something that you can make gold out of. But for most of us, like you said, you have to organize it and you have to do all that stuff, and it's not worth it. But it's also because the rewards are kind of crap, right? There's no incentive to do that because the rewards just kind of suck. They're not good. Like, you know, I do like 30 minutes of something. I'm running around trying to get things together, do stuff, and I get rewarded with what, like half a gold or something? Like if you get a guild mission, isn't it like half a gold, or like a 3/4 of a gold that you get for a guild mission? Yeah, of course no one wants to do them. You don't get shit out of them, so no one wants to engage with that kind of content. Oh my god, my mouse is like, oh my god, popping up. Stop it. Like, and that, you know, and that might not be like, you might not be as a player. You might be someone that like wants to run through, get a lot of content done, get a lot of things really quickly done, which is fine. You know, it's fine to have that mentality. But is that the majority? We got to think of the majority of the player base, right? Is that the majority of the player base? Is that what, like for me, for example, I'm one of those people. I don't fucking raid, but I'm still gonna say I want raids in the game because I know a large chunk of the player base, the veterans that are bringing in, you know, that are taking care of the new people, right? That are bringing in new people into the guilds and stuff for raiding. Like they're essential. They're a very essential part of the MMO, of this MMO, right? So I want them to have raids, right? So you got to kind of think about that as well. Like there's the matter of like, it might just not be what you want, but do you think it's good for the game as a whole? Is it healthy for the player base? Is it healthy for the survivability of the game, the longevity of the game, the player retention, as we talk about, right? Like is you know, is that I gotta land like perfectly on this. Is this not it? I feel like that's it. Ah.
Centaurs ruin my party. I hate them so much.
Didn't you ask for a bully?
Down here? No.
Are cute. Centaurs are ugly and mean.
Oh, I found it, apparently. Yeah, some of these locations are not quite exact, and I wish they were. Like, that's the only thing that I have, is like, I just fell down the side of the house and I got it, even though I was running around on top of the house. It should clearly be on top of the house. So, yeah, the guild mission rewards need a complete overhaul, and they need to include more content like guild strike missions, raids. Yeah, I mean, plenty of, you know, and I think there's like a huge like system like guild versus guild, right? We could totally have that. Oh, that was my idea. Oh my god, that was my idea. I remember it now that I say guild versus guild. I had the idea of like, what if there's hordes of enemies invading your guild hall, and you have to set up like siege and defenses, and you have to like, and it's just like hundreds of like champions, not hundreds of champions, but like dozens of champions like coming in and attacking. I mean, it's not like easy enemies where you can just like, oh, AoE the entrance and we're good to go. No, these are like champions that have break bars, and they come in and there's a ton of them, and they're just like attacking your guild hall, and you have to and if they get to your crystal, you lose, right? If they get to your crystal and they attack it, it shatters and you lose, right? So the idea is that you need to hold out for like a set amount of time, and you can set it, right, for however long you want, or like depending on the difficulty of it, like, you know, it could be 15, 20, 25, 30, whatever, right? It's like a set amount of time, and you have to defend the your guild hall from like approaching enemies wave. That was my idea. I remember it now. It's just like, oh my god, yes, I did have that idea. So that was kind of my idea for like another guild mission. It would be so cool. I feel like we don't do enough with guild halls. I think guild halls are not really like, there's no reason to really like have a guild hall. You know, it's like, yeah, decoration maybe, but is that really worth it for having, is it this tree that's in the side of the picture, or is it this tree? So is it like up here? No. It must be right here then. No. There's a tree on the right side of this picture. It must be this. It must be like right here. It must be this tree. No. No, it's definitely this tree. Yeah, it's definitely right here. I got it. Okay, I got it. I just gotta find the right spot. Because when you look at it this way... Ah! When you look at it this way, and just as I stop, there it is. I got it. Oh, bed night. Have a good night, HC. Thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it. Thank you. Have a good evening. And we'll see you next time. There it is. Got it. But yeah, I just think there is definitely potential for guild missions and guild halls to have like a bigger purpose in the game of Guild Wars. And like, you know, it's just, and just really incentivize the whole guild system, right? They're kind of doing that with World versus World now. It's like, it would be kind of cool to see that with guild, you know, with other systems as well, like strikes and raids. And you know, it's I mean, I get they want to monetize everything, but take some of those weapon sets and armor sets and something, and have us, you know, like you said, have a guild strike missions or something, and you can earn, you know, whatever through guild strike missions, like a gold guild commendation. It's not a regular commendation, but it's a gold one, and with it you can buy more. This is like more over here, isn't it? Is it more over here? It's definitely more over here. It's down below. It's on top of this rock. It's on top of this rock, I'm telling you. Is it? No, it's not. It's back here. Right here. Is this it? This is it. Whoa, why can't I... Okay, I got it. It was dinging. There's synergy with many systems and guild missions. Fractal Rush events as guild mission. You get reward for how many fractals you complete as a guild in a set amount of time. Oh, that would be cool. I would love that. That's really cool. Yeah. See, there's like, oh my god. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, you guys come up with like really great ideas, and it's like, it's just, it would be so nice for, you know, if the developers were to just kind of listen to like some of the player base about some of the ideas that we have. Because, you know, it's like, you know, I don't know how people feel about convergences, but I think that it's, you know, convergences are a waste of resources. They could have put it towards other systems that are already in the game. We do not need any more games or systems, right? I have a feeling that the housing thing, they're talking about housing like, oh yeah, we're kind of like, it's not a new, like a brand new thing. We're kind of like, this is gonna kind of involve like stuff. This is gonna be a new system, okay? Housing is gonna be a whole nother system that I have a feeling in like 2 to 3 years, like maybe not right off the bat, but 2 to 3 years, they're gonna abandon housing. In 2 to 3 years, they're gonna go with whatever content, and they're only gonna add maybe like a couple of decorations here and there. We're not gonna get different homesteads. We're maybe gonna get like the next expansion, we're gonna get another homestead. Maybe the expansion after that, get another new homestead that we can have. But other than that, we're not going to get any more, right? It's like guild halls, right? They've kind of stopped giving us guild halls. It's going to be the same for the homesteads. It's one of those things where I'm just like, no, why are you investing resources into a system that I know you will abandon? They will abandon housing. Everyone is hyped for it right now, but I'm telling you right now, once it's out, they're probably gonna turn back the dial on investing in in that system, right? Instead of accommodations, will you get 10% of your regular rewards per guildmate participated? So if you complete a strike as a guild, you get double rewards. Oh, 10% more. I thought it said 10% of the regular rewards, and I was like, well, that sounds really shitty. You're only getting 10%, but 10% more. Got it. Okay, and then if all of them, you get double, so it kind of increases to like 200% of the rewards. I mean, that's an idea, right? Like, I feel like there's different avenues they could take for that. I like that idea. I think it's a good idea. The problem is, like, I don't know exactly where this is. I think I know where this is. I think this is down here. Is it like right here? And then looking like this way? No. No, it's not. Because, like, this tree aligns. Oh, no. I need to be more on this side over here. No. Nope, this is not it. Don't know. This is tough. This is a kind of a toughie. So the walkway is on the left. What I'm looking for right now is this tree thing. Is that like right here? Is that like looking down at the... Okay, I need to look for this tree. That's gonna be my signifier where I need to stand. Because the rest is super confusing to me. After you can buy sky skill weapon convergences are dead to me. Praise Abaddon. They won't housing is like money printer. No, the whales will be keeping housing alive. I don't think so. I have a feeling. I'm gonna completely disagree on that. I have a feeling that they're gonna monetize a little bit of things for housing, but it's gonna be like an item every couple weeks. So it's not gonna be like, it's just gonna be like, okay, so what you're essentially doing is you're agreeing with me, because you're saying the whales are keeping it alive, which means that the only updates housing is gonna get is through the gem store. That is the only updates we're gonna see for housing. Is pretty much what you're saying, because you're saying the whales are gonna keep it alive, which means that those are the people that need to swipe their credit cards to get new things for housing. So that means that they're just gonna release things like, how do you think the player base will react when housing comes out and they have a set amount of things that come out, and maybe for festivals once in a while we'll get items, but the majority of items that we get for housing are all acquired through the gem store. Most of them would be pissed. Most of them will be pissed. Oh, there's the tree. There's the tree. I see it. Wait, that's not the right tree. Is it? No, it's not. But this is it. There it is. This is the tree I'm looking for. So I was in the right location earlier. I think, right? Wait a minute. I'm so confused. Honestly, I'm kind of expecting that scenario, really. Are we that jaded already as a community that we think it's just gonna be that? Oh, that's so sad in a sense, right? Isn't it? Isn't it that we are like already as a community, we're already expecting this to be like, well, they're just gonna like update it once in a while, and it's just gonna be. Oh, is this it? Is this the cheat? Oh, this is it. Is it? I don't. I have a feeling I'm not in the right. Well, this is the right part, right? With the bush there. Yeah, yeah, this is it. Oh, I found it. It dinged for me. Got it. Figured it out. Okay, this is. Okay, I got the right location. I was just like, it looks kind of like over there. Piss, sure, but in Guild Wars 2 you can get gems with gold, so technically it's earnable in game. Ha, ha. The cop-out answer. There it is. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but again, is Reddit gonna be okay with that? They're gonna cuss up a storm when they cannot earn. People don't realize a lot of people have been asking for housing, which is totally fine, but people need to realize that that's a system that needs to constantly be updated. ArenaNet it's another system added into the game that needs to be constantly updated to keep people happy. It's not gonna happen. Like, it's not, and I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's like, I love that for finally, for some of those people that want housing, that it's finally in the game. You know what I mean? Like, I'm so happy for those people. Oh, I did it. I got it. We did it. It's done. Yay. Coolio. Oh, I guess the Queen. That was, like I said, good. Some of the locations were a little iffy on that, so I did like that, though. That was good. We need more people, guys. We need to do more of these, okay? Like, you guys need to play this. This is super fun, okay? So, just, we're making our own fun in Guild Wars now, okay? I love this guy. Looks cool. Yeah, I don't know. I just it's kind of it's weird to think that people don't have the foresight right now. Like, I feel like a lot of people are just kind of. I'm one of those people that I look at Guild Wars 2 and I see whatever next thing is coming out, and my question is, what's coming after that? Okay, so we're getting Janthier Wilds. What's after that, though? Like, are we gonna get another mini expansion? Is it gonna be the last mini expansion? Are we gonna get, like, where are we gonna go? What are the new systems? So they're adding housing, and they're bringing back raids, and they're doubling down on convergences, and they're bringing underwater weapons on land. One underwater weapon on land. So are they gonna bring other underwater weapons on land? Right? Like, I'm always one of those people. So my thing is, like, they're bringing housing into the thing. How are they gonna maintain the housing? Are they gonna add new decorations all the time? Are they gonna, like, because it doesn't just stop at new decorations, right? Like, I feel like there has to be, like, new things that you kind of add beside just decorations. Like, you have a system in the game. So, like I said, new homesteads. Are we gonna get new homesteads? Are we gonna get new locations in game that we could make our house, like guild halls? Or is that gonna get abandoned like guild halls? They're not making any more guild halls because they figured, well, it's not worth the time to make an extra little map where we have buildings pop up. Like, honestly, I don't think guild halls are that hard to make. Like, they make amazing maps. Why can't they make, like, they don't even have to make, like, you know, the Isle of Reflection wasn't a very big one. It was probably one of the smallest. I'm gonna close this now. Was probably one of the smallest guild hall, because most of it is water, right? So you can kind of, like, take that out. Like, that's not really part of the, like, the main part of everything that's happening is here, right? What's stopping them from making another small little map like that? They don't all have to be as massive and involved as, like, the Lost Precipice with, like, 17 layers of different things that you can traverse around, right? They don't need to be massive maps. you know, Gilded Hollow, which has like all this space, again, that's water that's around on the other side, and like things that you can climb around on, and whatever else, right, that like isn't part of the actual like structures on the middle. Like, give us a small little guild hall. What's stopping them from that? Well, I don't know. They're putting their resources. I do love that skin. That's a cool skin. I don't know. I don't know where I was going with that, but that's just a thought. There you go. A random thought that I had. So I don't know. It's very it's gonna be very interesting to see how housing rating is easy to maintain, because you know the thing is they're making rates easy on themselves. Okay, they're making rates easy on themselves by taking the already existing stuff, right? We already know that it's like, oh, through the story you're going to be able to experience the rating story, the rating stuff. So we're going to go through the expansion, we're going to experience what the rates are, and then they're going to take those and make those into rates, which is fine. I'm okay with that. I think that, you know, that's okay. You know, you have a CM and a legendary CM and these things coming out, and that's totally fine, you know. But like, I don't know, the longevity of, you know, housing will have longevity if it allows player generated content. Look at jumping puzzles, roller beetle racing, and griffin courses in guild halls, for example. But imagine we only get one homestead for the next 5 years. People are gonna run out of making jumping puzzles. Okay, they're only gonna, like, it's only so much space that you have in that. Like, guild halls are gigantic, so you can make a huge guild hall, right? Or you have a huge guild hall where you can do multiple different things, jumping puzzles and that sort of stuff. Like, how much can you really fit in a small homestead? It's not gonna be as big as a as a guild hall, right? So there's only limited space. It's like, obviously, yeah, there's probably people that are gonna be like, okay, I'm stripping everything off and I'm making a new jumping puzzle or whatever, right? Like, you'll have those people, but I don't know. Is that really gonna, like, again, when we're talking about longevity, but when I say longevity, I'm talking about developer involvement, where, like, yeah, obviously we can have a homestead and have new decorations that are added all the time, but that doesn't really do anything new for the homestead, for the housing, right? For the housing system, right? It doesn't add anything new to the housing system. It would be it's the same as, like I said, guild halls. Guild halls exist. We have 4 of them, okay, that are just there. They exist. And we just get decorations every so often. That doesn't mean that that's a system that they're actively working on that's actually involved. It's an abandoned system. Guild halls are one of the abandoned systems. Okay, they just get decorations every so often. That doesn't keep them alive. That doesn't keep them active. That doesn't keep them involved, right? Like, guild missions have been abandoned. So that kind of, you know, goes hand in hand with guild halls and gets thrown out the window. You know, how is the housing gonna stay relevant in the world of Guild Wars? Are we gonna get new homesteads? Are we gonna get new things that happen in our homestead? Is the story gonna go? Is that gonna be like the Sun's Refuge? So every time we go to a new expansion, is that gonna become our, like, Sun's Refuge for every expansion, the new homestead? And then, like, you know, is that gonna be the new center of that? Like, are they gonna involve that part of it, right? Like, I could see that maybe being a thing, but, you know, again, I don't know how this is like a lasting system that they can evolve on. Like, I want them to introduce systems into the game, or use systems already in the game, because they have plenty of them, that they can build on and expand on. Like, that's what I want. And I just don't see housing to be something that they can build on and expand on. It's going to be a thing where it's like, okay, well, here's a plot of land, here's some decorations, do with it what you want. Okay, cool. And it's going to be fun for a little bit, but I feel like the prestige of having that will eventually wear out, in my opinion. I think eventually that's going to wear out, and it's going to be like, okay, and we're getting another homestead for the next expansion and a couple of decorations, and people are going to be like, you know, it's not going to be the major, it won't be able to be the major feature. It's not going to be like, oh, we're getting another raid wing, oh, we're getting another homestead. Like, it's not going to carry the same weight, you know what I mean? Because raids have like rewards and systems and, you know, mechanics and you know, new things for you to do and new rewards to earn and whatever, right? Like new story to explore. But like homesteads are kind of like, it's a plot of land where you can put things. My cat is so annoying. So, you know, I don't know. So I don't, hold on. I sprayed her with water and it still didn't work. Still annoying. You guys see my couch? I took a nap earlier and my couch looks like a mess. It's like I just realized my couch is like, has like shit all over. So I don't know. I mean, I don't want to be negative. I don't want to be pessimistic about it, but I'm one of those people that I want to advertise I want to give ArenaNet, like, I want ArenaNet to focus on the things that matter in the game that are going to be, like, I know that ArenaNet has, you know, limited resources, right? In whatever way you want to say. I mean, it's a major MMO. I don't know how much money they make. They talk about how Secrets of the Obscure was, money-wise, was great for them, right? Like, they did really well with it. They've talked about it. Look at that. They've talked about this, right? So clearly they're doing okay for money, I guess. You know, I don't know. I you know, whatever. We don't get that much insight into that, which, you know, whatever. I mean, it is what it is, right? But, you know, with the limited resources and the amount that it takes to maintain an MMO, I want ArenaNet to focus on things that are really gonna be something that they can build on. Like I said, guild missions are a system that are in game that already has like very intricate stuff, right? Like it's already very intricate when you look at guild missions, right? They can expand on this. They can expand on this. They can add many more things to it. They can add new rewards. They can add new interactions with it. That is already set up, but it's been abandoned, right? I think that housing is just another system that's going to be a little like with it, you know? That's not going to be super. I don't see them maintaining housing in subsequent expansions. If ArenaNet wants to invest in new systems, I would like them to give the players the ability to create content for themselves. Yeah, my opinion, I just think that it's really like, the thing is that I think, like I said, I want ArenaNet to not introduce new systems. Stop with the new systems. Use the ones you already have, okay? Like, I mean, if I had an expansion where they said, we're getting a raid wing, we're getting 2 fractals, we're getting a revised guild mission system, maybe another guild hall, right? Like, they can make a guild hall. Like, that's not adding a new system, that's just adding a new map to the existing thing. A guild hall, you know, maybe adding, you know, like, you know, I don't know, like, not adding, like, new super huge, you know, and then maybe, like, a new underwater weapon coming on land, and, you know, and that's kind of it, right? Like, I would be okay with that. I'd be like, okay, well, then, you know, it might not be feature heavy, it might not be new systems heavy, it might not be, like, blow me out of the water with the new things that they're introducing, but that means that they can really focus on like really revising the guild mission system and make it really good, you know, and make it really good and make it last, like add so many new guild missions that it's going to take us a year to get tired of all the new guild missions that we have and all the new rewards that are added and all the new things that we can add, right? Like that's kind of what I want ArenaNet to focus on. I want them to like expand the fractal system from 100 to 200 and really think of something where take the CMs out of the 1 to 100 and have everything have 101 to 200 be all the CMs. Okay, have all the CMs with like even getting higher difficulties, adding more and more instabilities to the point where by the end of it you have like 10 instabilities on yourself. But at the same time, look at the instabilities and kind of rework some of those. Maybe rework a little bit of the agony system. Maybe make that a little bit different. Make that a little bit more engaging rather than just like having something that slots into your gear, but maybe have something where, you know, a mastery line around agony resistance. Remove agony resistance from the game, or some other shape or form, you know, or maybe have your set amount of agony resistance give you certain things that you can do in fractals or something like that, give you different abilities that you can use, like a special action key that you can do when you have a set amount of agony resistance or something. Like really go back into the old systems and make them feel like new systems by expanding on them and making them feel really good. You know what I mean? Like, I get that you always want to have a new shiny thing, da 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 da, but we have done that so much now that we have all these shiny things that are left to the side, right? ArenaNet is working on a new PvP mode. Well, ArenaNet, may I have a word with you, ArenaNet? Would you step into my office, please? What the fuck is Stronghold? And why is it still here? And why are you working on a new PvP mode when you have a PvP mode that you have abandoned? That doesn't make sense to me. You're adding a new system into the game, then take Strongholds out. Say, we're replacing Strongholds with another PvP mode. I think that would have landed with me 100 times better than saying we're adding another PvP mode that we're going to abandon in the next expansion. Because what the track record of PvP modes is that you had Conquest, which you supported for a little bit, you added Strongholds, you immediately abandoned Strongholds, and then you kind of abandoned Conquest. That's the track record that you have with PvP. So what makes you think that I think this is a great idea to add a new PvP mode? I have no confidence in this new PvP mode whatsoever based on the evidence that I have in front of me. That's why I want ArenaNet to take the systems they have in place and do something with them. All right? Don't add new things. Do something with Stronghold. Make it a different system. Completely abolish the whole thing and maybe make it whatever your new system is. Like I said, replace Strongholds with your new system. But you're leaving this here like such a sore thumb, right? Like it's kind of a standout of like, this is a complete failure of PvP. 100%, right? They added it in. They did like 3-4 updates to it, like balance updates or whatever, right? And then completely abandoned it. But now you're doing a new PvP mode like 10 years later after you add Stronghold? What? Like, what about the people that want just Conquest to be like good? You know, like what about the maps that you have abandoned for Conquest that are not in ranked anymore because you took them out, right? There's like certain maps that we haven't seen, like just adding a new map. Right? Like adding a new map would be nice for some of the PvP players. They don't necessarily need a new mode, but they just need like a little bit, right? You're going too far with this, right? I really love that they can design user-friendly dev tools to design your own boss encounters. The amount of player-generated content will be ridiculous. That would be really cool. Like giving people dev tools to make different encounters and stuff. And I think, you know, if they added something like that, that would inspire maybe them to do something, right? Because there could be some player-generated content that people could come up with where that could maybe inspire the next expansion or the next raid wing. Not expansion necessarily, but the next expansion, or the next raid wing. The next raid wing. Like it could literally be like, man, I really love this encounter that, you know, Xeno whatever dude, right? Like whatever fancy name this guy has, right? Like you know, whatever random name people have in games. But anyways, so, you know, I really love this mechanic or this boss encounter that this guy came up with. I want to do something like that, right? Again, I talk about like inspiring, being creative and criticisms to inspire the development team. That's what I always talk about. I always talk about being constructive in your criticism, but I want to be constructive in the criticism, not necessarily to just give criticism, but also like inspire, give ideas to inspire the development team to come up with really cool things. That's kind of what I want to do, right? In ESO, they add many cool things to houses like music boxes, NPCs, pets, mounts, and DPS golems. That would be cool. I mean, I guess that would be nice, but let's, you know, and I would be, you know, I guess that's one way to improve, like all those, adding all those things, right? That's one way to kind of work on the system that you have, improve the system, really work on that. But so my question is, like, how confident are we as a player base that ArenaNet is going to do those things for the foreseeable future? They will do this for 1 year, maybe 2 years, right? But after the next expansion after Janthir Wilds is going to introduce new systems, new things in the game that ArenaNet is going to focus on. So are we confident that at that point, in 2 years' time, ArenaNet is going to work on housing? Are we confident enough at that point that ArenaNet is going to sit there and add pets, music boxes, DPS golems, NPCs, whatever the fuck you want to add to it, right? In 2 years' time, right? Like, that's how far I'm thinking. Like, I don't think so. So I think housing is a wasted effort. Like, if you're not getting 5 years worth out of your system that you're integrating, it's a waste, in my opinion. Like, you need to get like 5 years out of a system, I feel like, for it to like really be like, that's a good system implemented. But I don't think there has been any system implemented in recent years that I could really say that's a good system, right? Like, those systems were fractals, raids, you know, I mean, you could have even had DRMs, like, if you kind of just did something with them. But it was just kind of like, well, we're abandoning raids, and we're abandoning strikes, and we're abandoning fractals, and we're abandoning dungeons, and we're abandoning all these endgame things, and we're adding DRMs. And this is kind of like, what? Am I in the minority who really likes Stronghold? I love Stronghold. Okay? I'm going to be the advocate. You're not in the minority. Well, you are in the minority. I will tell you, you are definitely in the minority. I love Stronghold. I'm a huge fan of those, Dota, like those types of games, like League of Legends and stuff. I like those games. I don't play League of Legends because of its toxicity and its toxic player base, and how, like, I just had so many bad experiences that I've quit League of Legends after many years of playing. I played it for many, many years, guys. I played League of Legends. But like, the thing is, like, I love that kind of game mode. So I would love to see that succeed in Guild Wars 2. 100%. 100 billion% I would love to see it succeed. Make it work somehow in Guild Wars 2, right? But did they ever ask the player base that? Did they ever say, hey, would you guys rather have a new PvP mode or Stronghold? Have us work on Stronghold? No. We're not going to ask that question. We don't care what the player base wants, right? We're just going to make a new PvP mode because we know that's what you guys want. Is that what the player base wants? Is that what PvPers want? I don't know what they want. I have no fucking clue. I don't play PvP. I don't talk to any PvPers. I don't know. But I sure as hell don't think so. If I were to make an educated guess, I could say that many of them are not looking for a King of the Hill or capture the flag or whatever the heck, right? Like, I mean, we already have King of the Hill gameplay, kind of capture the flag in a weird sense, anyways. But you know, like, no one is really. I don't think people are asking for that, right? Like, I don't think people are really asking for those things. So it's like, what about Stronghold? Like, why can't I play Stronghold, ArenaNet? Like, why can't you make this good? Why do you need to add a fourth thing here and make this not stand out? And Conquest is, quite frankly, lacking too. So you should maybe be working on that. No one believes and it will continue any feature. Too many people with new ideas there. Strongholds is awesome. They just have ideas. And that's the thing, right? They like have ideas, and many of them work out, and many of them are good. Like, convergences is a shitty idea. Convergences are a terrible idea. But, like, things like guild missions is a great idea. But it's like, what are they going with? Well, they're going with convergences and not doing guild missions. What? Why? Why? Why, ArenaNet? Tell me why. Tell me why. I just don't get it, right? I honestly don't get it, guys. I just And that's the thing, my critique of ArenaNet isn't that they fucking suck and they're stupid and I hate them and that everything they do. Whoa, look at this guy. He hit me. Ah. Catapult in the air. Good job, Siege Master. That was good job. Well done there. You know, but it's that I know ArenaNet has delivered amazing things in the past, but I just feel like they could use existing things in the game to deliver great things. Like you said, they have ideas. It's like, well, use those ideas on existing things. Don't create new things. Convergence is a bad idea, but it worked and people play it and don't mind it much. It's better than Ice Fruit Saga, Dragon Response missions. Okay, I'm going to disagree with you. So, convergences are a bad idea, but it worked. It didn't work. The only thing that worked about it is that they tied legendary armor to it, which was something that people had been requesting. Not request, like PvE legendary armor, not a lot of people were requesting, but I'm saying like people were eager to get the legendary PvE armor, right? So that's why they're doing convergences. Let me ask you this. If legendary gear was not introduced with Secrets of the Obscure and convergences, like, and convergences wasn't a main part of gaining that, do you think they would have been as successful? Do you think people would have played convergences just to play convergences? Right? It's a good reward that rewards you for a bad system, which is kind of shitty, right? You play a thing that's really shitty because you want the good reward that comes from it. That's not good. Like, I don't think that's good. You know what I mean? It worked. I guess it worked in the sense that it fooled the player base into playing a system that sucked. It's not good. Convergences aren't engaging. They're not good. They could be good, but they're not good. Even though I don't care about housing, it was a smart decision to implement it so they can monetize it. ArenaNet's company at the end of the day. And I don't disagree. I mean, I don't disagree. I want them to make money, you know, but I want them to make money in a sense that, like I said, I think there's other ways that they could make money. You know, housing, I don't know. I have a feeling, I have a weird feeling with just how the trends with ArenaNet have been going, that housing is going to fall flat on its ass. We're going to get like how we get chairs, right? We get chairs now. It's going to be like that. It's going to be like we're getting a new chair for our home instance, for our homestead, for our housing, whatever, right? That we can place, that we can make and place. Not even make. So here's the thing. So if you're monetizing housing, you're dropping the so they're creating the system of housing, right? So we have a homestead, we can put things there, and in order to be able to put things there, we have to craft them. So they get a whole new crafting profession. So now they're monetizing housing. So now I can just go and buy myself chairs. So the whole system, the whole crafting profession that you're creating is probably going to fall by the wayside. This whole new profession, crafting profession that they're adding into the game is going to fall to the wayside, because in a year to 2 years time, housing is going to fall to the wayside, and they're only going to be monetizing new items that you can buy in game. And it's not going to be like, I'm going to buy a, you know, I'm not buying a, like people are going to want to buy outright their chair. They don't want to buy plants to build a chair and then use in-game materials to build the chair. Like, they don't want that, right? Like, they want to get the chair. So it's like, okay, well, they're gonna get the chair then, right? Like, you know, and I feel like that's gonna abandon the. So again, housing, yes, I get. Monetizing, I get, right? I get all that, but I'm like, the longevity and the effort put into it, is it worth it? Is it really worth it? They need to make that really good. They need to make housing like really intricate and involved, and I don't know. Maybe it is good, maybe it's not. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm completely wrong, and housing is going to be the new thing. People are going to be like, raids? We don't want them. We want housing, right? Like, maybe that's going to be one of those. I do not believe people play anything for fun in MMO. Fun is extra. We play for good rewards and hope to have fun while at it. It's true. You're not, you know what? You're not wrong. You're right. We MMO players specifically, we play for that dopamine rush, right? We play for that rush that we get for getting that reward, for getting that ding, for getting that shiny, right? It's like, oh my god, I got the legendary armor, whatever, right? It's like, it gives us a rush, and it's like, yeah, this is what I live for. So people play through grindy shit. People play through. I'm the outlier. I don't do that. Like I don't do. I want to get. I would love to get a PvE legendary armor. I would love to, but I hate rifts and I hate convergences and I don't play them. I don't play them. I think I have some essences on me. As you can see, I have a ton of essences. Just I happen to go and do rifts. I don't actively seek them out. I think I've done 5 or 6 convergences. I haven't done any since. I don't think I've done any convergences in over half a year now. That's probably how long it's been since I've done convergences. So I'm the outlier, obviously. I just don't play content that I don't enjoy. But yeah, you're not wrong. People play shitty stuff just to get the reward. But I'm saying, like, I still don't think that convergences are a good system, right? They're a bad system overall. And yeah, and maybe they did work just because they had the player base, you know, reeled in through the legendary armor, right? I guess. Umbriel CM was pretty good. The other convergences are trash. I don't even know. I don't even know who Umbriel is. As someone that specializes in doing lore and those types of things, I don't even know who the fuck Umbriel is. And I don't care to learn, because I'm not going to be doing convergences. I am absolutely not doing it. I hate them. They're so boring to me. So boring. But anyways, I think it's time to go. It's super late. I've been at it for 5 hours, and the last 3 hours I spent bitching. So that's not bitching. I'm just trying to give constructive criticism, and I do it in a very stern and very loud manner. Okay? I'm a very like type of person. So it's like I have an opinion. I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know loudly, and whatever you do with that is whatever you want to do. Umbriel's no one, just a boss in Convergence. I have too many essences. I just did weekly rifts for some time while doing unique map achievements. 100 convergences, both things for completion. I'm a completionist. Hey, that's fine. You know what? That's there you go. And now you have too many. There's a surprisingly large amount of people who keep doing raid and strike clears, even though they already capped the maximum amount of rewards per week, just because they're fun. I mean, there is the MMO side of it too, of people that want the challenges, right? But convergences aren't challenges, right? That's kind of where the disconnect is. Like raids, yes, they have a certain challenge to them, but the problem is that like convergences just don't have any challenge to them, because most of it is up to who you get paired with in the convergence. Like, are the people actively playing? Are they just hanging out? Do they have good builds? Right? It's all like RNG based. So with raids, it's really about like lots of times about strategy and team composition and, you know, doing your best, and there's like a true challenge to it, right? So Umbriel is another demon of the House of Arcus, it seems, a copy of Kanaxai, essentially both mechanically and in lore. Do they look the same? I hope they don't look the same. You just got trapped by Guild Wars 2, you interlace Guild Wars 2 potential. I miss new fractals and strike after new fractal. I don't anymore. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's so many opinions, and I don't know. Do you guys think, because I see you guys like Abaddon fractals and rain. I mean, I don't know. Do you guys think that ArenaNet like do they not listen to the player base? Like, why do you think they don't listen to? Like, I think they don't listen to the player base, and I just don't know why. Because as you guys like, you know, I'm doing this discussion with you guys. Obviously, I'm probably the smallest streamer of Guild Wars 2 or 1 even ever. Okay, I'm probably one of the smallest streamers. So what do you guys think is like you know, if I can get you guys, like the 5 of you coming in, right, and like having these really cool ideas, opinions out the wazoo, which is good, right? You're giving constructive criticism, you have ideas, you have all these things going on, right? But that's only 5 people out of the community, right? Like, there must be so many different opinions and like ideas and constructive criticism towards what ArenaNet does. Many of them aligning with each other, many of them like maybe contradicting each other. But like, what is it that makes ArenaNet not listen to those? They listen to something, but probably cannot implement all feedback. Which is fine, but it's like they're doing like no, I don't think there was a single soul in the community that says, man, convergences are fucking fun. Like, do you think there's people out there in the community that are like, man, convergences are the best thing since sliced bread? Hands down. There's nothing better out there. You look for anything better, you won't find it. This is it, convergences, right? To the point where ArenaNet says, you know what? Look at all those people that love look at them. Look at all those people. There's one dude in the crowd. Look at all those people that are enjoying convergences. We need to do more of them, right? Like, it seems kind of like weird. Like, it feels like they're gaslighting themselves into thinking that convergences were good. Why are we doubling down on convergences, ArenaNet? They were bad. Why are we doing them again? Like, it just seems so weird and silly to me. Like, it's literally like a comedy sketch. Look at all the chickens. Look at all those chickens. Look at all of them that just love the convergences. They call for more. We must make more convergences. It's just weird. I just don't understand, you know? Like, it's a reuse system. I don't think it's a matter of not listening. It's definitely a matter of recourses, engine limitations, just trying to stay afloat budget-wise. Interesting. So they're just doing it because they think so convergences are fast and easy for us to make because it's just an instance. We just pop 100,000 cryptos in there with a mediocre reused boss, with a reused model, reused mechanics, and we just add like a couple of interesting things with like the revival mechanic in there, and boom, we have a new thing. And it's cheap, it was easy, it was quick to do, and we can do that. So I guess that's what you're saying, you know? I don't mind it as a system for wasted, forgotten bosses. They probably do not have to work a lot on it. I did 103 convergences or something, and it's golden training. 103? Oh my god, you people are insane! How do you stay sane doing those for 30 minutes, just killing hundreds of cryptos? Just over and over and over again. Oh my god. It's like at least doing Tarier 100 times. You have 4 different options. So that means that you can do each different gate location 25 times. And it just feels like a new thing, okay? Like, at least you have that. At least that feels different. Convergences don't feel different. They're the same all the time. It's so boring. How do you people do it? 50 hours of just sitting there killing cryptos and reuse bosses. It's so dumb. It's simple. We care more about Guild Wars 2 than ArenaNet. I mean, is that really it? Is it that simple to say that ArenaNet doesn't care about Guild Wars 2? Is it really that easy to say ArenaNet doesn't give a shit about Guild Wars 2, even though we have a new expansion coming out within the next couple months? I did Tarier 80 times? How can you do Tarier only 80 times and do Convergences 103? What's wrong with you? That's insane. I haven't done neither of them. How many times have I done? What's wrong with you? See, I've done it 49 times. 49 times you know what? I love this title, but I can't. Repetitive shit. Like, even that 28 times, I've done Convergences 6. probably max. 5 or 6 times is probably max that I've done convergences. Like 4, 5, 6 times. I don't know. Somewhere around that is how many times I've done convergences. They're so boring to me. They're gaslighting. They're definitely gaslighting. They serve as a bullet point feature for the ignorant to make the expansion appear more complete with a lot of content. For the veterans, it serves as distracting grind. There's a lot wrong with me. Well, that's okay. There's a lot wrong with a lot of us, okay? They stop caring after Path of Fire. I mean, I don't know. Like, Secrets of the Obscura has such a good premise, right? Like, story-wise, lore-wise, there was all these, like, really cool things they could have done. And I don't think convergences on paper are a bad idea. I don't think the idea of having 50-man strikes are a bad idea. The implementation is what sucked. So my hope is that convergences are not exactly the same thing again, where we go in and we fight 50 million titans only to defeat one big titan at the very end when we go to Janthia Wilds, right? My hope is that it's more like Tarir, maybe, where we have 4 different things that we got to do at the same time, right? Do something like that. Do something where you have to, like, engage the player, like numerous events that are happening at the same time, but they're all different events and they all involve you in different ways so that it's fresh, right? A variety. Give me a 50-man Grothmar Valley, right? And you have to complete all the different events all around that we have around here, right? That, you know, and then the racing event that goes around, and then the thing here. So we have an event here, 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 we have an event up here, we have an event here, we have an event here, event here, event here, right? Like, and you have to complete all of those events in a set amount of time, so you have to split up and do different things, and then a boss spawns in the middle that has, like, cool mechanics. And he, like, jumps. So he jumps from, like, he's a boss in the middle, or he's not a boss in the middle. He starts with, like, he's at the flame effigy and he has certain mechanics there, and then he jumps to training grounds, has certain mechanics that you have to do here. Then he jumps over to the thing, you have to go there and then do that. And then for the final, he just is a big, like, boss at the end where he combines all 4 of these different, like, mechanics, and you have to defeat him at the end. Like, that would be engaging to me. That would be interesting to me, because I'm like, I can go into convergences, into these Grothmar Valley convergences, and I can say, well, heck, I don't want to do the ooze pit. I'm going to do the shooting range this time. And I'm going to do that, you know, the whole time I'm doing this convergence, and I'm just doing that over and over again. Or if I want to do whatever, right? But then have the bosses be interesting, that they have different mechanics that happen, and you have different bosses, or maybe have different bosses pop up, you know, and you have the flame effigy boss that you have to defeat, or you have the boss that is on the Metal Legion stage, right? Or you have the boss in the ooze pit, right? And you have these different bosses that can spawn, right? And you have these different things with different mechanics. But convergences are like, you have all of these, this whole area, this whole little map that you made, but all you do is fight Cryptus. And then you have the boss be an HP sponge with really boring mechanics and nothing, no good involvement. And it's like, It will be. I would do Taru just for the music alone. Taru music is good. All of it. I like the ambient music and the doing the thing. For story trash bosses, we will fight in the forest with the memories of old bosses. Story appeals only to already Guild Wars 2 players, but for someone who doesn't play the game and comes across the premise of Cryptus as a 50-minute raid, essentially it will pique their curiosity. Yeah, but then they realize immediately that it sucks. They play it one time and they're like, this is Guild Wars 2's 50-man raids. That doesn't hold a candle against World of Warcraft. Mind you, I've never done a 50-man raid in World of Warcraft. I don't know, but I'm saying, like, you know, if that is the path they're taking, then it's just kind of like, that's the reaction you're gonna get from people, right? Like, they need to think about that too. They need to, like, so now we're doubling on converge. Like I said, I go back to the whole idea of, like, I want ArenaNet to just sit down and focus on one fucking thing. Like, the things you already have, focus on those. So we're doubling down on convergences. Forget everything else, right? Not everything else, but I'm saying, like, convergences. We're doubling down on convergences. Make them really good, right? It's not just about, oh, we have a new system in place and it gets abandoned, but it's also like, you have a system in place that sucks and is boring and is lame and doesn't have any longevity because it's a repetitive grind over and over again. Like, you gotta keep some kind of engagement in there, right? You gotta keep it like a little bit like different and add some challenges to it and just kind of like switch it up every so often. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I would trade whole Secrets of the Obscure dialogue for free new Cryptos models. I disagree, because the initial part of the Secrets of the Obscure was really, really good, and I would not. I loved the dialogue that was in there. I loved all of that. I enjoyed they just didn't do a good job with all this stuff after. But the initial release of it, of the story and the maps and stuff, and even rifts and convergences. Like I said, in my review I talked about how rifts and convergences, like, they're boring and stupid, but the hope is that we're adding new convergence bosses and we're adding new rifts, right? There was like the tiers of rifts that they're adding, and I thought that having higher tiers of rifts would be more involved. There would be more to it. No, it's just they're stronger. The fuck is that? You already have a system. Why do you need to make that a feature as an upcoming thing when you already have events that scale? It's already a system that you have in the game. Why are you featuring this as a new thing, as an upcoming thing? So, like I said, the initial release of Secrets of the Obscure was really, really good, and I wouldn't trade the world for that initial release. It's just the it's what Team B did with the past. I talk about Team A and Team B. Team A did the initial release. Team B, what they did with the stuff afterwards, that's what really sucked. But then it's too late. They already bought the expansion. Well, I guess that's a good point, but that seems kind of, but that doesn't instill good faith in ArenaNet, right? ArenaNet doesn't need to just sell the game, but they need to sell themselves too. I'm a huge advocate of Yoshi P for Final Fantasy XIV, because not only do people enjoy Final Fantasy XIV, but Yoshi P is not only transparent, but he apologizes for shit that he fucks up on. Okay, he's honest with the player base, and I get that he has a backing of $1 billion fucking company. I understand that, but I'm saying, like, you know, he is transparent, and he is a hype man, and he's always there at the front, and he's always like, people have faith in him. Like, he goes on stage and people know the shit that's coming out of his mouth is gonna be fucking fantastic. It's music to the gamers, right? Like, as a gaming company, you don't just like sell your game, you also kind of sell yourself as a live service game. Because look at Blizzard, for example. Blizzard, like, has lost a lot of people over many years now. They've dropped, I mean, obviously they're still making a shit ton of money, right? Obviously there's still like a big conglomerate, and it's like still a huge thing, right? Activision Blizzard, like, you know, but they've lost a lot of customers, a lot of faithful players, because of how shitty they have been in not just releasing the stuff that they have released, but also being a shitty company. They've lost a lot of people, like, they've lost a lot of faith. Like EA, for example. EA, like, has lost a lot of faithful people over the years, including me, because of the shit that they've been releasing, right? It's like they've been becoming this money-hungry, greedy, you know, it's all about, like, the investors and those people in the background, right? Like, the people that, the stakeholders and stuff, you know, those people are important, and that's it. The player base doesn't matter, right? It's all about the money that we're making and stuff like that, and they've had to, like, backtrack on the stuff that they have. So as a gaming company, you don't just sell, like look at me, for example. Like, I work in a restaurant, okay? So I work as a bartender, and when I serve a customer, I don't simply try to sell the food and drinks. I try to sell myself and the business, right? I'm like, we do stuff here, and it's not just the product that I'm giving you, but it's also the service that I'm providing and the way that I'm providing it to you that I'm selling, right? And that's what's bringing the people back to my bar, because they enjoy my service and they enjoy the interactions that I give them, and they enjoy that, right? So ArenaNet, like, that's a crappy way to have it. Like, I don't think that ArenaNet necessarily is thinking that way, but ArenaNet needs to be careful that they're not just selling Guild Wars 2, but they're also selling themselves, right? So there is some merit to having transparency and being honest with the player base, because we as a player base can look and be like, you know, ArenaNet is super honest with us and they're super nice. Like, I feel like as a player base, we have faith in Guild Wars 2, but we don't have faith in ArenaNet. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, those are two different things, right? Like, we have faith in Guild Wars 2. It's an amazing game. It has a huge potential. There's a lot of amazing things in the game that you can do, and the systems that are in place are great. But it's like ArenaNet over the last few years has been very, very iffy, right? Like, since Icewing Saga, it's been very like touch and go with them, right? And it's like something that the game isn't the company that makes it, right? Kind of thing. Whenever they did 50-man instances, the game dropped in quality. Dragonstorm and Champions, Nios with Convergences. Coincidences? I think not. Yeah, I mean, you know, so right then and there, and we talked earlier, way early on when we started this discussion, we talked about how ArenaNet has the metrics, right? They know things that we don't know, right? They know what people play what. So they should know that these things don't work out for them, right? Like, they know that these things are probably not a good idea. So why double down on them? Like, that's what I don't understand. It's like you have your player base that's yelling at you saying, hey, we hated convergences, and you have a metric that says that, you know, anytime we do something like that, it doesn't really work out for us. So what's driving you to do that? Again, I guess you said earlier that I guess it's cheap for them to make and stuff, but is that, again, you're trying to sell yourself as a company. That's not very, that doesn't instill big faith, like, in, you know, in me, like, about you, the company that's making the game, about ArenaNet, right? Like, that's making me think you're just trying to cop out and come up with the cheapest possible thing that you can, you know, the cheapest carrot that you can afford to make, and kind of dangle that in front of my face. But in truth, it's not a carrot. It's like, you know, a disgusting piece of shit that's hanging in front of me, and it's just dressed up as a carrot, right? Like, that's kind of like, you know, to me. EA gets away with all that shady tactics all the time, but I agree, Yoshi P is amazing. And that's the thing. The problem is that eventually players are going to realize that we are in power of that, you know, and eventually, like, there's only so many whales in the world that can sustain companies, because inflation is a thing, and for companies that's true as well. So yes, you might say, well, EA is supported by whales, and or even Blizzard, Activision Blizzard is supported by whales, and it's going to be alive for a long time. But inflation is a thing, right? And you're wearing your regular player base thinner and thinner and thinner. At some point, eventually, that rope is going to rip, because it's become such a thin string and you're pulling on it further and further and further. Eventually that's going to give. Eventually the whales are not going to be solely able to support your company and your game and your stakeholders, and it's going to backfire on you, and it's going to be like, shit, we're going to have to close down, or we're going to have to come up with something that's really fucking good, that's going to get people in here, and that's going to instill faith back into us, right? But at that point, people will have already learned, hey, Activision Blizzard, full of fucking assholes. We shouldn't give them any fucking money, right? So you have that, right? So, and Yoshi P is amazing. I think, like, you know, for me, I have huge respect for the man, because when he took over as game director of Final Fantasy 14 or whatever I think he's a game director, right? The head honcho, right? When he took over, he went and apologized to the player base about a game that he had nothing to do with. Like, Final Fantasy 1.0 completely failed, and they had to launch the whole game, right? But he went on stream multiple times in letters, on stream, on video, apologizing, bowing in front of the player base, saying that he's apologizing for the game that he had nothing to do with. Like, that is huge for me as respect. That alone makes me want to go play Final Fantasy XIV. It's not a game that I enjoy. I'm going to be honest. The combat is a little too slow for me. It's too tap target for me. It's too not active combat. So it's kind of, I've kind of stepped away from playing it. I've played a little bit, but if the game played like Guild Wars 2, but it was, you know, Yoshi P that's heading that game, like, you know, I would abandon Guild Wars 2 and ArenaNet, and I would go to this other game. I would go to Final Fantasy XIV. 100%. I would just because I have so much respect for him, that I'm like, you know, I have faith in him. He like knows what the fuck he's talking about. He has the respect to be honest to the player base, to approach like, to me that speaks volumes. Okay, because nowadays, like I said, it's all about big corporations and stakeholders and shareholders. I mean, not stakeholders. I said that earlier too. Shareholders. You know, it's all about pleasing the shareholders. It's all about pleasing the publishers. It's all about pleasing those people, right? And it's not so much about the player base anymore, right? So in a world of all of that going on, companies like ArenaNet that used to be, you know, really, really good about that, they have kind of fallen short on that a little bit in recent years, I want to say. But like people like Yoshi P, right, that like are like headstrong and like, no, we're here for the fucking players. I'm a player. Like, he, even when he goes on stage, he dresses up to convey to the people, we're gamers. I'm a gamer. I play games. Like, I'm one of you people, right? It's like ArenaNet doesn't really do that. They just kind of like, they're in the background and they don't really approach anyone. Like, a lot of people would talk about like ArenaNet doesn't really even play their game. At this point, I kind of agree with that. It doesn't feel like ArenaNet really plays their game that much anymore. Because the balance updates specifically, which is like the most involved part of the game, don't really seem that significant, and that like change, like they don't change a lot. You know, they don't do the significant changes that they should be doing in the game, like changing freezing gust. It is the one skill that I always talk about. It hasn't been changed since 2013 was the last update that freezing gust got. It's 11 years that freezing gust has seen an update. Like, no skill in any MMO should go 11 years without seeing any update to it. You know what I mean? So you mean that ArenaNet and you sell future sales to relationships what is being sold, or just trust? I mean, it's both, right? Like a relationship is built on trust, right? So you want to build a relationship by showing that I can trust this company. If I can trust a company release after release after release to deliver what they promised, and to do the things that I know they're capable of, and to do the things that people have been asking them to do, then you have my trust. And then I can sit there and say, you know what? ArenaNet has always listened to the player base. They're going to do good for the next expansion. I'm going to pre-order this expansion because they have always done right by the player. So Janthia Wilds is a day one pre-order for me because they have always done such a great thing, right? They've always done such a great job, right? Like, I want to say that. I want to be able to say those words in earnest, right? Like, I want to be able to say those words and really mean them, and approach other people in the MMO community, right? In the MMORPG community, and say, well, Guild Wars 2 is fucking fantastic, and ArenaNet that's backing it is freaking great. They're like the best company ever. But I lost that. Those words I can't in earnest say anymore, which is unfortunate. I want to say them, right? But since Icebreath Saga, since all of that, the firings and all that stuff happening, it's really not been, like, since season 4, it's not been that anymore. Like, it's unfortunately not been. And Secrets of the Obscure started out really good, where I was just like, oh man, this is great. Oh my god. And then like Nios happened, and I was like, No, why? You know? Just one last thing before I go to sleep. Yeah, I need to go as well. Implement housing because they want to cultivate the RP community, role-playing community. Easier to please than the rest of the players. I mean, that's a good point too. You know, they're easier to please by just giving them something and just be like, here is something, right? And it's like, but the problem is like, is it too little, too late? Like, I feel like a lot of the role-playing community, like, it's already shrunk. I remember the role-playing community used to be huge. You would find them everywhere. I would find them everywhere when the game first came out, and then now I don't find them that much anymore. So it's really like, again, ArenaNet has the stats probably on it. How many RP guilds do they really have? I don't know. Hard to say. Tell me about it. I'm waiting 11 years for Pistol Thief to be good. People say damage is good, but it's like 15k on Golem. Far from 30k would be okay. ArenaNet buffs unload for 5%, not thinking. One, it's also like, you also got to think about, nowadays we have builds that can do 200 billion things, right? You go in and you go like, Reaper, for example. I think Reaper is a little bit like overtuned. That might just be me, because I was recording video today and I was playing a like pure Reaper, all shouts, great sword. I was playing that, right? And I'm like, oh my god, this is so strong. Like AoEs everywhere. I can just explode enemies. I'm like, just kill everything, right? And I'm just like, and you get boons, and you get like life siphon, and you get like barrier through like a bunch of the trades, you know, so I was undefeatable. I have a lot of health. I'm just like, oh my god, I'm like a killing machine. I tried to do the same thing on like an elementalist. You slap me the wrong way and I'm down on the ground. You know what I mean? So there is clearly something where it's like, you know, it's like just buffing numbers isn't always the right way. Sometimes you need to like look at certain systems and do them and change them, right? And then, by the way, thank you so much for coming in. I hope you have a good night. I appreciate all the discussion. I appreciate you guys being here. It looks like they do the thing about the 5% bonus for the skill hits 8 times, so enemy definitely is used 8 times. Spoiler is not used the same as buffing. Greatsword would definitely count at 1 time. It looks like a joke. 5% buff to unload. What would happen if they buffed it by 15? End of the world. It would not be good. They might still have enough people, but that's the thing. It's like just doing a flat damage increase. They figured this out. So there was a part, and I don't know how long you've been a player of Guild Wars 2. Oh wow, you've been waiting 11 years, so you've been playing for a long time. There was a point, I don't know if you remember, there was a point at some point in Guild Wars 2's development, and specifically the balance, there was a point where they kept on just raising the numbers on it, right? They just kept raising the numbers on all the skills and making them stronger and stronger and stronger. And I remember so vividly, this must be during Living World season 3 or 4, Path of Fire, somewhere around that time. I think it was Living World season 3, I want to say. Right around that time, they stopped and they said, we looked at what we've been doing, and I remember this, and I would love to see if it's still there must be out there somewhere, but they said that they were like, we kind of had to stop because we kept on just like raising the numbers, but we realized that sometimes just like raising numbers and stuff isn't the fix all. Like we need to actually look at the skills, and we need to kind of, that's where they came up with the like, they want to give us the like reasoning behind why they're balancing stuff and blah 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 blah, which they did for a little bit, and then they didn't do this, and then they kind of went back to it, and then they kind of like dropped it again. It's like one of those iffy things that's kind of been coming and going, the like reasoning behind their doing the balance philosophy and stuff like that. But at some point I remember them saying like, just straight up damage increases isn't the way to go, and it's not. You've already had this realization, ArenaNet. Stop doing that, because that's a lot of the stuff that you're doing. Why is a centaur here? Kill him. All right. They might have enough people who play or test it. Okay, good argument, totally fine. Then give us a test server. Again, it goes back to transparency. I want ArenaNet to be transparent. If ArenaNet approaches the player base, I'm part of the player base, and they say, hey, we don't have enough testers. Like, we don't have the money to have a big group of testers to really test all this stuff, but we can do a test server. Okay, right. So do a public test server. Many games are doing it now. Many MMOs have public test servers. So make a test server where we can be your testers for you. Okay? If you don't have, we don't know that they don't have testers because they've never told us that they are short on testers, that they don't have a lot of testers, they don't have money to pay people to test the game. They've never told us this. They've never been transparent about this, right? So I'm expecting you to test the content that you're releasing. If you're unable to do that, then you need to tell the player base that you can't do that and find a different solution to it, like a public test server, right? There's other avenues that you can take. But just being quiet about it and not testing the stuff that you're releasing and just releasing it like, oh yeah, we tested it. We totally tested that, guys. And then go and change everything about it like a month later. Or like releasing a month in advance the new balance changes so that we can bitch about them even though we have only seen them on paper and we haven't seen them in practice, so that you can change them by the time they come out. That's not testing. Okay, that's like the stuff that they should be doing themselves. The stuff that we do a month in advance where we yell at them for the things that we don't want to see in the balance patches or the other things we want to see in the balance patches, that's stuff they should be doing internally, but they don't do that. You know? So, Staff LA is dead since Heart of Thorns nerfs. Yes, I agree. People who play mages want to use staff, and staff is bad. What is the result of it? People quit. Reaper is god tier for casual players. It super is, right? I still play a staff. You guys see me all the time in my videos and my streams and stuff. I play my staff elementalist because I love that gameplay. I love that wizard gameplay. I'm a huge fan of that, and I will continue to play it because I'm only a casual PvE player. I don't play really even world bosses really anymore. I just hang out in the game and do random shit most of the time, right? So that's totally, I mean, that's, you know, so I'm okay with using that, but I agree. I have made a video. I made a video 2 years ago, 3 years ago now, where I went through the and I redid all of the staff skills on the Elementalist, not in like new animations and new things, but I kind of like, I was just like, well, they used the animation from this on this, or they changed how this works, or they added this effect, or they, you know, this does this a little bit, right? Like, it's not just about pumping numbers, but it's all about like having a little bit more interaction and a little bit more of interesting things that you already have in game. Like, mind you, there is elementalist abilities in the game, animations, fleshed out animations that we do not have access to. Like, I will point, and I always point to them, the White Mantle Elementalists during Season 3, they all have really cool animations for like, for skills that we don't have access to. Okay, they have like a huge array, specifically the elementalists, but other professions as well, but specifically elementalists because they're the flashiest of them, right? They have a huge array of animations that we don't use in game, like at all, as elementalists. So they could easily just replace those. You already have animations. You could just slap a couple numbers on it and have us try it out and kind of balance it that way, right? And like add new things to it. They don't do that. Numbers is the most important thing. I mean, it can be, but it's not always the be all end all, right? Like numbers is important. Numbers are important, but they're not. It's not the be all end all. There's other things, specifically in Guild Wars 2, that deal with positioning, boons, conditions, you know, other effects that happen like invulnerability, stealth, dodging. Like, there's so many different other systems that are in play in combat. It's not just a damage game. It's not, because we're not playing a Final Fantasy turn-based game, right? We're not just like, oh, I'm attacking this guy and then he's attacking me, right? It's active combat. There's a lot of different moving things. So to make a skill good, you don't necessarily just need to up the thing that it does, right? You can do other things with it. Like, you can add other things to make a skill good. You can add a certain boon to it. You can add a certain condition to it. You can add something where it's like, oh, if you do it, you know, out of stealth, it does something different. Like, I don't know, random stuff. Maybe if they buff meta weapons and not anything else, but that's what they do. They only buff the set amount of weapons, right? They only buff a certain amount. Like, like I talked about earlier, like when you look at specifically when you look at focus on Elementalist, that is one weapon that has seen barely any updates that are significant, right? So there's a lot of skills that don't do shit. There's a lot of skills. So Freezing Gust is one that I talk about. Look at Freezing Gust. It is one of the worst skills ever. It does 227 damage, 3.25 second of of chill, and it's a range 900 with a 20-second cooldown and a half-second activation time. Awful. Okay? Comet. Barely any damage. It's a blast finisher and a daze. So this ability is kind of good. I do like using it. It has a little bit. So it's not terrible, but it's, you know, it's there. It has a purpose. You know, there's some days in there. Look at this, for example. Swirling Winds. Blocks projectiles for 6 seconds. The fuck am I going to do with that? Where am I going to use this? And even in PvP, this is not effective. For 6 seconds on a 24-second cooldown, that's not good. This right here, this knockdown of Gale, doesn't even damage. It's a 4-second knockdown with not even damage. It's unblockable. Okay, I can still dodge it. You know, it's a three-quarters of a second of an activation time. That's a long activation time. Okay, like Magnetic Wave. For 3 seconds, you reflect, does a little bit of damage and cripple. Obsidian Flesh, 3-second invulnerability on a 50-second cooldown with the 3-second activation. You only no, it's a channel for 3 seconds. It's a duration for 3 seconds. So it's a channel for 3 seconds to be invulnerable on a 50-second cooldown. They're boring. They're lame. Like, do something different with that. It's not good. You know what I mean? Like, Comet is like literally the best one. The fire ones are okay. I mean, Fire Shield, whatever, right? You get the fire and you can do the thing with it, right? They updated auras, which is fine. Auras are, you know, I like that they updated auras and like that there is a purpose to them. You know, there's a lot of interacting systems in the Elementalists that deal with auras, so that's a good skill, right? Flame Wall is okay. I mean, it's 8 seconds, so that's a long time for fire. I mean, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does do burning, and it's a big area, so it's just a big fire field kind of thing. So it does have a little purpose, but some of the skills are just like, what? What is that? Why is that there? Why do you have this? Why is this not updated? Ancient skills. Swirling is for World vs. World. Yeah, it used to be. How many Elementalists do you see using that in World vs. World? It's not that great anymore because you have other, like, if I want to does it reflect or block? It just blocks. It doesn't even reflect, right? I'd rather use a feedback or a wall of reflection that the Guardian has, because there is a lot more to that, right? Or like Sanctuary or something, right? Sanctuary heals, right? It gives it pushes out enemies, right? So I can place it in an enemy crowd. It blocks projectiles. It does a lot more than just block projectiles, and it has the same cooldown, I'm pretty sure. So if you compare this to Sanctuary, Sanctuary is 100 times better. You can slot it to last longer. I think they changed that now, right? So I don't think you can do that anymore. But or I think you can still do that, where they last longer, right? The whatever they're called, the grounds underneath you, the whatever they're called. You can have an increased duration. It heals. It pushes out enemies. So it does break bar damage, right? You can place it on a boss, and it has a break bar damage, and it blocks projectiles. And has the same, I think has about the same cooldown as Swirling Winds. Where Swirling Winds does one of those 4 or 5 things that I just listed. What? Why? Why? Like, why is Freezing Gust? Why is Freezing Gust? Why? Answer me this, ArenaNet. So pumping you with the comments, I just enjoy your content. Thank you. I appreciate you appreciating your content. Let me go back. We need to get game-changing patch like LOL or Dota where a bunch of unused heroes and goes that would get buffed. That would make it meta. Well, 100%. I talk about this all the time. Like, we need a revision of rifle on warrior, staff on necromancer, focused on elementalist, pistol on engineer, shield on engineer, what else? Hammer on revenant. I'm just picking like each profession and kind of picking something out of there. Ranger has seen like a longbow on ranger. You know, longbow on ranger has become kind of what am I missing? Mesmer? What do you have for Mesmer that we can do? I don't know. Huffy on that one. I don't know. Mesmer seems to be in an overall pretty decent spot, right? Gust is trash. Yeah,
Good evening,
it is. There's so many weapons that have never been in the meta, and disparity is not 5 to 10%. It's like 200% worse. It is. It really is. And to me, you see ArenaNet updating weapons and giving new skills and whatever to the same weapons over and over and over again. Like, there's certain weapons that you can look at that have gotten more updates, that are newer weapons that have seen more updates than many existing weapons. Like Necro Staff, for example. Like, Marks was an interesting idea for base game Guild Wars 2 2012. Great idea. Back then they were fantastic. They had a place in the world. You know, it was, but now they don't have a place anymore. It's boring, it's lame, it's stupid. Change it. Why do we still have like there should be different ways of placing marks. Like, maybe having marks in game is not a bad idea, but I would make marks more like the symbols on Guardian, where every weapon has a symbol. I would put a mark on every single weapon for the Necro. That's what I would do with marks. I would take marks out of just being on the staff and give them to all of the weapons, and then do something completely different with the staff. The staff is boring. It's lame. Ranger's sword. Longbow ranger gets meta damage. To get meta damage. Has bad longbow for ranger. How? Right? Exactly. Like, it's the main class. Just get scepter, sword / scepter and warhorn Ellie and buff that forever. That's exactly what they're doing. And you're exactly right. And that's exactly my argument, right? So I mean, you're exactly right. Like, they're buffing sword and warhorn until eternity. It's like, but what about the other weapons? What about focus, right? Like, what about like these other weapons? What about, you know, the rifle on warrior? Like, I get we're getting another option for long range damage, right? We're getting another option for long range power damage now in the spear. So that means that rifle is probably forgotten for the rest of eternity, because we have another power option for long range, and no one's going to use rifle ever again. We're going to see spear and longbow for warrior. That's it. Rifle is forgotten, right? Like, it's things like that. That's just like, it makes no sense. I'm like, you know, and like I said, if ArenaNet has such problems testing these things and implementing these things, then they need to make public test servers. And then they need to just come up with crazy, like you said, huge patches where they change all these different things for the public test server, where it's just like, oh my god, they're really changing all these things. And then take the feedback from their testers on the public test server and see what works and what doesn't work, and look at the metrics. You know, have metrics in place to figure out exactly what worked, what was a good update, what was a bad update. You know, and just kind of you know, trim it down to the things that they actually do want to implement, right? Is this going to make it to the live server? Yes or no? Is it too extreme of a thing? Yes or no, right? Like, is this good? Does it feel like a good change? Do we like these things? Like, that needs to happen. Stop updating the same weapons over and over again. It's so silly to me. I'm like, it's weird. So anyways, enough of that. My voice is going because I've been sitting here for the last 3 hours bitching. So again, for those of you that have stuck around, don't take this as bitching. I'm not bitching. I just know that ArenaNet at some point in time was an amazing company, and I know that they were able to deliver amazing things, and I want them to go back to that. I want them to go back to their roots of delivering amazing things, and I know they have the potential to do that, and I know that they that it's there. They have a game that's truly amazing. They're like I just that's kind of what I'm coming down to, right? With a lot of the things, with the systems in game, with the balance updates, with all of these different things, right? Like I kind of want that to be the focus for ArenaNet, is kind of go back to the roots of delivering this amazing content that you once upon a time used to deliver. I hope that Janthia Wilds can be that. I hope that Janthia Wilds can be the introduction to that, and that we can go back to that. But yeah, and you know what, ArenaNet, if you're watching, there's ideas for you. Take them. You have people in chat that have given you ideas. You had me giving you ideas. There was so many good ideas that we had today. That just a plethora of good ideas, of good criticisms, of constructive criticism, right? It's like, that's what I'm not here to bitch. I'm here to come up with a constructive way of criticism. Yes, I say it in a bitchy tone. I say it aggressively. I say it very sternly. That's because I'm a very passionate person about the things that I care about, and that's where it's coming from, right? So I just want ArenaNet to know that. So you're right about the function, but I would start with simply damage buffs for bad weapons for now. I don't know if the damage is in years so much. I mean, that's a start, right? Like they lagged behind for so long that just buffing the damage would already make them feel so much better, right? Not even just functionality, just buffing the damage would already make them feel better. Like, for example, Warrior Rifle. Like, you can kind of leave it the way it is, right? We've gotten a couple of changes on the skills there at some point, but it's really like just buffing the numbers on the Warrior Rifle would already hugely increase the amount of usability, right? Like or like you said, like pistol thief, or on any of those. Yes, but I would like to see functionality change at some point, because my thing is they can do it with the main weapons, right? They can do it with the big meta weapons that everyone uses all the time, like Guardian Staff saw a revision, Ranger Sword saw many revisions, like those types of things see like revisions, but then like other things don't ever. So I'm like, they can do revisions and functionality changes on some weapons, but not all of them. So why don't you pick the ones that are least used and make those, right? So, but anyways, I guess I gotta stop the. I'm kind of done now. My voice is going, and I'm very. So the winner was Warclaw. So that's where I am at as well. So the poll was, what do you think the new post that's gonna come out is gonna be? The next blog post is Warclaw. So that's the big winner here. Some people said housing, some people said Coden, and no one said raids. So in my opinion, I think that is exactly right. I would have picked the same thing. I think Warclaw is what we're gonna be seeing in the next blog post. So just so you guys know, if we do get a blog post tomorrow, I will be making a video about it, and I will be doing a regular stream tomorrow with just Guild Wars 2, maybe more of the sightseeing stuff, or maybe What Was His World, or maybe working on some legendary stuff, or whatever, some random stuff. If we are not getting a blog post or any info tomorrow, I will be doing a comparison stream. We're going to finish up the Elona regions. We're going to be in the Desolation, and we're going to finish up Elona by doing the Desolation and doing that stuff. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So thank you, Kitabake? Kitabake? I don't think it's Kitabake. It's probably Kitabake. NM, thank you so much. Jacob, as always, appreciate you guys. HC was here earlier too. Thank you so much for being here. Emily dropped in for a few seconds. Appreciate that. Thank you. Null was here. Null Hypothesis was here. Thank you. Appreciate that. Elvis was here as well. Yeah, it was good seeing Elvis. Always fun to see. Always love you guys when you guys come back, and I'm like, I recognize the names. And did I say Jacob? I think I said Jacob. So thank you guys so much. Have a good night, Emily. Thank you so much.